The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Good evening, Matt from the past, welcoming you to another episode of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. It is February the 19th, 2024. Let's get on with this day in history. In 356, Emperor Continius II shuts all heathen temples. And then nothing happened for a long time, and in the year 1600, Pervenio Strata Hypernia explodes in the most violent eruption in South American recorded history. Who is naming these places? In 1878, Thomas Edison is granted a patent for his cylinder phonograph. He kind of backed the wrong horse in the format war on that one, as the record ended up winning that format war. In fact, it's still used today. In 1942, about 150 Japanese warplanes attacked the Australian city of Darwin. In 1945, U.S. Fifth Fleet launches invasion of Iwo Jima against the Japanese with 30,000 U.S. Marines. In 2008, Toshiba announces its formal recall of its HD DVD format, ending the format war between it and Sony's Blu-ray disc. And funny story, I picked up a HD DVD player that week, not because I was ignorant of that. Oh no, it was because my DVD player had just broken, and my local Walmart discounted an HD DVD player with 5 movies in the box to $40. And so it was by far the cheapest. It was the cheapest disc player in the store. I kid you not. So yeah, for years after the format ended, I was using HD DVDs. Just shows you there's a silver lining to every cloud. In 1981, George Harrison is ordered to pay ABKCO, who named that company, Music, $587,000 for subconscious plagiarism of his song My Sweet Lord from Ronnie Mac's song He's So Fine. I didn't know subconscious plagiarism was a thing. In 1946, New York Giants outfielder Danny Gardelli is the first major leaguer to announce he is jumping to the Outlaw Mexican Baseball League for a fee of $10,000, which wouldn't even buy you lunch for a modern baseball player. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
Welcome back. I'm Stan Freberg, and this is When Radio Was. Burlesque comedians Bud Abbott and Lou Costello created a national sensation when they first performed their classic Who's on First routine on The Kate Smith Show. Their radio success led to a series of films for Universal Pictures, which saved the movie studio from bankruptcy and made Abbott and Costello the top box office draw in Hollywood. It's time now for Bud Abbott and Lou Costello in part one of the Abbott and Costello Show, as originally broadcast March 22nd, 1945.
From the Davis-Monthan Air Base in Tucson, Arizona, the Abbott and Costello program. Listen to the great rhythms of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Haynes, and that chubby little civilian who, when he reported to the commanding officer, uttered these historic words.
Costello, where have you been? Just look at you. Your face is smeared with lipstick. From your eyebrows to your chin.
Yeah, I know that, Abbott. That's the last time I'll ever kiss a whack in a Jeep with the motor running.
Look, I missed you on the train coming out from Hollywood. Costello, where were you?
Abbott, I had a very rough trip.
You did?
I had to stand up all the way. Everybody had a place to sleep with me. There was even an army dog sleeping in an upper berth.
A dog in an upper berth?
Yeah.
Why didn't you complain to the conductor?
I did. I said, conductor, there's an army dog in the upper berth, and I can't understand it.
And what did he say?
He says, I can't understand it either. He paid for a lower.
I know. Never mind that. Look.
So he got a drawing room.
All right, never mind. Look, what is that outfit you're wearing?
Oh, I'm supposed to be a cowboy, Abbott.
You do?
How do you like my 4-gallon hat?
That, Costello, don't you mean a 10-gallon hat?
Nope, 4 gallons. All I had was an 8 ticket.
Well, if you're supposed to be a cowboy, where are your chaps?
What did you say?
The chaps. Where are the chaps?
I don't know where the chaps are now, but brother, they ain't on Iwo Jima.
Costello, I didn't think it was possible for you to get so dumb.
Oh, I can do anything if I set my mind to it.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Why, this morning, I went back horse riding.
Yeah, you went what?
Horseback riding.
Oh, how could you ride a horse? You're a tenderfoot.
Tenderfoot? Brother, you got your geography all wrong.
All right. What kind of a horse did you ride?
It's tender.
Wait a minute, I understand that. Explain it to me. What kind of a horse did you ride? Did you have a Mustang?
No, I used to have a Mustang, Abbott, but I shaved it off. Made my girlfriend very jealous.
What do you mean?
It was bigger than hers.
No. Listen, you nitwit, I'm talking about a Mustang, not a mustache. You ride on a Mustang, but you can't ride on a mustache.
Well, you could ride on mine. It had handlebars.
Costello, I don't believe you can ride at all.
Oh, yes, I can.
Can you make your horse do a canter?
No, but I made him do a Jolson. He got down on one knee and he sang Mammy.
Yes, he did?
Mammy.
Yeah, all right. Just a minute, Costello. Are you trying to tell me your horse sang Mammy?
Well, he didn't sing it all the way through. He whistled the last chorus.
Okay. Look, Costello, that's impossible. How can a horse whistle?
I put my fingers in his mouth.
And he whistled?
No, he bit me.
He bit you.
Then I whistled.
Yeah, then you whistled. Never mind that. Well, look, what do you feed your horse?
Well, this morning I give him a bucket of whiskey.
A bucket of whiskey?
Yep. I felt very sorry for him, Abbott.
What do you mean?
The man that rented him to me told me he's got to go back on the wagon tomorrow.
Look, you idiot. The man rented you a dray horse.
He is not a dray horse. He's a brown horse with white stripes.
No, Costello, I'm not talking about the horse's color.
He didn't have any collar. He only wears the collar when he pulls the wagon.
No, well, look, if he pulls a wagon, he's a dray horse. He has to be a dray horse to pull a wagon.
How do you like that? This guy wants to put all the other horses out of work. All the black horses, the white horses, all the brown horses. They will have no jobs at all. Nothing but dray horses pulling the wagon.
No, calm down, Costello. I'm only trying to tell you that if he pulls a wagon, he's a dray horse. A dray horse works on a dray.
Abbott, this horse works overtime. He pulls the wagon in the dray time, and I ride him at night. I'm paying time and a half.
Look, you dummy, when I say he's a dray horse, I don't mean he's a day horse. I mean he's a dray horse. Now, a dray horse can work in the day or at night and still be a dray horse. He can work at night on the dray.
Oh, when you say he's a dray horse, you don't mean it's a dray horse. You mean it's a dray horse, and a dray horse can still be a dray horse when he works night or dray.
Now, you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Well, Costello,
What page are you on, Abbott?
number 4.
So am I. So am I.
I'll find out what you know about horses in just a minute. Do you prefer an eastern saddle or a western saddle?
Well, I don't know where it comes from, but I like it. I drink a big glass of saddle every morning.
Yeah, you dummy, what kind of saddle can you put in a glass?
Saddle of Patagon.
Costello, you'll never be a cowboy. Why, you haven't even got a lasso.
A what?
I said lasso. A lasso is a rope or a coil.
Oh, I got very pretty coils. My mother coils my coil every morning. Right on my forehead, I got a spit coil.
No, Costello. The coil I mean is a line that hangs on the saddle. The cowboys use it to catch horses and cows.
They catch horses and cows.
Sure.
They catch horses and horses on a line?
Certainly.
What do they use for bait?
Hey, Costello, look, let's forget the whole thing. Now, while you're here in Arizona, why don't you take advantage of the beauties of the desert?
I tried that this morning, Abbott, and one of them slapped me right in the puss.
I'm not talking about girls. I mean the beauties of nature. You should go see the Grand Canyon.
That Grand Canyon is a fake.
What do you mean the Grand Canyon is a fake?
I went out there to look at it yesterday. There's nothing there but a big hole. They must have moved to someplace else.
Costello.
I didn't see nothing.
That hole is the canyon. And I am going to visit the Grand Canyon tomorrow. I am going right up to the edge of the canyon.
You're going right
up to the edge.
Edge of the canyon?
That's me.
Abbott, be careful you don't fall off. But if you do fall, be sure and look to the left.
Why?
You'll never see a sight like that again, brother.
Costello, isn't it wonderful to be playing to this fine bunch of clean living boys?
What did you say they were?
They're clean living boys.
Clean living boys?
Yeah.
Well, a guy can't get very dirty on $50 a month.
Hey, look. Well, look, wasn't your cousin Private Hugo Costello stationed at this base?
Yeah, but they threw him out. He kicked an MP in the shin.
You can't go around kicking MPs in the shins.
You can't kick them any place. They're particular.
Yeah. Look, will you talk sense, Costello? Did you meet any Indians on the desert?
Oh, sure. You know me. I'm an old Indian fighter.
Fighter?
Yeah.
Well, why aren't you fighting?
I can't find any old Indians. Oh, young.
Me Indian. Me sell moccasin. Me sitting bull.
If you're sitting bull, why are you standing up?
Me on vacation.
Mr. Bull, I'll take a pair of those moccasins for Costello.
Ah, good. Here.
Wait a minute. These moccasins... Time, I'm only an Indian. Hey, Abbott.
Right.
You know what? My Uncle Artie Stebbins married an Indian girl, but he had to divorce her.
Why?
She used to walk her asleep, and she took the blanket with her.
Costello, I understand you're thinking of building a house out here on the desert.
Yes. I was talking to an artichoke about the house this morning.
I think you mean architect. An artichoke is an expensive delicacy.
Well, there's nothing cheap about this crumb.
Look, before you start building a house, I think you should see a model home.
Okay, get me a model. I'll see your home.
No. Don't talk silly, Costello. Now, I've taken the liberty of drawing up some plans for your house. And here they are. Now, you'll notice I have placed your room here. The kitchen here. And the maid's room here.
I like that, Abbott.
Why?
I'll have to go through the kitchen to get to the maid's room.
Never mind that. Have you made arrangements to get the money to build your house?
Oh, sure. I'm getting the money from the We Trust You, but if you cheat us, you won't have any luck friendly credit finance company.
What security did you have to give to get the loan?
Oh, nothing. I just gave them my word. And my mother has to go and live with them.
Oh.
Come in.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm from the Friendly Credit Finance Company. My name is Ork. Tommy Ork.
think before I spoke to your brother, Mohawk.
Of course, I think so too. Now, Mr. Costelli, our company makes a practice of examining all applicants for loans. A mere formality, if I'm not too inquisitive. We have absolute faith and confidence in your honesty.
See that, Abbott? They trust me.
Now, Mr. Costello, please be so kindly and press your fingerprints on this pad. I'll check with Washington later after we take a sample of your blood.
You're going to take my blood?
Oh, just a couple of quarts. We'll return it after the loan is paid up. Now, do you having any birthmarks?
No, but I got my girl's face tattooed on my chest.
Are there any birthmarks on that?
Well, there's a mole there, but I don't know if it belongs on her chin or my chest.
Well, this is very enlightening.
Wait, will you give me that again, please?
I say what you're saying to me is very enlightening.
What do you talk with, lumps?
Thank you. Now, tell me this. What does the face looking like?
Well, she's got dark, curly hair. And every time I take a deep breath, she smiles.
I see. Now, Mr. Costello, have you any marks of indentification on your body, like scars, wounds, or bruises?
Noses.
Well, if you happen to miss any of payments, we'll attend to that.
Hey, Abbott, what did he mean by that last crack?
Oh, nothing, Costello. That's merely a matter of form.
That's what I'm worried about, my form. I want to keep it the way it is.
Now, Mr. Costello, in going over your plans, we find that your building thing is costing too many monies. We'll have to cut down.
Cut down? All I want is a living room, a bedroom, a dining room, kitchen, and a maid's room and a garage.
I see. Well, in the first place, you don't need any dining room.
Oh, now, wait a minute, just a minute. If you take away the dining room, where in the world is the man going to eat?
Well, the way this thing is going, I don't think I'm going to have an appetite.
Exactly. You cannot expect to eat and make payments, too.
Okay, the dining room is out. Gee, but that was a pretty room. Such beautiful wallpaper.
Yes. Now then, if you are not going to eat, you will not need a kitchen. And without a kitchen, you won't need any maid's room, is it?
I'm going to miss that maid.
Yes, the maid. That's very refreshing.
Will you cut it out with that man? Now read straight.
I'm sorry, that's the way I talk in Hesington. Let us get back to the house, please. Right here, that's the bedroom.
Well, you can cut that out, too. I'll be so worried about the payments, I won't be able to sleep.
Absolutely. Oh, say, incidental, what is this thing here?
Oh, that's the living room.
Well, now, what do you want with a living room? You have no bedroom, no kitchen, and no dining room. Are you calling that living?
All right, sir, we'll cut out the living room. Now, what have I got left?
Well, you've got a lovely piece of ground there, Mr. Costello.
Good. I can park there and live in my car.
Oh, no, I'm afraid you couldn't do that, Mr. Costello.
And why not?
We take your car today for the down payment. Toodaloo.
Hey, Abbott, you know I really outsmarted that guy?
How did you outsmart him?
I gave him a $500 deposit, and I ain't going to show up with the balance.
Well, Costello, how do you like this bunch of airmen here at Davis Mountain Air Base?
Abbott, they're wonderful.
No, I thought
so
you said
polite.
that.
I walked all through the camp with Connie Haynes and not one guy whistling.
I don't believe that.
Well, you can ask Colonel Northstein. He was with us.
Oh. I thought so.
And another thing, Abbott, these guys don't pay no attention to the 12 o'clock curfew. They break it all the time.
They do?
Yeah. Curfew or no curfew, they go to bed at 10 o'clock.
I found that out, too, eh?
Yeah. And I also found out why they called those guys Buck Private.
You did?
Yep. I was out with 5 of them last night. There wasn't a buck between them.
No. Yes, certainly learning a lot about the Army. Tell me, do you know what the highest rank is?
Yeah, private, first class.
PFC is not the highest rank.
Well, it's as high as you can go and still have friends.
Look, talk sense, Costello. By the way, didn't your girlfriend, Ruby Pook, join some branch of the service?
Yeah, but Ruby is a sailor.
I think you mean she's away.
No, Ruby's a sailor. She's on a boat.
Costello, that's impossible. They don't allow women on those boats. Suppose somebody should find out.
Who's going to tell?
Costello, you're a dope.
I'm a dope.
Yes.
Hey, Abbott, why don't your wife go in the Army?
What would my wife do in the Army?
She could teach the commandos to fight dirty.
Never mind that. Who was that girl I saw you with in Phoenix yesterday?
That was Tessie Tinfoil, telephone operator at the hotel. I had a date with her.
Tessie Tinfoil? That dizzy blonde? She isn't all there.
There's enough of her there to have a date with.
Where did you take her?
Where did I take her? I took her over here to the Davis Mountain Air Base. And 2 rear gunners took a shot at Tessie.
How did that happen?
Well, she's got so many circles under her eyes, they thought she was a target.
Pardon me, sir. May I use your microphone to send a message?
Go right ahead, Lieutenant. Go ahead.
Calling Mrs. Wilbur Fuzz. Mrs. Fuzz, your husband, Private Fuzz, spent a very restful night. He slept like a baby. That is all.
Hey, who is Private Fuzz?
He's our ninth century.
You know we was doing good up till then?
Yeah, Look, never mind him. Costello, how do you like this air base, all kidding aside?
I think it's okay. Really wonderful. But one of the GIs told me it would be much better if they cut out all that working and drilling between meals.
Costello, suppose they should accept you in this outfit. Which front would you like to do your fighting on?
Florida.
But there's no fighting in Florida.
You're telling me.
It wouldn't hurt you to go into training. You'd lose a lot of weight on your basics.
I'll bet my stomach would get thinner, too. I know one thing, Abbott. I like the Air Force.
You would?
I can just close my eyes, and I could picture my first day in camp.
Sorry, Private Costello, I didn't realize.
Oh, so it's you, eh, Sergeant?
Yes, I know it's kind of early, but if you don't mind, the Colonel wants to know if he could have a word with you.
Oh, the Colonel. I got other things to do. Okay, send the Colonel in.
Private Costello.
At ease, Colonel.
I want you to report to hangar number 1. We need a man to change an engine.
Hey, you giving orders to me?
Of course. Don't forget, I'm a colonel.
How much money do you make?
$500 a month.
Well, look, kid, you got a good job. Now, don't louse it up.
Private Costello. Private, I think the Colonel is mad at you. Now, I'll tell you what let's do. You carry this bomb sight over to headquarters so I can tell him you worked hard today. Maybe he'll forgive you.
You want me to carry the bomb sight, eh? Okay, Sergeant, give me the bomb sight.
Now, be careful with it, Private Costello. It costs $10,000.
Whoops, I dropped it.
Oh, Butterfingers.
Watch your language, Sergeant. I don't like it now. There may be an NP in the joint.
Oh, now, Private, shame on you.
Quiet!
Surprised that you...
Shut up! Shut up! Talk to me in a civilian tongue.
I'm sorry, but this may cost you your chance for promotion, Private Costello. You may never get to be a corporal.
I don't want the job anyway. Too much responsibility. Besides my cousin Hugo, he started in the Army as a corporal.
Oh, that's impossible. How could he start as a corporal?
Well, Hugo was born with 2 stripes on him. Now, blow out of here, Sergeant. Get out, I'm busy. Go on, scat.
Good morning, Private Costello.
I said get out. Hello, come in.
Morning.
And who are you?
I'm the Colonel's daughter.
What a spot for a traveling salesman. Well, I'm pleased to meet you. How's your old man?
Why, he's just fine. He was so excited when he found out you all was assigned here. He just loves comical fellas.
Well, I'm glad to hear the Colonel likes you. And you're a pretty sweet kid yourself. Tell your old man I'll put in a good word for him with the draft board. I just got an offer from the Navy, you know.
Oh,
I'll take him along with me.
Private Costello. And Daddy says to tell you that if you all live through the basic training, he's going to see to it personally that you all get right into the thick of the fighting right away.
Kid, he don't have to do that. I mean, wait a minute. Where do you think he'll send me?
I don't know exactly, but he did mention Tokyo.
Tokyo? Are you kidding? I'm liable to get hurt over there. They're double crosses. They're using real bullets.
Oh, you don't have to worry, Private Costello. Daddy says the minute you land in Japan, he's going to declare you an open city.
Oh, thanks, honey child, thanks. You know, I know... Wait a minute. Listen, them Japs don't live up to no rules of war. They don't recognize no open city. I'm liable to be bombed.
That's what Daddy thinks, too. Goodbye.
Hey, you. Hey, aren't you Private Costello?
Yeah, that's me.
Well, I'm an MP, and you haven't reported for duty in 15 days.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
Oh, nothing. We just missed you, that's all.
Come on, Costello. Wake up.
What's the matter, Abbott?
Costello, come here.
What?
Your blood test just came back. You've been turned down again.
By the Air Force?
No, by the Red Cross. They sent your blood back with this note. Here, go ahead and read it.
Okay. Dear Mr. Costello, we are returning your blood. We need plasma, not asthma. Get me out of here!
Good night.
And that was the Abbott and Costello Show from March 22nd, 1945, starring who else? Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. I'm Stan Freeberg.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Again this week, Pepsodent is proud to entertain the men and women in our armed forces. Tonight, Pepsodent brings to the patients of Torney General Hospital at Palm Springs, California, the Pepsodent Show starring Bob Hope and his special guest, Frank Sinatra.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting from the Torney General Hospital in Palm Springs, Hope. Telling you fellas to accentuate the Pepsodent inside your bean, and you'll never have a mess mister in between. Well, here we are at Palm Springs. Yes, sir, Palm Springs. That's a barbecue pit with a cover charge. But it's very healthy, and these patients think living in Palm Springs is the last word. The last word I could say on the air. This hospital is on the grounds of the famous El Mirador Hotel, and they're not used to these modern conveniences. One soldier just arrived here from the jungles of New Guinea. They had a little trouble with him. He wouldn't check in until he spent the whole afternoon looking through the potted palms for snipers. You know, at the front lines, they really work fast fixing these guys up and shipping them back to these hospitals. They took a cast off a guy here the other day, and he still had 2 Japs by the throat. But this place is really ritzy here. The MPs here don't carry whistles. If you want to attract the private's attention, they walk up close and softly play Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata on a clarinet. All the nurses here are officers. Yesterday, 18 privates sprained their wrists trying to salute and get their fingers in their mouth to whistle at the same time. A nurse, that's a girl who holds your hand, strokes your forehead, and gives you sleeping pills and expects you to dream about Indians. And things are a little expensive in Palm Springs, a little expensive. That's a local term, meaning if we all pool our dough, one guy can have a date and tell us about her. Yes, sir. And it's really tough to get a room here. I stood in line so long waiting for mine that by the time I got to the desk, I owed 3 days' rent. Oh, it's really expensive around here. For $50, you can get a room with a shower. For $25, you can get a room with a wash basin. My room costs $5 every Saturday. Every Saturday night, a bellboy comes up and wipes my chin off with a damp sponge. What a broken-down joint. The manager said, please don't turn the fan off. It holds up the walls. But I was very lucky I had a room with a shower. Well, it wasn't exactly a shower. The guy in the top layer had a leaky hot water bottle. Of course, I can always take a bath here at the hospital. These fellows have a swimming pool of their own. And this afternoon, one private sprung off the diving board, but he never got to reach the water. The second lieutenant yelled attention while he was still in midair. But these GIs here really enjoy swimming at Torney Hospital. In between plunges, they sit around, order drinks, and when the waiter brings the check, they just say, never mind how much it is, they just charge it. And the waiter smiles sweetly and says, what's the matter, you crazy or something? How are you, Professor? Yes, sir, the flash with the stash. Say, is this your first trip to Palm Springs, Professor?
Oh, no, indeed. I used to come courting in Palm Springs when I was young and cheeky.
Young girl?
And peaky.
How'd you know?
Peaky.
How'd you feel?
Sneaky.
Kelowna, this all sounds Greeky. Look, the joke was a leaky. Say, Kelowna, why don't you get yourself another idiot and go dancing tonight?
I know I'll hate myself in the morning, but get your hat.
But you really like to swim here, don't you?
Well, Hope, I learned when I was working on a whaling boat.
No kidding. What did you do on a whaling boat?
Well, you know the guy who stands up in front of the boat and yells, there she blows?
Yeah?
Well, I used to run for the Kleenex. But I had a lot of interesting experiences on that boat, Hope. I was once swallowed by a Cuban whale.
Kelowna, you were swallowed by a Cuban whale. How did you know it was a Cuban whale?
It spouted rum and Coca-Cola. But Hope, really, my specialty is high diving.
Oh, Professor, I don't think you're much of a diver.
Not a diver. Watch, I'll show you. The swimming pool's right out this window. I'll do a flip right into it.
You're going to do a flip?
Yes, here I go. Heads up, heads up, heads up! What do you know? Came up tails.
Poor Miriam, neglected using Irium. Past the corner she walked, not a guy would gawk.
Hello.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Let's go.
Folks don't be like Miriam, use Irium.
No matter how many toothpaste you've tried, no matter how good a job you think your present brand is doing, change now to Pepsodent toothpaste. And in just 1 week, see if you don't find new brightness in your teeth, new sparkle in your smile. You see, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium, the exclusive cleansing ingredient. And Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes the film that makes your teeth look dull. It loosens film and floats it away, quickly, easily, safely. Because it removes film, Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium brings new brightness to your teeth. No wonder more people than ever before use Pepsodent toothpaste today. No wonder it's number one with the armed forces. So forget other brands you've tried. Change to Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium. And in just 1 week, see the difference. See if your teeth don't feel cleaner, look brighter. See how it uncovers the natural brilliance of your smile. ask for refreshing Pepsodent toothpaste, because Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium.
Dear Miriam, sweet Miriam, now she's using Irium. Up and down the street, all the boys repeat.
Some smile.
Thank you.
Some smile.
Thank you.
Oh, folks, just be like Miriam. Use Irium.
Here comes Francis Langford.
I dream of you more than you dream I do. How can I prove to you this love is real? You're mean to me more than you mean to be. You just can't seem to see the way I feel when I am close to you. The world is far away. The words that fill my heart, my lips can't seem to say. I want you so, more than you ever know, more than you dream I do. I dream of you when I am close to you. The world is far away. The words that fill my heart, my lips can't seem to say. I want you so, more than you ever know, more than you dream I do. I dream of you.
All right, boys, okay. That's enough. You're supposed to be convalescing, fellas. That was Francis Langford singing I Dream of You. It's well singing, Francis. Nice sort of relapse, ain't she, fellas, huh? Francis, how do you like it here at the Torney General Hospital?
Oh, wonderful. Tell me, Bob, do they blow reveille here, too?
Of course, this is a military establishment.
Gee, why don't they let the boys that are convalescing enjoy themselves in the morning?
Francis, there's no greater joy than to hear reveille and know you can stay in your nice warm bed while the bugler's out there freezing his ears off. Say, France, I've got a little surprise for you tonight. I want to present a fine guy who made the trip out here with us to entertain these boys, the Groner's nephew, Frank Sinatra. Haven't grabbed you yet, huh, man?
Thank you, fellas. Thank you, Robert.
Well, how's old Swoony?
Fine, old Goonie.
A little further for this way, Frank. You're in the shadow of the microphone. Look, sorry you wore black. It's hard to tell you there. Look. Welcome to the Pepsodent Show, Frank.
Say, Bob, you didn't know I was around here, did you?
Yeah, I knew. I noticed the buzzards flying overhead today. But honestly, Frank, I brought you here by special request of the hospital staff.
Special request to the hospital staff?
Yeah, they wanted these fellows to see how well off they are.
Well, I don't care what you say. I was glad I could make it.
Fine.
And sometime I'll have you on my program, Bob.
Oh, do you do high-class comedy?
Yeah, but don't worry. We'll explain the difference to you during rehearsal.
I'd make you eat those words if you ate. Frankie, your latest picture is Anchors Away, isn't it?
That's right, Bob. I play the part of a sailor.
You a sailor?
Yeah, what about it?
Nothing, only I knew sooner or later they'd find somebody who could fit those pants. But one thing I want to know, Frank, is this. How come the girls go so wild over you?
Oh, I don't know. I guess it's because I'm the caveman type. You know...
That's supposed to be a straight line, you know. You're the caveman type.
You know that I was out with a girl last night, and when she refused to dance, I just tossed her over my shoulder and forced her to dance?
Yeah, Margaret O'Brien told me all about it. Come on, Frank, give me the lowdown. Why is it every time you walk out on the stage, the girls all faint?
I can't understand it, Bob. It's a study in mass psychology.
Well, do you know what happens when I walk out on the stage?
That's a study in mess psychology.
You've got me confused with Crosby.
Say, you and Crosby are friends, aren't you, Dad?
Oh, Lard and I certainly are. There's nothing he wouldn't do for me, and I'd do the same thing if he was walking down a dark alley. But I don't know what you think, Frank, but Bing really likes you.
He does?
Sure, he thinks you're one of the greatest guys that almost lived.
What are you trying to do, Hope? Tear me down?
I'm afraid I'm a little too late for that. But you know, Frankie, I've often wondered, how come you wear bow ties so much?
Well, it isn't because I like them, Bob. It's just that when I wear a long tie, I fall on my face.
Hiya, men. Well, if it isn't nature's comedy, Skinny Ennis. Step in, sir. You're just in time, Skinny. Shake hands with another B2 complex.
Oh, man, who's that poor little undernourished, weak character you got with you here?
Boy, this is like Gravel Gertie laughing at Mrs. Pruneface.
Listen, Ennis, what makes you think you're so tough?
I've been punching cows all week. You punched any cows?
No, but I stuck my tongue out at a rabbit.
Man, who revived you?
Who revived you? Listen, Jesse, there's only one way to settle this thing. Will you fight?
Yeah. Will you fight?
Yeah. Well, maybe we can think of some other way.
Say, Frank, I have a girl I'd like you to meet.
Oh, Bob, that's the last thing I want to do.
The last thing? Well, if we hurry, maybe we can still make it. Here she is, Frank. Frances Langford. Come on, Frances.
Zoot.
Cute.
What about me?
Quiet, snoot.
Gee, Frankie. Gee.
Don't get so excited, Francis.
Well, he took my breath away.
Well, you can't blame him, Francis. He needs it.
Gee, Francis, you know, you're just my type.
Frank, that's no way to talk to a lady.
Oh, don't pay any attention to nozzle snozzle. You're on the air for a new sponsor, aren't you, Frank?
That's right, Francis. I'm on for a company that makes beauty preparations.
Well, Francis knows she's tried the complete line and loves it.
Well, thank you, Francis.
You should thank Bob for loaning it to me.
How ridiculous to think that I need makeup. Just look at my face. Sucker. How do you like that? For Sinatra, they swoon. For me, they scream.
Well, Bob, Frankie's voice does something to a girl.
That's a lot of nonsense, Francis. Just a silly psychological reaction of the immature mind. I'll show you what I mean. Sing something, Frank.
All or nothing at all. All or nothing at all.
Well, don't stand there, Frank. Help me pick him up.
Okay.
Frank Sinatra. Sing one of the boys' favorites.
I never cared much for moonlit skies. I never winked back at fireflies. But now that the stars are in your eyes, I'm beginning to see the light. I never went in for afterglow or candlelight on the mistletoe. But now when you turn the lamp down low, I'm beginning to see the light. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused a spark that's a 4-alarm fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light. Never cared much for moonlit skies. I never winked back at fireflies. But now that I've found the stars in your eyes, I'm beginning to see the light. I'm beginning to see the light. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused the spark that's a 4-alarm fire right now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light. I'm beginning to see the light.
Frank, assisted by Trudy Ewan and the boys. You find the Red Cross on the right, Frank.
Despite years of faithful brushing, despite any other toothpaste you've tried, see if your teeth aren't noticeably brighter in just 1 week after you change to Pepsodent toothpaste. You see, Pepsodent toothpaste contains Irium, the exclusive cleansing ingredient. Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes the film that makes your teeth look dull. It loosens film and floats it away, quickly, easily, safely, brings new brilliance to your teeth. So forget other brands you've tried, change to Pepsodent toothpaste, and in just 1 week, see the difference in the brightness of your teeth, the sparkle of your smile. Ask for refreshing Pepsodent toothpaste, because Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium.
Dear Miriam, sweet Miriam, now she's using Irium. Up and down the street, all the boys repeat, some smile.
Thank you.
Some smile.
Thank you.
So folks just be like Miriam, use Irium.
I'm Art from Niles.
And now we take you to the days of the Old West, when bandits and outlaws roamed the plains, and anything that howled had 4 legs. We find...
I'll wait for Prindle. Wait for Prindle now.
we find 2 Western desperados, Fearless Frankie and Drag-Along Hope, right in the ring.
Oh, give me land, lots of land, under the starry skies above. I don't fancy me.
That's a mighty good singing, Slim.
Would have sounded even better, Tex, but I got a gopher in my throat.
You got a gopher? You mean a frog in your throat?
Nope, gopher. When we camp out, I got to learn to quit sleeping with my mouth open.
Yippee! Yahoo!
Hey, wait a minute. What are we hollering for, Tex?
I don't know about you, Slim, but I must have put my spurs on in the wrong place this morning. Say, how do you like your new 10-gallon hat, Slim?
Oh, it's a mighty swell hat, but it's a little snug around the shoulders.
Well, over you it looks good. Say, I must be a pretty tough hombre. Look at that sign on the tree. Wanted, Tex Hope.
Yeah, look what it says on it. Also, 3,000 other Army nurses.
Draw your gun, Sonny. I shoot men for lesson there. Well, draw. Two sides. Save that egg with a shot. Well, just shot another sheriff. Guess I better put one of them markers on my shooting iron.
Not?
Natch. Say, Slim, you got the makings?
Sure have. Here it is.
Yeah, thanks for the Bull Durham. And thanks for the light. Say, partner, let's go rob a ranch.
Let's go rob a ranch?
Yeah, we'll steal a couple of heifers from the bar 3-3.
No, sir. They got better looking ones in the bar Chi-Chi.
You sound so ambulatory. Here comes the stagecoach, Slim. Let's knock it off. Here they are. Stop those horses. Hands up. It's a holdup. We're going to take off the gold bricks.
Gold bricks? What do you think I'm running here, a troop train?
Colonna, you're the driver?
Yes, little beaver. I'm a real Western...
Little heaver or little beaver?
I'm a real Western stagecoach driver.
If you're a real Western stagecoach driver, where are your chaps?
Don't have any. Always use talcum.
All right, Colonna, reach.
Okay, I'm reaching.
Higher.
Down these victory shorts.
Colonna, we're desperados and we're going to hold up your stagecoach.
Oh, no, you don't, Hope. You won't hold me up. I'm an honest, upright citizen. You and I don't speak the same language.
We don't, eh?
No, we just don't speak the same language. Oh, I see you brought along an interpreter.
Colonna, how come there's only one horse pulling the stagecoach? Where's the other horse?
Passengers needed a fourth for bridge.
Colonna, a horse couldn't hold up the cars. That's ridiculous.
What's ridiculous about it? A jackass is holding up the whole stagecoach.
We'd like to go in cahoots with you.
What would you like to do?
We'd like to go into cahoots with you.
Okay, hop in. Fare $3.50 to Cahoots.
Cahoots, that's a suburb of Cathedral City. You can't stop me, Colonna. I'm going to take your stagecoach.
You can't take the stagecoach, Hope. I've got the fattest flower in the West in there.
Yoo-hoo, Mr. Hope!
Oh, Miss Vera Vague. Wow.
Mr. Hope, what do you think of me, the flower of the West?
Yes. You should have stayed in the sack.
Oh, you dear boy. You know, I have a wonderful rope trick I'd like to show you. If I could only find a tree.
Come on, Tex. We got to find that doe.
Well, why don't you search me?
Oh, we know you haven't got it.
Oh, well, it almost worked.
Listen, Mom, you shouldn't be so glad to see us. We're bad men.
Bad men? Who are you kidding? There's no such thing. Isn't it wonderful here? I just arrived from the East.
Well, welcome to the West, where men are men.
Oh, goodness, another tourist.
Come on, Tex. We'll kiss the women and shoot the men.
Just a minute. Did I hear you say you were going to kiss the women and shoot the men?
Yes, put on a blindfold and stand over there against the wall.
Oh, bless your heart. What a shame with that trigger mind. All you can shoot off is blank.
Well, come on, Miss Vague. We're taking you with us and we're holding you for ransom.
You mean I'm going to be held prisoner in some mountain hideout with no one around me all day but you two men?
That's right. Get in the saddle.
Oh, don't bother. I don't want any horses slowing me down.
No, I'm a warning you. Don't try to escape from me, Miss Vague.
Me escape from you? He's new around here, isn't he?
Well, come on, Miss Vague. You can ride double with me.
If you don't mind, Mr. Hope, I prefer to ride double with Frankie. Come on, Frankie boy. I'll help you up on your horse now. Here you go. Yep. Oops, threw him clear over, didn't I?
Well, Let's get going. Oh, give me land, lots of land under starry skies above. Whee! Quiet, Miss Vague. Well, here we are. Fearless, this cave is our hideout.
Hey, it's the sheriff. Yes, indeed. I'm all alone, and I've got your shack completely surrounded. Come out of there fast.
Fast?
Yes. I can't hold this position much longer. Okay, Hope. I got you covered.
And I've got you covered.
And I got you covered.
Well, fight it out, boys, and the one who lives gets to marry me.
The one who lives gets to marry you?
Yes.
Oh!
Neat little mass suicide, wasn't it?
Thank you, Frank Sinatra, for your grand job with us tonight. I'll drop over and see you a week from Wednesday on your new Max Factor show. And many thanks to Colonel Augustus Jones, Lieutenant Colonel Carl M. Prince, and Lieutenant Joe Bird. And the best of the best to all you patients, you wonderful guys here at Tawny General Hospital. You know, folks, weather sort of fools away as time in the desert. There's snow on the mountains, but down below, the wildflowers are in bloom, and the desert air conditioning would feel mighty good in living rooms back east. But any man here would trade you all of Palm Springs for one remark from the doctor. Okay, son, you can go home now. It's the same way overseas. You meet guys who've seen the pyramids, Piccadilly, and Paris in the spring, but they'd trade the whole works for one little V-mail letter from home. Because to a homesick soldier, a letter from home is a real lifesaver like a pint of plasma to a wounded man. And speaking of V-mail, let's use more of it. It's ideal for those short, frequent, and cheerful notes the fellas love to get, and it doesn't take up vital shipping space. It leaves more room for bazookas and bullets to knock off the forces that took our boys away from home. So what do you say, folks? Give your serviceman at least one V-mail day a week from now until V-Day. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Orson Welles and his supporting cast of Academy Award-winning actors present yet another classic tale in The Campbell's Playhouse, coming up next.
The makers of Campbell Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening, this is Orson Welles. Tonight I present you Miss Helen Hayes in Victoria, Regina. And of course, this is my proudest moment since I've been producing these broadcasts. For tonight, the Campbell Playhouse brings you, for the first time on the air, the American theater's foremost success in this decade. And in it, one of the truly great performances of our time. Hundreds of thousands of you have seen Miss Hayes as Victoria in your playhouses all over this continent. I know you're with us now. It's our special privilege to bring her to the millions more of you who have no theaters, who have radios. I hope we're worthy of the privilege. First, a word from Ernest Chappell.
I was thinking just last night about a birthday dinner I had at my grandfather's farm years ago when I was a little boy. It was a great event, that visit, a glorious adventure. Grandpa and I drove up from the station in the buggy, and he and Granny hustled me through the kitchen so that I shouldn't see the good things she was fixing. But one whiff of the aroma from Granny's cook stove, and I knew that there would be roast chicken for dinner. And what a chicken it was, too. Cooked to a tempting russet brown and just falling apart under Grandfather's carving knife. I stayed overnight, and the next day, Granny made a pot of chicken soup. It shone like gold, that soup, and I remember that I thought it was the finest soup I'd ever tasted. These memories came back to me last night when I had chicken soup with the same glowing look, the same tempting aroma, and the same wonderful flavor. This was Campbell's chicken soup, and I can tell you that Campbell's is the kind of chicken soup that Grandmother made so well. Nourishing soup, heartwarming, and chicken tasting to the last spoonful. Into its making goes all the good meat of tender chickens, and fluffy, perfectly cooked rice, and melting tender pieces of chicken meat, too. And so I say, as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. Won't you make a point of having it this weekend? And now for our Campbell Playhouse production of Victoria Regina, starring Helen Hayes with Orson Welles. For this broadcast tonight, Orson Welles has prepared a script which contains not only the great scenes from the successful stage production, but some of the episodes from the original play which have never yet been seen in the theater. And to complete the true picture of this great queen, Mr. Welles has used still another source, one which only a few years ago was still a closed book, locked away in the official archives of the royal family. The personal diary of Queen Victoria.
Sometimes hard for us to understand now what Victoria meant to Victorians. Most of her subjects had never known another sovereign. And when this star of England fell out of the skies, the whole firmament was suddenly a little hard to believe. Everything changed, of course. But England and its empire, and indeed the whole world, waited a decent time after her death. For her Imperial Majesty, Victoria, by the grace of God, Queen of the United Kingdom, of Great Britain and Ireland, Defender of the Faith, Empress of India, was moreover, by the grace of God, the absolute monarch of a whole way of life, the defender of a viewpoint, of a dignity that left the world with her. England grew a lot under her reign, as much as she could make it, and changed as little as she could help.
Tell them to take the message at once. Say the matter is urgent.
Yes, my lord.
And say His Grace the Archbishop of Canterbury and Lord Melbourne are here to see Her Royal Highness on important business.
Yes, my lord.
Hurry, man, hurry.
Yes, my lord, but I'll have to call the maid first. So then call her, please. Yes, your grace. But the maid's asleep where I am not supposed to go, and the door actually is locked. I shall have to throw stones up at the window.
Isn't there a bell?
Yes, my lord. In Her Royal Highness the Duchess's room there is a bell.
Then go and ask her. It may be rung.
Then go to Her Royal Highness the Duchess's room, my lord. Not now. Her Royal Highness the Princess is there.
Well, go and do the best you can. Only hurry. And say Her Royal Highness must come.
Yes, my lord.
Good Lord, what a house. So the princess sleeps with the old cat, does she?
I beg your pardon?
I beg yours, yes. I suppose one oughtn't to say that now. But your grace knows the Duchess has been a difficulty all along.
Yes, my lord, we know.
Have you not better sit down? We may have to wait, you know. If that man's stone throwing is not good, we may have to wait a long time. So this is how history gets written.
This won't get into history, my lord.
No, I suppose not. Oh, it's a pity, you know, a pity. I don't know what to think of it.
It meaning what?
Female on the throne. King would have been so much better.
I don't know, my lord. Heirs male of the last generation have not been a conspicuous success.
No English king has been a conspicuous success since Edward I.
Yet the monarchy has gone on.
Yes, but it's gone off. His late Majesty was a conspicuous example of it. You wouldn't believe the trouble we sometimes had with him. They say you can make a donkey go by tying a carrot in front of its nose. Well, he was like a donkey with a carrot tied to its tail.
Really? Was he just a little, like his father, you know?
Mad, eh? No, not mad. It was the shape of his head, I think. It was pear-shaped, you know, just like a pear. The weakest fruit drops earliest to the ground, says Shakespeare. But his head was weak fruit distinctly. Amazing how it hung on. One can't exactly say lasted.
I beg your pardon, my lord.
Yes?
My lord.
Well?
Her Royal Highness, my lord. I went in, but Her Royal Highness was asleep.
Well, you must wake Her Royal Highness up then.
Such a beautiful sleep, my lord. I didn't like it.
Even the most beautiful sleep must give way to affairs of state. You know who I am?
Yes, my lord.
You know His Grace?
Yes, my lord.
Then go at once. Wake Her Royal Highness and tell her that we are here, waiting for an audience. 6 o'clock. There's to be a council at 10.
Where? Here?
At St. James's, I think. No. Perhaps it will have to be here. She mustn't appear in public yet. It wouldn't be quite decent. People might cheer. Well, here's somebody coming. Madam.
Your Grace, my lord, you have news for us?
For Her Royal Highness, the Princess, we have news,
Oh,
madam.
the king then...
Is dead.
Then my daughter is dead.
Queen.
It has come then at last. And I am the Queen Mother.
No, madam. Your Royal Highness is not the Queen Mother.
Not?
Your Royal Highness is the Queen's mother. That's the distinction. Only had Your Royal Highness been Queen in the first place, would that other title now follow.
Then if it is not mine by your law, she shall give it to me.
That, madam, I fear will be impossible.
I shall go myself and speak to her at once. That shall settle it.
Madam, we are here to see Her Majesty the Queen on urgent business. We must not be delayed. Your presence at the interview, madam, will not be required unless Her Majesty sends for you.
This is not to be borne.
Your Grace, she's coming.
Madam, if you would leave us, please, for a moment. For a moment only.
That's my own daughter.
Madam, please.
Your Majesty, it is our painful duty to announce to Your Majesty the death of His Majesty King William, following upon which sad event, by right of succession, Your Majesty is now Sovereign Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, Defender of the Faith.
We beseech Almighty God, by whom kings and queens do reign, to bless the royal Princess Victoria with long and happy years to reign over us. Your Majesty.
Your Majesty.
My child, oh, my child.
Those gentlemen came to tell me that I am queen.
Yes, you are queen at last.
But really queen now? Before I've been crowned?
Yes, now at once. The king is dead. You are queen.
Then my reign has already begun. I can do as I like.
Yes, as you like. Do not mind what anyone says. If you want to do it, do it.
Oh, then, Mamma, there is something I would like.
Yes, say it. It shall be done.
How strange that it should all have happened so suddenly.
Yes, so suddenly, after we've waited so long. But now, my love, do not stay here to catch cold. Come back to your own mother's bed.
No, Mamma, dear. As I may now do as I like, I wish in future to have a bed and a room of my own.
Of your own?
Yes, please, Mamma.
So, you have been waiting for that?
I should be very glad if you don't mind, now that I am my own mistress. Yes, I would rather be alone.
My, glad? Alone?
Good night, Mamma.
Oh, heavens. What is going to become of me?
My journal, Thursday, June 20th, 1 p.m. Since it has pleased Providence to place me in this royal station, I shall do my utmost to fulfill my duties towards my country. I am very young, and perhaps in many, though not in all things, inexperienced. But I am sure that there are very few who have more real goodwill and more real desire to do what is fit and right than I have. At 9 came Lord Melbourne, whom I saw in my room, and of course quite alone, as I shall always do all my ministers. He kissed my hand. He was in full dress. I like him very much and feel confidence in him. He is a very straightforward, honest, clever, and good man.
You said yesterday, Your Majesty, with a courage which I thought remarkable in one so young, someday we must marry.
Yes.
Has Your Majesty given that matter any further thought?
Oh, yes, Lord Melbourne. I've thought of it a great deal.
Is Your Majesty prepared yet to take me into Your Majesty's gracious confidence?
You mean?
As to the possible recipient of so overwhelming an honor.
Oh, I've not thought of any person in particular. I mean, I've made no decision.
I am relieved to hear it, ma'am. Then Your Majesty has still an open mind.
An open mind? Oh, of course, I shall make my own choice, Lord Melbourne.
Oh, why, of course, ma'am. I will not suggest otherwise for a moment.
And there are some things as to which I'm quite resolved.
As for instance?
My marriage, Lord Melbourne, must be a marriage of affection.
That, I am sure, ma'am, can be arranged without difficulty.
Someone, I mean, whose character I can respect. One whom I can love and look up to.
Look up to?
Yes. It may sound strange to you, Lord Melbourne, but I must have as my husband one whom I can eventually look up to when I have trained him for the position he will have to occupy.
Oh, quite so, quite so. I trust that such a person will be found. And as Your Majesty has owned to an open mind on the subject, I have here with me a list of possibles.
Oh, Lord Melbourne, how interesting. How many?
Well, at present, ma'am, only 5. But more are coming.
Coming?
That is, I'm making inquiries about them.
What kind of inquiries?
All kinds of inquiries, ma'am. I would not wish to present Your Majesty with one to whom there could be any possible objection.
And you've already found 5, Lord Melbourne? How clever of you. I would like to see your list, Lord Melbourne, thank you. Do I know any of them?
Your Majesty knows one of them very well.
Oh, yes, I see. But I couldn't marry my cousin George. He's so...
Nobody wishes to decide Your Majesty's choice. There are others.
But it is for me to decide, is it not?
It is for Your Majesty to decide. Your Majesty need not marry at all.
Oh, I must marry. Mamma always said so.
Then I shall say no more, ma'am. I will only commend the matter to Your Majesty's good sense and conscience.
But, Lord Melbourne, you haven't yet shown me any portraits.
Portraits, ma'am? Why, portraits?
I can't decide on anyone until I know what they are like. It wouldn't be fair to them or to me.
Portraits are sometimes deceptive, ma'am. Court painters, like prime ministers, know their duty, and they only do what is expected of them. If they can't do that, they have to go.
Here is a portrait that was sent to Mamma the other day. It's of my cousin, Prince Albert of Saxe-Gotha.
May I see it? Oh, yeah.
Surely he must have grown very handsome. It wouldn't be possible for a court painter to imagine anyone like that. Do you think so, Lord Melbourne?
You never know, ma'am. You never know. Imagination sometimes goes a long way. Well, am I now to make a collection of portraits for Your Majesty?
Oh, no, Lord Melbourne. I wasn't speaking seriously when I said that.
No more was I, ma'am. But I do ask Your Majesty to think seriously. The future welfare of this country is now in this little hand of yours.
Indeed, Lord Melbourne. I pay great attention to everything that you tell me, and I shall continue to take your advice whenever I find it possible. My dear Lord Melbourne. Thursday, October 10th, 1839. Today at 7:30, I went to the top of the staircase and received my 2 dear cousins, Ernst and Albert of Saxe-Gotha, whom I found grown and changed and embellished. It was with some emotion that I beheld Albert, who is beautiful. Friday, October 11th. Albert really is quite charming and so excessively handsome, and such beautiful blue eyes and exquisite nose and such a pretty mouth with delicate mustachios and slight but very slight whiskers. A beautiful figure, broad in shoulder and a fine waist. About 10:30, dancing began. I danced 5 quadrilles. The first with Ernst, the second with dearest Albert, who dances so beautifully, and the third with Lord Henry, and the fourth with Ernst, and the fifth with dearest Albert again. It is quite a pleasure to look at Albert when he gallops and waltzes. He does it so beautifully, holds himself so well with that beautiful figure of his.
Well, Albert.
Never mind do that.
We must speak English.
Why?
For practice. One of us, you or I, will have to always.
I suppose.
Which of us do you suppose it is going to be?
Well, that is not for me to say. The decision will not be ours.
But we shall have to say something. One of us, presently.
Yes, presently, and only one answer will be possible.
You mean that it must be yes?
Since it cannot possibly be no.
You don't seem very happy about it, no?
Well, Ernst, the English do not like foreigners.
Indeed?
Oh, they like ruling them. They do that as a favor. Here you or I will only be a puppet kept to breed by. If it is you, are you going to resign yourself to that willingly?
If it is to be me, you say. It is time that I speak, Albert. It must be me. Did not Papa tell you?
Oh, tell me now what?
Well, perhaps he found it more difficult to tell you, I don't know, but this is quite sure. He wishes it shall be me.
You?
You're sorry?
What? That's why you make me come.
Oh, well, she has to choose. Yes, she has to choose, but she has to choose me.
Why?
It is Papa's wish. He says that there are family reasons.
If she asks me, I shall accept.
And I must see that my father's wishes are obeyed. If you do not conform to his wishes, I shall have you sent home.
Sent home?
Yes, at once. You shall be ordered to return. I shall send word today.
And what if I refuse to go?
My dear Albert, we are not English. We are German. If the Duke, our father, our sovereign prince, sends for you to return, you will return. You know that perfectly well.
Well, about that we shall see.
Yes, Albert.
two looking so serious about?
Oh, the rain.
Oh, it will clear presently, and then we will go for a ride in the park.
Oh, that will be very nice, to be sure.
I hope you are going to enjoy your stay, cousin.
Very much. I shall find it quite delightful.
And you too, Albert.
You're very kind, dear cousin. How could I help enjoying myself while I'm with you?
Albert, that's the first pretty speech you have ever made me.
Oh, I'm sorry, cousin.
Oh, I like it.
I mean that it should be only the first.
Well, so long as it isn't the last, I don't mind.
The rain is clearing. It stopped. Shall we go out now?
Cousin Ernst, I've made all necessary arrangements. We will go out when we do go out and not before. Besides, have you practiced your music yet? I'm told at home you practice every day.
Yes, but here one cannot find the time.
Go and do it now, and there will be time.
Well, I tried one of the pianos the day we arrived, cousin. It was not in very good tune.
Oh, that doesn't matter. You will be all alone. No one will hear you.
Well, generally, when we practice, Albert and I practice together.
Duets, you mean?
Yes.
But if the piano's out of tune, duets would sound dreadful. No, Ernst, you go and practice by yourself, and Albert will practice by himself another time.
Is that a command, cousin?
Oh, my dear Ernst, I wouldn't think of commanding you, but I do want you to be quite at home here. And as you always practice at home, I want you to practice here and now. We shall not start our ride for another hour. That gives you just time, so do go. Now.
Very well, cousin. Albert, remember.
How strangely Ernst spoke to you then. Is anything the matter?
Nothing serious.
You haven't been quarreling, I hope.
We never quarrel.
I think it would be very hard to quarrel with you, Albert. I couldn't.
Please don't ever try.
Some people can quarrel without trying.
Yes.
I suppose they like it.
I suppose, too.
Won't you sit down, Albert?
You're very kind, cousin. Ever since we came to... kind to both of us, I mean.
I'm very fond of... Ernst.
Yes, so am I.
You have always been together, haven't you?
We've never been apart yet.
How very nice that has been for both. Would it be a great trial to you if you had to live away from him?
Oh, of course, the parting would be a trial. But one would get used to it as to other things if it had to be.
My life has been so different from yours. I've been so much alone, except, of course, with Mama. I don't know what it could be like to have a brother.
One gets very fond of a brother.
Yes. But one can get fonder of someone else, can one not?
It happens sometimes.
Albert, what are you thinking?
I was listening to Ernst practicing. I can just hear him. It's Beethoven.
Don't listen to Ernst. You must listen to me.
I beg your pardon, cousin. I was listening. Please don't think I was inattentive.
Albert, I have something to say to you.
Yes. What is it, cousin?
In my position, it is I who have to say it, unfortunately. Ordinarily, it is not what a woman would wish to say herself. She would rather he said it.
Is there anything you wish me to say that I can say?
To hear you say you can love me is all I can hope yet. If you could say you already do love me, that would be almost like heaven.
I do love you, cousin.
Enough to marry me?
More than enough to marry you. For people in our position often marry without any love at all.
I couldn't do that, Albert.
Nor could I, Victoria.
Then you will marry me?
Oh, my dear cousin. My sweet wife that is to be.
Aren't you going to kiss me?
If I may.
Again, please. Again.
I pray God you do not ever have to repent of this.
Repent? Oh, Albert, how could I repent? It's not in my nature. Besides, there isn't going to be time. You know, we must be married quite soon. Everybody expects it.
Expects it? They don't know.
No, expects me to marry, I mean. I had to choose somebody, but I wasn't going to choose anybody.
Not even Ernst?
Oh, I liked Ernst from the first. I do still.
Is that why you sent him to practice? He knew.
That this was going to happen.
No, he did not know that.
What then?
That you were going to ask me.
Then what else could he suppose would happen?
He expected me to say no.
You couldn't say no to a queen, could you, Albert?
No, dear. One couldn't say no to a queen.
Did you want to?
Oh, no, dearest one. All it means is that Ernst will be disappointed.
Oh, I see. Oh, poor Ernst.
Yes.
Well, we must both try to be very nice and kind to him. And now I think it is quite time that we went for our ride.
Isn't Ernst to come too?
Oh, yes, of course.
But then won't you send and say he may stop practicing? It hasn't taken an hour, you know. I think he has stopped.
Nor has he either, for here he is.
Yes, cousin.
Are you ready to come riding, Ernst?
Quite, if you are, cousin.
Oh, yes, we are quite ready now. Everything has been settled. Tell him, Albert.
Ernst, you told me to remember. I forgot.
February 10th, 1840. Got up at 9:15, well and having slept well. Mamma came, brought me a nosegay of orange flowers, wrote my journal and to Lord Melbourne, had my hair dressed and the wreath of orange flowers put on. Saw Albert for the last time alone as my bridegroom. At 12:30 I set off, dearest Albert having gone before. I wore a white satin gown with a very deep flounce of Honiton lace, imitation of old. I wore my Turkish diamond necklace and earrings, and Albert's beautiful sapphire brooch. Mamma and the Duchess of Sutherland went in the carriage with me. I never saw such crowds of people as there were in the park, and they cheered us most enthusiastically.
Saving water, Your Highness.
That's what I shaved myself this morning. Well, I want your ring.
Yes, Your Highness.
Albert, may I come in?
Oh, yes, dearest, if you wish to.
What are you doing?
Shaving.
Oh, how exciting. May I stay and watch you?
If it would interest you, Weibchen.
Oh, cool. Oh, to see you shaving is wonderful. Something I never thought of.
Oh, do you think one did not have to shave at all?
I just never thought about it till now. You know, Albert, I've never seen a man shave himself before.
No, I suppose not.
How often do you have to do that? Once a week?
Every day.
Every day, but that's absurd. It can't grow as fast as all that.
Yes, it does. How
very troublesome. I only cut my nails once a week.
Nails can wait longer. Beards won't.
I wouldn't like you to have a beard, Albert.
So would I. That's why I'm taking it off now.
How strange it looks. And how interesting. Fascinating. Is it dangerous?
Not if you don't talk to me.
Oh.
Not just while I'm cutting myself.
Cutting yourself?
What's wrong?
Albert, you're funny.
Is that not the right word? What ought I have said?
Oh, really, Albert, you know, I'm not sure. It's a part of the English language which, from not having to know, I've not been taught.
Oh, Vicky, it's nice to hear you say that. And you, too, do not know the English language quite like a native. For that, if it were not for soup, I would kiss you.
The soup?
Soup,
Not soup, Albert, darling. Soap.
Ah, soap, then. Soap.
But I don't mind the soap, Albert. Your soap, if you would like to.
Very well, then. I will.
Now, let me see what you do it with. Oh, how sharp it is.
Yes, it does have to be sharp, always.
Does it hurt?
No.
Do you ever cut yourself?
No, not when I'm alone. I had a rabbit once that used to shave me before I knew how myself. One day he cut me out of badly, and after that I had to learn. For a long time, shaved only myself.
Oh, Albert, suppose you had died before we got married. Could I have ever married anyone else?
Oh, of course, dearest. You had to marry someone. You could not disappoint your people by not giving them an heir to the throne.
Oh, Albert, shall I really? Will that really happen?
We hope so, dearest. In time.
In time? Oh, I hope it will be very soon. Isn't it wonderful? We really are married now, aren't we?
Yes, wife, yeah. I think so.
Yesterday seems almost like another world, so different. All the crowds and the cheering and the firing and the bells and thousands of people looking at us as if we belonged to them, as of course in a way we do. And now we are all by ourselves, all alone.
Yes, all
just
alone.
We two.
Just we two. Shall I be able to make you happy, you think? You are happy.
Happy? Oh, so happy. I can't tell you, Albert. And to think that this will go on for years and years. It's like heaven.
Well, no, Vicky, not just like this. That is not possible. It's not human nature.
But I shall never love you less than I do now, Albert.
No, dearest, perhaps not, but you will be less excited about it, less romantic, perhaps.
No.
I shall have become less strange to you. We love each other, but we are still both rather strangers. We have to learn each other's characters and ways. That will take time. Oh, yes, you've come to see me shave today for the first time. That pleases, that excites you, but it will not always excite you as much as today. You will not come, I think, to see me shave every day for the next 20 years.
Why not?
Oh, it should become less of a spectacle. It's only reasonable.
I don't want to be reasonable with you, Albert.
Oh, but you will want. In time, I hope, Vicky. And so shall I. We have a great life of duties to perform, in which I am to share. Is that not so?
We can't share everything, Albert. Some things I shall have to do alone, you know. Affairs of state, in which it would not be right for you to concern yourself.
So?
Oh, yes. We must take great care, dearest. The English are jealous, and to them you are still a foreigner.
And to you?
To me, you are everything.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Victoria Regina, starring Helen Hayes with Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Victoria Regina, starring Helen Hayes with Orson Welles.
May 6th, 1840. My dearest angel, Albert, is indeed a great comfort to me. He takes the greatest interest in what goes on, feeling with and for me. We talk much together, and his judgment is always good.
Vicky!
Ah, here you are, Albert. I was wondering when you would come. It's after 10 o'clock.
You did not think I had forgotten.
No, I only thought you were a little late, as you are.
Oh, just 1 minute. I do not yet quite know to realize how long at Windsor it shall take to get from one place to another.
It is all very grand and large, is it not?
Yes.
But that is what we in our position have to put up with.
Wouldn't it be rather nice to make one corner of it for our own?
How do you mean our own? It is all ours, Albert.
More private. Well, no one can come but ourselves. I mean, you know, during the day. Where by ourselves you could sing to me, I could play to you and read to you. You know?
Yes, Albert. That is just what I should love. I shall have it arranged for.
Will you not let me do it my own way?
You think I will not do it as you wish, Albert?
Oh, not so at all, but this I would just like to do myself. At present, it seems there's so little I may do.
But you do a great deal, dearest. Everything that I want you to do.
Yes, and that is all.
Is that not enough? What is the matter?
I could wish that you wanted me to do a little more, Vicky, in my own way.
What else can you do?
Who knows? You let me try. There's so many things here that want doing badly, God knows.
Dearest, you judge people so strictly.
But do I?
Of course you do, and sometimes it's rather inconvenient, you know.
Well, for instance?
The other night when Uncle Augustus came in after dinner, having dined elsewhere. And of course he dined well, as usual. And so almost at once you sent one of your gentlemen in your compliments and told him that his carriage was waiting.
You wish that I had let him stay?
I think you should have come to me before doing anything.
Well, why?
For permission, that you might have my authority.
Oh, no, Vicky, I'm not going to ask permission for everything.
Do you mean that?
Oh, very much so, I mean it.
Albert, is this going to be the first time you've disobeyed me?
Perhaps it should have come earlier. It will not be the last.
Albert, you forget yourself.
Vicky, do you wish that I had let Uncle Augustus stay?
Well, Albert, after all, he is an old man. We can't expect to alter him now.
Even your uncle should be made to respect you.
But they do, I'm sure.
It was not respectful for him to come as he came the other night.
It would not have been had he realized, had he known.
How drunk he was.
Albert, he is my uncle. Please don't use such a common expression about one of us.
Is it too common, that word said in English? Forgive me, I will say it in German.
No, Albert. Till you know it better, you must, please, still speak in English. And it's the same about English ways and customs. You must get to know them better and be more like the rest of us.
You wish me to become English?
Why, of course. I am English, so my husband must be English, too.
That one should have begun earlier.
I married you as soon as ever I could, Albert.
Oh, wife, so long as you do not repent.
You are happy, Albert.
I will be more than happy so long as, serving you, I'm able to make a life worth living. But you must let me serve you, not feel myself useless.
Useless?
Sometimes I feel that I'm put, not quite in a corner, but on the shelf, just a little.
Who does that?
You, my dear.
I? Oh, I worship you, Albert.
Too much. Let me come down to earth a little now and then. Give my hands and brains something to do so that I may be able to respect myself. Am I only your plaything? Am I never to help or advise you? Never. From your life's work, am I always to be shut out?
But you do help me so much.
Well, let me help you now.
How?
Let me see some of those papers you've spent so long over.
Oh.
I could read them for you, make a few notes. That would save you time.
Oh, but I must see everything myself. That is what I am here for.
Cannot you rely upon me a little?
Albert, dearest, you distress me. In every way that is possible, I do rely on you. And in everything that I have had to decide for you, I've only done it for your own good.
Yes, you even choose my secretary for me.
Well, of course, Albert. How could you know, coming here, a stranger who would be the best?
Who reports to you regularly, I believe.
Surely you don't mind my knowing.
I would prefer to tell you myself what I do. In future, I mean to.
Of course. I always wish to hear everything.
Yes. The other day I made an engagement. You canceled it.
Yes,
you wished
Albert.
to hear everything.
I had a very good reason for doing so.
You see? Not only do you not give me your confidence, but you have me watched. Tomorrow I'm going to choose another secretary for myself.
Albert, you are making a great mistake.
I am repairing a great mistake. I ought to have done this before.
You are not to do it, Albert. I say you are not to do it.
Then for the present, I leave you.
Where are you going?
In here, to my own room. To write my own letters.
Oh! Open the door. Albert, open the door.
Who is that speaking? Who is that speaking?
Her Majesty, the Queen.
Her Majesty the Queen must wait. Who is there? Who is there?
Your wife, Albert? Your poor, unhappy little wife. Oh, Albert, Albert, Albert.
Oh, shush, wife. Don't cry. Don't cry. It's all right. It's all right.
Yes, what is it? Her Majesty is waking up. At least I think so. Then go along and get Her Majesty's breakfast, quick and sharp. Is Your Majesty awake? Yes, nurse. I'm awake. At least I'm going to be. What time is it? 6 o'clock, Your Majesty. Morning? Yes, Your Majesty. It's morning now. Your Majesty has had 6 hours good sleep. And you'll have another after Your Majesty has had her breakfast. I don't think I want any breakfast. Not yet. No, Your Majesty, but your breakfast wants you. Not till I've seen the prince, I mean. Your Majesty can't see His Royal Highness the Prince till you've had your breakfast. No, it's the doctor's orders. Then let me have it at once. Why, here it is. Bring it in, nurse, and put it down. What's that? That's what we call a feeding cup, Your Majesty. It's the same one Her Royal Highness the Duchess had when Your Majesty was born. Yes, yes, the same one. Does Your Majesty hear the bells ringing? What are they ringing for? What for? Why, for the princess, to be sure. The princess? Oh, yes, of course. Oh, I do so want to see the prince. Nurse, go and say that His Royal Highness can come now. There. Now I've sent word. His Royal Highness will be here in another minute. Tidy me, nurse, tidy me. How do I look? Your Majesty looks very nice indeed. Just a little pale, but that's to be expected. Let me look at myself. Oh, nurse, I look dreadful. You don't, ma'am. You look sweet and like a mother. How's baby? Oh, she's all right. Your Majesty needn't worry about her. She's having a 24-hour sleep and having it well. 24 hours sleep? Impossible. No, Your Majesty. It's what babies always have to do when they first come, to get over the shock. The shock of what? Of being born, Your Majesty. It's hard treatment they get sometimes, poor weaklings. Did she have very hard treatment? No.
Your Majesty treated her beautifully, like as if she'd been the mother of 12.
Oh.
Now, you must lie still and not talk till His Royal Highness the Prince comes.
When he does come, nurse, you must go.
Go, Your Majesty?
Yes, I wish to see him alone.
But I mustn't go, Your Majesty. It's doctor's orders.
This is Queen's orders. You will do as I tell you.
I've never done such a thing before, but if Your Majesty really means it...
I really mean it, nurse.
Well, here His Highness is, then.
Mrs. Nurse, how long may I stay?
Only 5 minutes, Your Royal Highness, please.
Very well.
Oh.
Wie geht's dir?
Oh, Albert, darling. Have I disappointed you?
Disappointed me, but how? Why, Weibchen?
That it wasn't a boy?
You wished it to be a boy.
Albert, of course. How could one have wished anything else for an heir to the throne? The heir to a throne must be a boy, if possible.
Well, Vicky, if I did not know that this always to be, for if you had been your brother instead of yourself, this would not happen.
This?
I mean that I should not have then married you.
Then you're not disappointed.
Oh, there's plenty of time. Vicky may yet be a mother of 12.
That's what Nurse said.
Oh, did she? Well, let's hope that she was right.
Oh, no, Albert, I don't want to have 12. Not quite. You see, it would be such an interruption to my being queen.
Oh, yes, I suppose. But while that was so, I could be looking after things for you, perhaps. No?
No. No, Albert, that would never do. My people wouldn't like it.
So?
No. 2 or 3 will be quite enough, I think. Perhaps I wouldn't mind 4 in time. So you really don't mind. Oh, how good you are to me. I was so afraid I hadn't quite done my duty.
Well, Vicky, if it's anyone's fault, it is my fault, too.
Oh, no, Albert, no. The father has nothing to do with whether it's a boy or a girl.
Oh, indeed. You seem to be very learned on the subject, Vicky. You surprised me. I thought it was something nobody knew anything about.
Oh, yes, I'm quite sure of it. I've thought so much about it, you see, lately. So I know.
Vicky, it's time I went. Nurse told me it was only 5 minutes I was to be here.
Nurse told you?
Yes, and she was quite right. It was doctor's orders, and when doctors order, kings and queens must obey.
Oh.
So now for a little goodbye.
Kiss me again. Again.
No, not again. You must not so excite yourself. Goodbye.
Albert.
Goodbye. Have I been more than 5 minutes, nurse? No? Oh, it's a little hard to obey. And now, if you will let me, I'd like to look at the Royal Highness, the Princess.
She's in here, Your Royal Highness. Asleep.
Be careful, you should not wake me. You think it'd be quite safe?
Quite safe, if Your Royal Highness will allow me to go in first. This way.
Oh, Vicky, what a thing to be I've been wondering.
Oh, he's pleased. Well, dearest, if you want 12, you shall have them. Anything to please you. But, oh, I do wish it had been a boy. A boy. Downing Street, 9th of January, 1862. Viscount Palmerston presents his humble duty to Your Majesty and begs to state that the Cabinet, at its meeting this afternoon, considered Mr. Seward's note announcing the refusal of the federal government of the United States to release Your Majesty's subjects, Messrs. Slidell and Mason. After long deliberation, the Cabinet then decided to send an ultimatum to the American government, informing them that unless immediate compliance is made with the wishes of Your Majesty's government... This looks very serious indeed, General Gray. Where's the messenger from the Foreign Office?
He's gone, Your Majesty.
Gone? Without waiting?
He waited for an hour, ma'am, so I'm told.
An hour? He should have waited all day if necessary. Messengers from my other ministers know that they have to wait. Why do not Foreign Office messengers wait too?
Cannot one of Your Majesty's messengers go, ma'am? The matter being so urgent?
Yes, he must, of course. Tell one of them to be ready to start instantly.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Albert.
Yes, Vicky? Sent for me?
Oh, Albert, why did you wait to change? I've been so wanting you. It's after 4.
My uniform is wet through, my dear. I'm feeling very cold.
You're cold still, dearest. Your hand is like ice. Oh, why did you go to Sandhurst in such weather when I begged you not
to? My dear. What's the matter?
It's about that trouble with America. They're having taken the Confederate envoys off one of our ships.
And most wrong it was of them, you know. This is the dispatch Lord Russell is sending to our ambassador in Washington about it. He wants it to go tonight.
Is the messenger waiting?
No, he's gone.
Gone. Oh, that's what one is now to expect, I suppose.
Yes, it's that Palmerston again, troublesome man. Albert, read it quickly. I want to know what you think about it.
This means war.
Oh, I was afraid so. How foolish of them not to give in. For they must know they are in the wrong. And everything that Lord Palmerston says there is true, is it not?
Quite. This won't do.
But, Albert, as we are in the right, what else can we do?
Alter a few words. Say it, but say it differently. Often it's just the way a thing is said that decides whether it shall be peace or war. It's the same when two people quarrel. You and I, Weibchen, might often have quarreled. Had we said the same thing that we did say differently.
But we could always beat America now, Albert.
So. What if we were fighting someone else, Vicky? And America chose her time then? No. That is what these patriots never think about. It is always this time we are right, and we shall do what we like. Oh, what fools their patriotism makes clever men to be. And Palmerston, the cleverest fool of them all. When he dies, they would say of this man, oh, yes, he had his faults, but he always upheld the honor of his country. When they say honor, they mean pride. For honor means that you are too proud to do wrong. But pride means that you will not own that you have done wrong at all. That's the difference.
Then what are we going to do, Albert?
We're going to alter this dispatch now, Vicky. Sit down at once and write. Say that this dispatch is not to go till he has heard from you, and your messenger must go now at once and must see Lord Palmerston himself. This will take me more time, but you write your letter at once.
Yes, I am, Albert.
And now will you leave me alone, my dear, while I draft this letter to America for you?
Yes, Albert, dear. Tell Her Majesty that I finished this letter for America. Ask Her Majesty to come at once.
Yes, Your Royal Highness.
Albert. Oh, what's the matter, Albert? Are you ill?
I've done. Read it, Vicky. If you approve, send it.
Yes. Of course. Oh, I do. I do approve. Every word.
Then let it go. No. Yes. And, Vicky, there's one thing.
Albert. Oh. What's the matter, dear? You look so pale. What is it?
Take me to bed. Take the bed. Oh, Weibchen. I feel so weak. I feel... I've gone die Feder haben können.
Albert. Albert! To lose one's partner in life is like losing half of one's body and soul, torn forcibly away. But to a queen, to a poor, helpless woman, it is not that only. It is the stay, support, and comfort which is lost. To the queen, it is like death in life. Great and small, nothing was done without his loving advice and help. And she feels alone in the wide world. June 20th, 1897, Windsor Castle. This eventful day has opened, and I pray God to help and protect me as he has hitherto done during these 60 long, eventful years. How well I remember this day 60 years ago, when I was called from my bed by dear Mamma to receive the news of my accession.
Her Majesty the Queen. Congratulations, Your Majesty.
Thank you, Mamma, dear. How are you? I'm very tired, but very happy. Oh, to think now that it is all over. I'm so glad that I had the strength for it.
And the courage, Mamma, dear.
You were quite wonderful, Mamma. Thank you, dear. Thank you.
Now, Mamma, I think you had better take a glass of wine. It will do you good.
Oh, certainly, certainly.
And maybe also drink to your good health, Mamma.
Oh, yes, yes, certainly. Please, all of you.
At last, Your Majesty.
What is it?
Champagne, Mamma.
No, no. I will have sherry.
Yes, Your Majesty.
How long did the procession take?
Nearly 3 hours, Mamma.
Oh, dear me, dear me. And it seems like yesterday and tomorrow almost. 3 hours.
Your Imperial and Royal Highnesses, I have great pleasure in asking you to drink to the health of Her Majesty the Queen. May she continue long in health and prosperity to enjoy the love of her children and her people. Her Majesty the Queen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Won't you go and rest now, Mamma?
No, I won't. That cheering that I heard means that my dear people are expecting to see me again. I must try not to disappoint them.
It would be nice if you could, Mamma. You think you can?
Oh, yes, oh, yes. But I shall have to go as I am, you know. I can't get up. I can't get up. Oh, have the windows opened. Now, will you, Bertie, and some of the others go out and let them know that I'm coming? No, not too many, just a few.
Yes, Mamma.
Very well, now. Lift me up, please. There. That is enough. Lower me now. Close the window. It is very gratifying, very, to find after all these years that they do appreciate all that I have tried to do for them, for their good, and for this dear country of ours. We've been so near together today, they and I. All my dear people of England and Scotland and Wales and Ireland and the dear colonies and India. From all over the world I have had messages, you know. Such loyalty and such devotion. It's most extraordinary. Bertie, will you tell Mr. Chamberlain how very much I approve all the arrangements he has made for the proper representation of all parts of my empire in the procession. Everything was in perfect order. It was very gratifying, very. I'm so happy. Oh, Bertie, as we were coming back, you were in front, and I don't think you saw this. It was just at Hyde Park Corner. There was a great crowd there, you know, and a lot of rough-looking men. Of course, it ought never to have happened, but it didn't matter, really. Broke right through the lines of the police and the troops guarding the route, and they ran along beside the carriage, shouting and cheering me, and I heard them say, "Go it, old girl, you've done it well." Of course, they're very unsuitable, the words, but very gratifying. And oh, I hope it's true. I hope it's true. Hearts, they are still cheering. Oh, Albert, if only you could have been here.
This concludes the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Victoria Regina, starring Helen Hayes with Orson Welles. In just a moment, both stars will return to our microphone, but first a word from our sponsors. I told you how Campbell's chicken soup reminded me so vividly of the old-fashioned homemade soup I had as a child. I think when you have Campbell's chicken soup, it will remind you, too, of the best you ever tasted. I'm sure of this because, truly, I don't see how a chicken soup could be better made than Campbell's. Into it goes all the good meat of plump, tender chickens, chickens carefully selected and then approved by United States government inspectors. The broth is simmered slowly till it bubbles with good, deep chicken flavor all through. And tender morsels of chicken meat are added generously, along with fine, fluffy rice. I say again that just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. I think that you like it just as much as the finest chicken soup you ever tasted, and that you'll want to have it often. That's why I do urge you to try it soon, to plan on having Campbell's chicken soup this very weekend. And now, Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've met Miss Helen Hayes on this program not so many weeks ago. Now, Miss Hayes won't let me tell you all I want to about what I think of her Victoria. On this point, she's quite obstinate. But just before she says hello, I would like to tell her how very much her visits here have meant to us on the Campbell Playhouse.
Thanks, Orson. I'm sure all our audience will understand why it's such a joy to an actress to return to your broadcast. You've done a great deal for radio on the Campbell Playhouse. And speaking just as one of your listeners, and I'm a faithful one, I'd like to say that we'll all miss you this summer.
That's sweet of you, Helen. Now, before we say goodbye, let me remind you that you have a date with us here in the Campbell Playhouse next September.
I couldn't forget that, Orson. I'm looking forward to it. You're going to let me pick the play I most want to do.
That's a promise. And ladies and gentlemen, this is my cue to say goodbye. For tonight, with Victoria Regina, the Campbell Playhouse ends its present season. For us, it's been an eventful procession of varied and interesting Friday nights. And we hope that in some measure it's been so for you, too. That we've lived up to our aim expressed on our first Campbell Playhouse broadcast. That we've pleased most of you most of the time. And we have news for you, too. The Campbell Playhouse will be back on the air in September after a summer of searching for the best stories and plays that we can find for you. So until then, until September, our sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us here in the Campbell Playhouse remain, as always, obediently yours.
Tonight's broadcast of Victoria Regina, starring Helen Hayes with Orson Welles, concludes this present season of the Campbell Playhouse. Beginning in September, the Campbell Playhouse, Orson Welles producer, will bring you a new series of great dramatic presentations with a long list of celebrated guest stars. In the meantime, our good friend Raymond Page, who played for us so many years, brings his latest program, 99 Men and a Girl, brings it to you at this same time next Friday. If you have enjoyed our Campbell Playhouse presentations, won't you tell your grocer so when you order Campbell's chicken soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you're about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent. Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet. Detective Sergeant. You're assigned to Bunko Detail. An expert confidence man has resumed operations in your city. His criminal record dates back 35 years. He's a master in the art of the gentle swindle. Your job, stop him.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild. And that's why Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. So, enjoy Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet,
the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, July 28th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Bunko detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from the record bureau, and it was 10:45 a.m. when I got to room 38, Bunko fugitive detail.
Friday?
Captain? They're bringing him in now.
Sit down.
Thanks. There's the mama sheet on him.
Oh, Gentleman Wallace. I thought he was out of our hair for good.
So did I till this turned up. I heard he was working in New York.
Look at the package on this guy. It's like a good-sized dictionary.
Yeah. Check the date of his first arrest there.
June 2nd, 1913. He's been in and out of jail all over the country. Look, Lane County, Oregon, forgery. Bum check beef, San Francisco, 1914. Embezzlement, Santa Ana. Parole violation, Seattle, Portland. More checks, Reno. Billings, Montana, forgery, 1920. Dayton, Ohio, Pittsburgh, New York, grand larceny. Bunko Raps, Las Vegas, Cleveland, Chicago.
That's only the first page. There's a couple more there.
Yeah, reads like a novel.
Just about as long.
What's the story on Wallace this time? What have we got?
We reached a couple of used car dealers Saturday. Took them for $2,000 each, and we can't touch him.
Why not? How'd he work it?
Well, Saturday afternoon, he went to a car lot on the corner of South 3rd and Washington. He bought a 1948 Lincoln sedan. Showed him his identification, wrote a check for $1,500 for a down payment, and drove away.
Another bum check deal.
That's a little more than that. About 45 minutes after he left, he drove into another used car lot 2 blocks away from the place where he bought the Lincoln.
Yeah.
Told the salesman there that he didn't like the car and he wanted to trade it in on another one. The salesman offered him $900 less than he paid for it. Wallace accepted and offered him a personal check to cover the balance.
And the salesman went for it?
Almost. Wallace seemed so anxious to get rid of the car that the clerk got suspicious, but it was late Saturday and he couldn't call the bank on Wallace's check.
So he called the place where Wallace bought the car.
That's right. We found out that the sale was made less than an hour before and that Wallace had given them his personal check for it. And then the 2 used car dealers got on the phone, decided that Wallace was pulling a fast hustle, called the cop, and had him jailed. Hold that line a minute, will you? Thanks.
Well, then what?
Well, when the banks opened Monday morning, they called about Wallace's account. He had enough money in to cover both checks. Wallace got a lawyer and threatened suit against the 2 car dealers. He had both of them cold. They settled out of court for $2,000 apiece.
Quick deal. Sounds like a master.
He's been grifting for 35 years. Knows the con game any way they want to play it. We can't even book him on a VAG charge. He's got a job.
And who's he working for?
Plastic outfit out in Pasadena. Salesman.
Is he registered under 5238?
He is.
No, just a minute. Yeah? All right, send him in. Romero, he's got Wallace with him.
Oh.
Captain? Ben?
Wallace, this is Captain Bryce. Captain, I'm very happy to know you. I've heard a lot about you.
Yeah.
Sergeant Friday, how are you?
I would like to talk to you, Wallace. Sit down.
Oh, well, thanks. Warm out today. Perspiring. Now, what is it I can help you gentlemen with? Always glad to cooperate.
You don't have to give us a build-up, Wallace. We're not buying.
You know me better than that, Sergeant. No point in making this visit an unpleasant one. Cordiality, that's a secret. My mother always used to tell me that. She used to say...
Look, mister, you're not here to get the keys to the city hall. You're here for investigation.
I'm here out of courtesy, Captain. My lawyer informed me I didn't have to come. I don't believe in making enemies, that's all.
For a guy that's not trying, you've done pretty well, haven't you? Now, how long do you plan to stay here in town?
Los Angeles is my home. It's my place of business.
That's fine with us, Wallace, just as long as it's honest. Now, let me hand you a piece of advice. You try copping any more jobs in this town, and we're going to lean on you, understand?
I don't think I do understand, Captain. The incident with the used car dealers, I hope that isn't what upset you.
You guessed it, and it better be the last caper you try around here for a long time.
I had every right to take action against those car dealers. False arrests. They humiliated me. They damaged my reputation.
Here's your reputation, Wallace. 35 years of it. 10 jail terms, larceny, bunco, forgery.
Have you ever heard of rehabilitation, Sergeant?
Oh, yeah.
I did my time. I don't owe them a day. I've got an honest job. I've been off the grift for years now.
And take a hint, Wallace. Stay off. You'll do better.
That's all, Wallace. Just remember, the next time we tag you, you're going to fall hard. You got it straight?
Captain, I've been square since I got to town. I'm not switching. Is that it?
That's all.
Well, that wasn't so bad. Would you gentlemen care to have some lunch with me at the club? Just a snack?
No, thanks.
Sure, I can't persuade you. Club's just up the street. Fine food.
Some other time, Wallace. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye, Sergeant. Goodbye to you, Captain.
Yeah.
Well, we gave him the word.
I don't know how much good it's going to do.
What do you think, Skipper?
And two things about grifters. They never retire and they never change. Watch him.
For the next 4 months, Charles Wallace was kept under surveillance. From his daily actions, there was nothing to indicate that he'd returned to his former profession of confidence man. From experience, we knew it was too good to be true. For a man who had worked the con game from every conceivable angle for as long as Wallace had, chances of his going straight amounted to less than 1 in 1,000. Just as a dope addict is a slave to drugs, the full-fledged con man or grifter is obsessed with the idea of swindling for a living. He loves his work and he takes pride in it, just as much as a doctor, a lawyer, or any legitimate professional man. He has a life and a code of ethics all his own, even has his own language. The grifter's victims are wealthy, middle class, and poor, and many more than the average citizen imagines. Wednesday, December 1st, 1 p.m. Ben and I had lunch and checked back in at the office.
Food's getting better at the cafeteria, don't you think?
Well, beef stew is pretty good. You got an extra coat hanger in your locker?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, here you are.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Conlon.
Joe, did you see this report the post office detail sent over?
You mean that Lonely Hearts ad?
No, this is a different one. Beale Twist.
How do you mean, Harry? Let me look, huh?
Here. Barney Grant, that's the name he uses anyway. A couple of weeks ago, he planted a small want ad in the newspapers around town. Been cleaning up ever since.
How'd he work it?
Here, take a look at the ad he was running.
Remember, tomorrow is the last day to send your dollar to Box 565, Main Post Office, Los Angeles. Was that all?
That's all it took. The last couple of days, been getting about 40 letters a day from people in this city.
With $1 in each one.
Ad doesn't promise a thing. Just send your dollar. People send them.
They picked the guy up, Harry?
He called for the last batch of letters 2 days ago. Probably pulled out. Postal inspectors checked the address he gave when he applied for the box. They never heard of him there.
Barney Grant. That sound familiar to you, Ben?
A little, yeah. Maybe R&I has a package on it.
Mm-hmm.
Friday, see you a minute?
Right, Captain. Ben, you and Conlon want to check that name through R&I? I'll be in with the skipper.
Yeah, okay, Jack.
Friday, close the door, will you?
Sure.
This is Mr. Sawyer. He's with the Western Central Railroad, Sergeant Friday.
Sergeant?
How are you?
It's about Wallace, Friday. Mr. Sawyer has a complaint against him. We've got the crime report.
Gentleman Wallace?
Yeah. You want to fill him in, Mr. Sawyer?
Well, Sergeant, I'm employed as a standards engineer for the Western Central Railroad. Wallace first approached me about a month ago. He said he was an inventor and he was working on plans of a new type of air brake for use on railroad cars.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
He said he'd conceived the idea, but that he needed more time and money to perfect his invention. He told me I'd share in half of the profits he got from his idea. It sounded more than fair.
How much money did you give him?
All I had in my savings account, $3,000. I talked it over with the wife, and the idea looked real good on paper.
Yeah.
I didn't expect to make too much money for myself out of this, but I thought if I could get a hold of this braking system, it would certainly help the company out.
Mm-hmm. He took your money, and you haven't heard from him since.
Well, I presented the plans to the chief specifications engineer in our eastern office.
Yeah?
I got an answer yesterday, airmail. Our New York office has been working for 2 years on exactly the same set of brake plans.
And how do you get a hold of them?
From the Patent Bureau in Washington.
Oh,
the company has a patent pending on the new device.
It's all legal, isn't it?
Yes, yes. He simply got the information from them, drew up an exact copy, and submitted them to me.
He sold you an invention that your company already owned.
Yes, sir. And I'm out $3,000.
You know where Wallace might be now?
We've checked the boarding house where he was staying. He left there last night. No forwarding address, nothing.
We've got an all-out points bulletin on him. Do everything we can.
Well, thank you, Captain. Sergeant Friday. You have my card. If there's anything I can do to help, please call.
All right, Mr. Sawyer. Goodbye.
Go on.
I don't know what we're looking for, Joe.
Oh, let's see.
What's that, Romero?
On that phony ad the post office detail reported this morning. checked the name Barney Grant through the crime index. That's the name the guy used.
Yeah?
Oh, this is the package on Gentleman Wallace.
That's right. His alias list goes for 3 pages. Read him again.
Charles French, Walter Grant, Charles Grant, Barney Grant.
That's right. Gentleman Wallace, Barney Grant, same guy.
We got out a local broadcast, an APB, and a radiogram on Charles Gentleman Wallace. For a full month, there wasn't a sign of him. Then we received a communication from the Denver, Colorado Police Department. Wallace had cashed worthless checks in that city in the amount of $2,500, and then he'd skipped town. But before he left Denver, he managed another deal. He sold 30 cartons of electric razors, which 1 did not belong to him, 2 had been stolen from another con man and resold, and 3, the razors didn't work in the first place. The mechanisms had been taken out and replaced with lead weights. Another 60 days passed before we got the next report on Wallace from Cleveland, Ohio. By means of forged papers, 2 well-versed assistants, or ropers, and a fast line of talk, Wallace had sold a Cleveland hardware concern a shipment of 10-penny nails, much below the market price. He collected $1,200 as partial payment for the shipment, but it was never delivered. 8 a.m. Monday, March 3rd. Ben and I checked in for work after a weekend off and found a message in the book to report to Chief of Detectives Thad Brown.
Chief, you wanted to see us?
Come in.
Yes, sir?
Gentleman Wallace is back in town.
Where'd you get that?
Guy by the name of Patterson. So.
All right, thanks.
Egan, have Patterson brought to the interrogation room.
Is that Mouse Patterson's keeper?
Yeah, small-time grifter. He was running with Wallace as late as a month ago back in Pittsburgh.
When was Patterson picked up?
Last night at a big hotel out in Hollywood. He was working a fast deal.
You think he came to town with Wallace?
I know he did. One of Conlon's informants spotted Wallace and Patterson last night. We nabbed Patterson. Wallace slipped away. We figured they'd been operating in and out of the city for about 2 weeks.
Any idea what his angle is this time?
I think so. Take a look at this.
Obituary notices clipped from the newspaper.
How do these tie in?
The con artist takes a dead man's name from the obituary list, finds out a little bit about him, and writes him a letter.
He writes the dead man a letter.
Here's a sample we had reported to us. Read it.
William Radford, 233 South Brookway, Hollywood. Dear Bill, I heard you were sick, and I didn't want to bother you at this time, but believe me, I'm desperate. I don't mean to hound you about the $400 you borrowed from me, but we are having sickness in our family, and I do need the cash. Wait a minute.
Wallace writes a letter like this to a man knowing he's dead, and the family opens it and reads it.
And they figure it's some unpaid debt that they didn't know about, which the deceased owed.
That's right. And the con man collects.
Yeah.
The letter's been showing up right in the middle of funeral arrangements. The family's bereaved, grief-stricken, caught off guard. They don't suspect anybody could be that ruthless, so they pay off what they think is a legitimate debt.
That sets a new low, doesn't it?
Excuse me. Brown speaking. All right, thanks. I got Patterson in the interrogation room. You question him, find out everything you can.
Right, Chief.
When you're through talking to Patterson, you can start checking on these names.
What's this?
It's a list of all the names that appeared in the obituary column in today's paper.
It's a long list.
Donald and Myberg are checking half. You and Romero take the rest.
Right.
Get to those families before Wallace does.
We went down the hall to the interrogation room and questioned Patterson for an hour and a half. He denied that he even knew Wallace. He refused to tell us anything. We had Patterson return to his cell in the county jail, and Ben and I started to check with the relatives of the deceased who appeared in the daily obituary list. Adams, Connolly, Craig, Denberg, Donzetti, Edmonds, Fowler. None of them had received letters claiming payment of secret debts owed by the deceased. Well, there are more pleasant jobs than bothering families with an investigation in the middle of their sorrow. It wasn't easy, but it was necessary. The 8th name on the obituary list was Foreman, Carl J. He was survived by his wife, Jean. She lived at 5821 Santiago Street out in the valley.
We're sorry to intrude at a time like this, Miss Foreman. We know how you must feel, but it's an important matter.
That's all right, Sergeant. Carl was sick for so long. Probably better this way. What did you want to know?
Since your husband passed away, have you received any letters asking for payments on a debt that he might have owed to somebody?
Funny you should ask. Yes, I have. I got it yesterday.
Yesterday. Do you know the man who wrote the letter?
No, I didn't. I took it for granted that it was someone Carl knew in the Army. Someone he'd borrowed from.
How much money was it he said your husband owed?
$400. There's a letter over the mantel. I'll get it for you.
Fine.
Here it is.
Thank you. Signs his name Howard Michaels. Has this man contacted you since?
Why, yes, he has. He called me last night and said that he'd just heard about Carl. He apologized for writing the letter. Said he had some medical bills of his own to pay. I went to the bank this morning and got the money for him. Is there anything wrong?
And he's supposed to come here and get the money?
He already has about 2 hours ago. He seemed to be a very good friend of Carl's.
Ben, you got that mug shot on?
Yeah. Yeah, here it is.
I don't understand, Sergeant.
Is, this the man who picked up the money this morning?
Yes, that's Mr. Michaels.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think he was Carl's friend?
I don't think so, Miss Foreman.
But no one would do that. Who could be that low?
You're looking at his picture, Miss Foreman. His name's Wallace.
You are listening to Dragnet for the step-by-step solution to an actual police case. Here, step by step, are the reasons why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers from coast to coast.
Step 1. The name Fatima has always stood for the best in cigarette quality. Step 2. Long cigarette smokers discover Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma. Step 3. Long cigarette smokers find Fatima extra mild. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild.
And that's why more and more smokers every day agree.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Yes, the name Fatima on that golden yellow package is your insurance of an extra mild smoke.
So, enjoy Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
Over the past century, the confidence man here in the United States has earned the dubious title of aristocrat of the underworld. Among small-time thieves, cutthroats, dope peddlers, pickpockets, and similar small fry, he's looked up to and respected. The true con man does not consider himself a crook or a thief in the ordinary sense of the word. He's smooth, courteous, fast-talking, and he lives by his own code of rules. He never uses violence. He makes his living by his wits alone. Generally, he's far above average intelligence, and he's totally without a conscience. He thinks no more of fleecing a day laborer of his wages than he would of fleecing a millionaire. Because of their carefully planned operations, only a handful of confidence men are ever brought to trial. Monday, March 3rd, 6 p.m. Ben and I completed our interviews with the families of the deceased and returned to the office.
Hi, you two have any luck?
Wallace is the guy. We found out that much.
Who identified him?
Woman out in the valley, a Mrs. Foreman. Wallace posed as an old friend of her husband's, took her for $400.
How about Colin and Marburg, Captain? They get anything?
I haven't checked in yet. I'm waiting for him. How does Mrs. Foreman make a payoff to Wallace? Through the mails?
No, sir. He came out and picked up the dough in person.
And then there's no chance of tracing him through the post office. Seems like he comes up with a new M.O. every day.
We checked out the rest of the families of the deceased on the list. The chief gave us no leads.
Don Myers in handwriting checked the letter Mrs. Foreman got. The writing matches with the others. It's Wallace.
Hi.
No, Conlon. Myburg with you?
Down the hall in handwriting. Checking a couple letters with Myers.
Do any good today, Harry?
Some. We found 2 families got phony letters through the mail. Same deal, Wallace.
Did he pay off to him yet?
Neither one. Told him to sit tight and call us if the guy should contact him again. Explain the setup.
Who are the people, Harry?
Let's see. One's an old fellow. Oscar Dunn. Lives over in Highland Park. Other's a pretty wealthy family, Bel Air. Here it is. Elizabeth Secor. She's the wife.
Mm-hmm.
Husband's name, Burton James Secor. Investment broker, died day before yesterday.
How much of a debt is he supposed to have owed?
The guy in the letter claims $1,200. Signed himself William Kilbright.
The letters mention anything about how the payoff's supposed to be made?
The guy wrote he'd contact him by phone first, then make arrangements to meet him. Both families will call as soon as they hear from him.
Now, if he doesn't change his M.O., we're set.
Conlon, you and Myburg stick with the family in Highland Park. Make sure they understand perfectly what the setup is. If Wallach makes a contact, be there.
Okay, Cap.
Joe, you and Ben cover the family out in Bel Air.
Okay, you got Secor's address here?
Well, here's a crime report. It's got all the dope.
Good.
I'll grab it. Bunko, fugitive Conlon. Yes, ma'am? When? All right, thanks. We'll take care of it. Secor's. Wallace just called him.
What's the pitch?
Wants to pay his respects. He's going to visit him tonight.
7:35 p.m. Monday, March 3rd. Ben and I drove out to Bel Air to the Secor place. It was an English-type mansion with a circular driveway out in front. The wake for Mr. Secor was being held in the living room. The butler showed us into the library where Mrs. Secor was waiting. She told us everything that had transpired since she first received the letter from Wallace following her husband's death. She said Wallace had promised to be at her home promptly at 9 p.m. We waited. 9 p.m. came and went. We told her that if the suspect should call, to make any concession, to agree to anything in order to set up a meeting with him. At 10 minutes past 10, the phone in the library rang. Mrs. Secor answered it. I listened in on the extension.
I'm terribly sorry, Mrs. Secor. I did want to get out to pay my last respects, but I'm afraid that will be impossible.
Oh, I'm sorry you won't be able to come. I'd like to settle up that debt, the money that Burton owed you.
I do hope you understand, Mrs. Secor. It's very difficult for me to bring up such a subject at this time of your bereavement, but I do have need of the money. You see, it's my wife. She's quite ill, and, well, there are medical expenses to be met.
Oh, I understand. When would you like to come for the money?
Well, would tomorrow be all right?
My husband's funeral is tomorrow.
Oh, I see. Well, where will that be?
At the cathedral on Sunset Boulevard. A requiem mass at St. Mary's at 9 o'clock.
Well, since I don't want to bother you personally anymore, I wonder if it would be possible for you to leave the cash with the head usher there at the church.
Well, yes, all right. I think that would be the best way.
All right, then. Good night, and thank you.
Yes, good night.
I'm sorry. I know that's not easy for you.
That's all right, Sergeant. It's strange, isn't it?
What's that?
One man burns out his whole life making money. The next man spends his time trying to steal it. What does it all mean?
I don't know. We got 2,600 men down in the county jail. They all think they've got the right answer. Tuesday, March 4th, 9 a.m. In St. Mary's Cathedral on Sunset Boulevard, the final rites, the Requiem High Mass, was being celebrated for Burton James Secor. Ben and I were stationed at the rear of the church. Conlon and Myberg, together with two other men from Bunko Detail, covered the side exits. An extra detail of men were placed at strategic points around the cathedral. The head usher stood a few feet from the main entrance. With him, he carried a plain manila envelope filled with pieces of newspaper cut to resemble the size of currency, along with a $1 bill. He had instructions to hand over the envelope without question to the person who asked for it.
15 minutes past 9, Joe.
Yeah. You see that head usher all right?
Yeah, I got him spotted.
All right. Pretty good-sized crowd here. Secor must have had lots of friends, huh?
Yeah. Nice choir. Just wondering, Joe.
What's that?
Suppose he doesn't show up?
Well, that's possible. He might have gotten suspicious.
Could be.
What time you got now?
9:20. Joe, look. Uniformed messenger just came in the door.
Yeah. Looking around. He's going up to the usher, talking to him.
That's it. Usher gave him the envelope. Messenger's leaving.
I know. Let's hold it. Give him a lead. All right, let's go. Now, let's go, Ben. Don't lose him.
He's getting into that cab.
Come on. Slide over.
You got the cab number?
Yeah, let's move. 10:30 a.m. Ben and I trailed the cab to a bus depot in downtown Los Angeles. We followed the messenger in and watched him check the manila envelope in a key locker. We waited. At 11:45 a.m., another uniformed messenger entered the bus depot, picked up the envelope, and left. We followed him to the Union Railroad station, where he left the envelope at the traveler's aid desk. At 3 p.m., the envelope was still there, unclaimed.
No sign, Joe. What do you think?
It's a pretty fancy switch he's got worked out.
Yeah.
What time's the next train leave?
3:25. Coast limited for San Francisco.
3:21 now. Wait a minute. See that porter over at the desk there?
I'm talking to that girl there. I don't know.
That's it. She's giving him the envelope. Come on.
Yeah. He's heading up the ramp.
Yeah, let's hustle.
You turn up the left?
Yeah. Passenger platform. Coast limited.
Not much time.
Come on, run. Come on, Ben.
Where'd the porter get on?
Next car. Come on, run. Let's jump. This way. Through here.
That the same porter?
Yeah. He's knocking at the door to that compartment, handing in the envelope.
That's it.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's locked.
Knock.
Yes? What is it?
Conductor.
Just a minute. What is this?
All right, Ben.
Now, look, Sergeant, there's no need for any unpleasantness. Certainly we can sit down and talk this thing over like intelligent human beings.
Grab the luggage, will you, Ben? All right, let's go, Wallace.
Look, will you wait a minute, please? I'm sure we can come to some agreement. I have plenty of money. Look, right here alone in this envelope, plenty of... There's only $1 here. The rest is newspaper.
Yeah.
I've been taken.
So have a lot of people. Let's go.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On June 23rd, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 87, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to Fatima. Here is the actual report. From coast to coast, Fatima has more than doubled its smokers. Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
Long cigarette smokers find Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Long cigarette smokers find that Fatima is extra mild because it's the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima, best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Charles Gentleman Wallace was tried and convicted on 4 counts of grand theft and sentenced to the state penitentiary for the term prescribed by law, with holds being placed on him by 4 other states. You have just heard Dragnet, authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Dragnet wishes to thank the editors of True Detective magazine for their considerate appraisal of this program. For those of you who may be interested, the behind-the-scenes story of Dragnet appears in the March issue of True Detective.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles.
Tomorrow, hear the Ronald Colmans in the charming series Halls of Ivy on NBC.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
The Special Service Division invites you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations to drop in at Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's, where you late meet eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here.
Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Lucille Ball from Hollywood. The tomato with the carrot hair. Yeah, very nourishing. Oh, you'd like a dish like that, huh? But you also like blondes and brunettes, too. Where do you draw the line? Oh, you don't like bald-headed dames. Yeah, well, Duffy, I can't talk now. I got to get ready for good old Lucille. Oh, sure. Her and I used to be nips in the bud together. Yeah, certainly. She's from Brooklyn, huh? No, when she was a kid, her parents migrated out of there. Yeah, to escape persecution. Her father was a Yankee fan. Yeah, Duffy. Yeah, this is going to be old home week. Okay, I'll call you back. Goodbye.
Hey, Mr. Archer.
Yeah, Eddie.
That movie actress, Miss Ball, just called.
Oh, yeah, huh? Good old Lucille, my dear friend and childish sweetheart.
Yeah. Your dear friend and childish sweetheart just called and wants to know who's Archie.
She was kidding, Eddie. Why, she and me was tomboys together. Gee, she was a pretty girl.
Yeah, she was a pretty girl, and she was madly in love with you, and she would die for you, and she wanted to marry you.
You're psychopathic, Eddie. How did you know?
That's easy. I just thought of the truth and stayed as far away from it as I could.
Listen, Eddie, yesterday that might have been funny, but, because yesterday I was a nobody. Today, who knows? Maybe I will be. An old friend of mine is going to have me listed in that book of famous men. Who's that?
You don't mean whom's who?
Eddie, whom's who? You mean who's whom? When you split an infinitive, you must first modify the participle. No, Eddie, this is a similar anthropology. It's called Who's That? Read this letter, Eddie.
Dear...
read the name of the publisher.
Schumann and Shyster. Dear boyhood friend Archie. How are you, Arch, old pal? I am doing very well, as you can see by feeling this very expensive stationery. I just remembered that you are an old friend, and consequently, I am in a position to have your name listed in our book, Who's That? Since you are an old friend, this will cost you nothing. Always glad to help an old friend. Signed, your old friend, J. Wentworth Ashley, formerly Joe Clinker.
Yep, good old Stinker Clinker. Haven't seen him in years. That was his nickname, Stinker.
Why did you call him that?
And besides, none of us could stand him. So, you see, Eddie, with me name coming out and Who's That, Lucille Ball is in no position to snub her toes at me. I'm a somebody, too.
Good evening, Arch.
Good evening, Finnegan.
How do I look tonight? Pretty?
No uglier than usual. Why?
Well, don't you notice, Arch? I shaved off my mustache.
Finnegan, you never had no mustache.
No? I wonder who I shaved this morning.
Well, let me look at the back of your head. I thought so. I think you better shave it back on again, Finnegan. Look, why are you so worried about your looks tonight, outside of what's obvious?
Lucille Ball's coming down here, ain't she?
So what?
Arch. I got naughty thoughts.
What do you mean?
I figure maybe if I play my cards right, she'll give me a free pass to the movies.
Finnegan, that's a very naughty thought.
Yeah, I know, Arch. Sometimes I don't know what comes over me. Hey, Arch, this Lucille Ball, the red hair of hers, is that real?
Well, certainly it's real. Been that way for more than a year. Natural hair, it's probably hereditary.
Yeah, I don't believe in heredity.
Why not?
Well, look at my mother, red hair. Look at my father, red hair. Look at me, no hair.
Yeah, and interesting for my mama.
Hey, Mr. Archie, a gentleman is here to see you.
Well, if it isn't my old pal, my old friend Archie.
Wait a minute. You're not...
Yep, J. Wentworth Ashley.
Stinker Clinker. Excuse me, I mean, Stinker Ashley.
Oh, no, you can't say that anymore, Arch. It doesn't rhyme with Ashley like it did with Clinker.
Never knew it did rhyme. Well, how are you doing?
Oh, never mind about me. How are you doing, Arch?
Well, I can't say that I'm as rich as Croesus, but I've saved up a pretty penny or two.
Good. I'm glad I'm not wasting my time. I mean, I'm glad you're not wasting your life. Well, Arch, always glad to see an old friend. Now, let's get down to business.
Here comes the gold brick.
Archie, Schumann and Shyster have sent me here to say that they would be honored to list you, the author of Duffy's first reader, in the 1944 edition of Who's That?
You mean I'm going to be immortalized? Gee, that's an honor, huh?
An honor? Well, just look at some of the names you would be listed with. John Charles Roberts, H.V. Castellanos, Cecil B. DeGaulle, and Mendel Wilkie.
Boy, what names? And my name will be there, too, huh?
Mr. Ashley.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, Archie. And let's go over to the table and fill out this questionnaire.
Now, Eddie, don't let nobody bother me. I got to fill out this questionnaire for Schumann and Shyster. Let's see here now. Name, Archie. Address, 113 1/4 East 13th Street.
You better put down your zone number.
Zone. Oh, yeah. Upstairs in the back. Boy, Eddie, getting in this book is some honor, huh?
Mr. Archie, do you send in an application to get on these sucker lists, or do they just pick your name at random?
What do you mean? The guy didn't ask me for no dough, did he?
If the day is still young.
Eddie, please, don't be so skeptical.
Archie, have you got another actress coming down here tonight?
Yeah, Miss Duffy, Lucille Ball. And what's wrong with actresses?
Nothing. But why do they always have to be girls?
They got a strict rule in Hollywood that all actresses have to be girls. Listen, why was you so late tonight? Where was you?
Down at the 10 Jolly Girls AC and Athletic Club canteen.
Them 10 ugly dames got a canteen now? Well, what do you do for the guys?
Well, first we give the soldier a cup of coffee, and then we ask if he has a sweetheart back home.
And if he has a sweetheart?
We just keep asking till we find one that hasn't.
Well, suppose you don't find one that hasn't.
Then we close for the night. But usually we find at least one.
What a man trap.
Don't worry, Archie. We have very strict rules. No jolly girl is allowed to kiss a fella unless he's been overseas. Gee, you should have seen the handsome soldier Vera Fogarty kiss tonight.
Mm-hmm. Whereabouts overseas had he been?
Oklahoma.
That ain't overseas.
You gotta cross the Mississippi to get there, and the ocean flows into the Mississippi, doesn't it?
No, the Mississippi flows into the ocean.
Too late. Vera's already kissed him.
I'm surprised you don't just put a pan of salt water in a joint and hop across it. The ocean flows into the Mississippi.
Miss Duffy, could I come down to your canteen some night?
Oh, of course, Mr. Johnston. You can come down and sing for us.
Oh, I'd be glad to. What time do the doors close?
Well, the doors are locked at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, the doors are locked at 12 o'clock, but you're a strong-looking guy, Johnny. You can fight your way out. Listen, pay no attention to it. Go ahead and sing something. Sing that paper doll, huh?
I'm gonna buy a paper doll that I can call my own. A doll that other fellas couldn't steal. And then the flirty, flirty guys with their flirty, flirty eyes will have to flirt with dollies that are real. When I come home at night, she will be waiting. She'll be the truest doll in all the world. I'd rather have a paper doll to call my own than have a fickle-minded, real live girl. I'm gonna buy a paper doll that I can call my own, a doll that other fellas wouldn't steal. And then the flirty, flirty guys with the flirty, flirty eyes will have to flirt with dollies that are real. When I come home at night, she will be waiting. She'll be the truest dolly in the world. I'd rather have a doll that I can call my own than have a fickle-minded, real live girl.
Listen now, Eddie, I got to finish this questionnaire. Now, leave a C here. Education. What'll I put there?
Oh, tell him the truth. Leave it blank.
Cut it out, Eddie. Let's see now. Education. For 3 years, I attended at the varsity at UCLA at Ann Arbor, Michigan.
UCLA? That ain't in Michigan.
No, huh? Okay, I'll change it to University of Montana. I know that's in Michigan. Let's see. University of M-O-N. Funny, Eddie, I went there and I can't spell it. Well, make it UCLA.
That you can spell.
Yeah, sure. I matriculated from UCLA, where I graduated non-campus mentis. I got it down. What does it mean, Eddie?
That means with high honors.
Oh, naturally. Sure. PhD. Now, let's see. Postgraduate work.
What does that mean?
That means PG, you know. Correspondence course.
Wait. Put in that one you took on muscle building.
Nah, I can't. Never got no diploma.
Never got no muscles, neither.
Hey, wait a minute, Eddie. Here comes Lucille Ball. Now, you better beat it.
Why?
Well, she probably wanted to be alone with me, you know. This is a sentimental moment. Well, Lucille Ball. Well, Lucille, you haven't changed a bit. It certainly touches me hard to see you again.
Who are you?
This show is a sentimental moment.
Who am I? Lucille, think of some of the nicknames of guys you used to know when you was a kid.
Well, let's see. There was one that we called Shorty the Jerk. That wasn't you.
No. I was a tall guy.
And then there was another one we called Handsome. No.
Ah, come on, think.
Wait, you're not Sammy the Sissy.
Perish forbid. Look, Lucille, maybe I can refreshen up your memory. Remember how the gang used to get under the fire hydrant? Remember? Get under the fire hydrant, whole gang on a hot day, and you was such a snob. You always insisted on wearing the bathing suit.
Fire hydrant?
Yeah. Look, you remember Lefty's Metropolitan Museum of Pool? Where all the bums used to hang out?
Oh, now I remember you.
Certainly.
Oh, yeah.
Archie, yeah. If I had told you my nickname, you would have remembered me in a second.
What was it?
I don't want to say it.
Go ahead. What was it?
I don't know.
What was it?
The Sheik.
Perish forbid. So you're Archie, huh?
Yeah, and this is Miss Duffy. You remember her, the little homely kid that everybody said she'd grow out of it, and she didn't?
Oh, yes, I remember. The one who used to chase all the little boys, trip them, sit on them, and kiss them.
Likewise, I'm sure.
How are you, Miss Duffy? You look very, very lovely.
very lovely. No wonder the dame didn't recognize me. She's blind.
You know, Miss Ball, it's surprising. You've been in Hollywood for years, and yet you still got a Brooklyn accent in your verse.
You're a nerd. If you'll pardon my church of words.
Oh, think nothing to it. So, here you are, a Hollywood star.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, it's all a matter of what a girl wants. Hollywood and its movie stars.
Well, Brooklyn, its Navy Yard.
You remember? But what I mean is, movies is all right if one wants to make a silly career of kissing a different fella every day. One day, Clark Gable kissing you, and then the next day, Tyrone Power, and then the next day, Robert Taylor. Anyways, where could Papa get another cashier?
Look, my stuffy, please. Papa desires the monthly inventory. Go count the pickled pig's feet, please. Well, Lucille, oh, by the way, you don't mind me calling you Lucille.
Not at all, Cheek.
Well, Miss Ball. You haven't mentioned how you like the place here.
Oh, yes, I have. Under my breath.
Well, let's hear it. We like ladies' comments.
This isn't a lady's comment.
Well, anyways, it's lovely to see you again. You don't know what it's been like, you know. You in Hollywood, me in New York, over 300 miles apart.
As the crow flies.
How else would I go? Yeah, I was afraid with all that horrible expanse betwixt us that our twains would never meet.
How tragic.
Yeah, it was. Now, what was I saying again?
You were saying something about you being a nobody.
Was I?
Well, I assumed it.
Well, that's where you were wrong. I am no longer a nobody since I wrote this book, this Duffy's First Reader. You remember, I always had a talent for writing.
Yes, I remember those fences in Brooklyn.
Not only fences. I used to write on... Well, mostly it was fences. Anyways, suddenly I write this book, and lo and behold. Overnight, I wake up, and who's that?
What's that?
Who's that?
Who's on first?
Lucille, who's that? There's sort of a who's who of what's what in the world.
Well, now that makes it really hard.
Makes it really hard? What do you mean?
Well, now, if you and I take up where we left off, Archie, all the columnists will say, what's their name fell for who's it because he's in Who's That?
Yeah. Silly girl. Don't worry about it. What do you care what idle gossip mongers? And don't forget the old pervert. Any publicity is good publicity as long as they don't mention your name. Ah, Lucille, you look lovely standing there with that red hair of yours lighted up by the soft glow from the pinball machine. You know something about that hair of yours?
What about it?
Well, I believe in traffic rules, but that red don't make me want to stop.
I believe in traffic rules, too, but that complexion of yours.
What about it?
That green makes me want to go.
Great sense of humor. Lucille, you know, I'm filling out a questionnaire here, and there's a question that says type of woman preferred. What do you think I'm going to put down?
Female.
Well, yeah, but with a little coaxing, I could change it from female to red-headed female. And where it says name, I could easily change it from Archie to Archibald.
Are you sure you're not Shorty the Jerk?
Cut the kidding. This is wonderful, Lucille. You and me working on this questionnaire together, you know. Sort of intimate, like sending out our laundry in the same bag. Hey, that's an idea, sending out our laundry together. You think there's any chance, Lucille?
About as much chance as there is of getting it back.
Am I to take it that you spurned to be known as the future Mrs. Archie?
Crazy, ain't I?
Well, Archie, have you finished the questionnaire yet?
Oh, yeah. By the way, Miss Ball, this is Mr. Ashley. Mr. Ashley, Miss Ball, Mr. Ashley. May I present?
How do you do? I understand this is a sort of a reunion.
Biggest laugh we got tonight. This is old home week. You know, Stinker here is from the old neighborhood.
Oh, please, Archie. Miss Ball, Stinker is just a boyhood nickname. You know, children sometimes have cruel tongues.
But good noses.
Thank you, I think.
You can talk plainer than that.
Now, Archie, I'd like your opinion of one more thing. What kind of leather do you think the book should be bound in?
Bound.
Well, all books are bound.
Oh, I must remember that. That's a good thing for a writer to know. What kind of boundings have you got?
Well, Morocco, pigskin, pin seal, calfskin, suede.
Well, suede is nice, but hate to think of them killing all them little suedes just to cover it.
Well, Archie, I'll be running along now. Oh, Miss Ball, before I leave, could I have your autograph? And, Archie, I would like to have you sign here, too. Huh?
Okay.
Thank you both. And, Archie, old friend, next time I come to see you, I hope I'll be bringing you news that you've been awarded the Nobel Prize.
Well, I'll be just satisfied with a Putzeler Prize. Well, so long, Stinker.
So long, Arch, and here's your receipt.
Thanks. You know, Lucille, there's nothing like old friends. Hey, what did he mean by a receipt? Wait a minute, what is this thing?
Let me see.
I,
the undersigned, agree to purchase 10 volumes of Who's That for the Summer.
How do you like that? What an Ashley that Stinker turned out to be.
Wait a minute. I signed one of those things, too.
How do you like that? An old friend from Brooklyn.
Yeah, and he sold us the bridge.
Now, before we leave Duffy's Tavern, Levis put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. Duffy's jukebox, where the feet meet the beat. Well, the platter's spinning, the needle's in the groove, and here's the first number coming up. Duffy's Tavern was rebroadcast especially for you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Now, here, Marshal, run!
Well, what have you got there, Chester?
Half boss, half kid, Mr. Dillon. I'll smack you flat on the
Hold
way.
it now.
You don't stop that kid.
Now, hold it. You want me to take a strap to you? Now, hold it.
You best lock him up somewhere, Mr. Dillon. It's safer that way.
All right, Chester, just calm down. Now, you come over here, son. Sit down. Come on.
Look out, Mr. Dillon. He's got hold of your gun.
Okay. Now, you sit there. And don't you move an inch. You hear me? Not one inch.
He is a mean little bug.
Now, what's it all about, Chester? What's he done?
I ain't done nothing.
Now, you hush your mean little face. This here place is the law, and you're talking
What's
to the
he
marshal.
done, Chester?
I ain't done nothing.
There, you
I
hear
told
that,
you.
Mr.
Chester?
Dillon? Yes, sir. Well, sir, I don't rightly know what he's done.
That's what I told you. I ain't done nothing.
Mr. Dillon, I was walking down to the office when I see this kid. I know most all the sprouts in town, but not him, so I says, hello, and he starts running.
That's what he did?
Yes, sir.
And that's why you brought him in here?
I sure did, Mr. Dillon. I figured if a kid runs away from me for doing nothing, then he's been up to something, so he must have done something. You know what I mean?
No. Now, what's your name, son?
I ain't done nothing.
All right. Now, what's your name?
I ain't saying.
There, you see what I mean, Mr. Dillon? Just plain, ornery, mischievous.
You
mean
live
little
here
boy.
in Dodge?
I ain't saying.
All right. Well, he's probably a runaway, Chester. I guess we'll have to lock him up until somebody comes looking for him, huh?
Best thing in this whole wide world to do, Mr. Dillon. Just look at where he gnawed my thumb. Best thing to do. Come on,
You ain't gonna lock me up?
Have you got a better idea? We got to do something with you.
Let me be on my way.
Well, where do you live?
About 4 miles out.
Oh.
Oh, sure. I know you. You're the Macklin kid.
No, I ain't. I'm Danny Birch, but I ain't Sam.
There, I knew he wasn't town kid. I just knew that, Mr. Dillon. What did I tell you?
Nothing. Now, if you'll just close up a minute, Chester, we can get this settled and Danny can go on his way. Now, you say you haven't done anything wrong, son?
No.
Your ma know you're in Dodge this morning?
Guess so.
All your chores done before you came?
No.
Well, maybe you better go on back then, huh? Your ma might be kind of worried.
Guess so.
You, got a horse?
Yeah.
Okay. So long. And take it easy.
I can go now?
Sure. Go ahead, Danny.
You're Marshal Dillon, ain't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I guess I come to Dodge to fetch you. My sister sent me.
Oh?
I wasn't going to, but I got to now because I promised Lily. She made me swear on Rattler's buttons. And I figured if I didn't see, I wouldn't be telling no lie if I told her he wasn't around. But now I see him.
No, hold on. Your sister wants me to come out with you to your place, is that it?
Yeah.
Why?
On account of Pa. None of us gives a hoot excepting Sister Lily, and she's just acting like a girl.
Oh, what's happened to your pa?
He's gone off again, shooting up the cattle. Thing is, he took 2 guns with him this time and a whole mess of bullets. Lily's just scared.
Your pa been drinking a little, maybe?
I guess. Anyhow, he goes loco and stays that way for a long while. But it's like Dave and Donald say. He'll get over it. He always does. They're my brothers, Dave and Donald. They ain't worrying.
Uh-huh. Now, you want me to go out with you to help find him. Is that it?
I don't want it. Lily does. And I had to swear on Rattler buttons that I'd fetch you.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, it's good that you did. Chester, get your stuff, will you? We'll ride out with Danny. I didn't get anything more out of the boy on the way out to the Birch place. No one in town knew much about the family. They'd moved in about a year earlier, came up from the territories. The folks about said Birch and his brood kept pretty much to themselves. There'd never been any trouble with anybody. I looked at the boy riding his horse bareback. He was nice looking enough, but there was something the matter with his mouth. It was too hard. You could tell he wasn't a kid who did much smiling. Maybe with his paw acting that way, I didn't blame him. He sure rode his horse proud, though. It was hot and dry, and by the time we were in sight of the Birch place, the sun was burning down hard.
Oh. That'd be Donald, I figure. Yeah, there he is.
Kid, get off on that horse and get over here. You're going to get yourself a licking.
Lily made me go. It's not my fault.
Do as I say. Now, you, mister.
The name's Dillon. I'm the U.S. Marshal out of Dodge. Your brother asked me to come out and help.
Don't need no help. Shut up, Ham. Nothing to help with. Danny, you heard. Put the horse away and get in the house.
You ain't giving me no licking.
Put up your gun. I'm coming over to talk. Come on, Chester. It's against the law to shoot a man in cold blood. You know that?
Shucks, I wasn't aiming at you. I was aiming at a rabbit up in the rise there. Your horse is scattered away.
Mm-hmm. Well, now, what about your paw?
What about him?
Have you found him?
Shucks, he don't need to be firing. He'll come back when he's good and ready. Pa's off hunting.
That's not what your brother says. Where'd he go?
Oh, he's going to get himself a licking, that's what, and he knows it. Got himself away, that's what.
Donald. That's your name, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, look, I'm not one to interfere in family matters, but if you do need help, I mean, if your paw's shooting up cattle like Danny says, well, maybe he'll be practicing next on people, and that wouldn't be so good.
That brother of ours, he's a dirty little liar.
No, he's not, Donald. I'm glad you came, Marshal. You come into the house, please?
Chester and I followed the girl into the house. I knew it was the sister Lily. All the family I'd seen up to then had a great likeness to each other. Donald slouched in behind us and moved around the room, nervous-like. It wasn't by rights a house. It was too big for a cabin. I had the feeling that they'd put up boards and studs where the fancy took them, and the place just grew another room like a lizard's new tail. I don't know what it was, but I got a funny feeling. It was too hot, and something was wrong. All wrong. And the girl Lily looked square at me with hard eyes.
Donald.
Huh?
Sit down. You make me nervous.
Oh, sure.
Marshal Dillon, I want you to help us find Paul.
Oh, Lily, Dave's going to be awful mad.
Somebody's got to do something around here.
Did your pa take a horse?
No.
Oh, where do you think he went, Miss Lily?
I don't know. Maybe up to Horse Flats. Maybe over by Gorman's Creek.
Creek's all dried up. There's going to be no water in there.
Did he take a water skin with him?
Uh-uh.
No, he didn't.
Kind of bad wandering around without no water.
When did he leave?
Yesterday morning. We heard a couple of shots along about noon. Dave found a calf laying dead over in the North Range. You can see it there through the window. Haven't had time to bring it in yet.
Was he drunk?
Well, sure. Drunk as you can get. Weren't you, Lily?
I'm afeard for him, Marshal Dillon.
Yeah, I understand. Well, it makes good sense you sent for me. Well, I'll try and find him and bring him back.
Well, I ain't gonna do no such thing. You that Marshal fella out of Doc?
This is Marshal Dillon, Dave. My brother, Dave Birch.
How are you?
I told you, Lily. Told you keep our business to us, not outside.
It's got to be somebody else's business the way it is, Dave. And you know it.
No such thing, Lily. I told her, Dave. I told her. I knew you was going to be mad.
I figure the four of us, you and your brother here, and Chester and me, ought to be able to get him in before night.
Now, mister, I told you we don't need you. Nor no one else. I'll be obliged you get off this property.
Dave!
Shut up, Lily. I'll see you and your fella there to the door, Marshal.
I'm sorry, but if your pa's running around dangerous, it's my duty to find him.
Donald.
I got him. Get up slow, Marshal. And you fella, reach up high. Okay, Dave. Take the guns.
The younger brother, Donald, had got behind my chair, and now he was covering us with a shotgun. Dave took our guns. It was kind of crazy, and I almost wanted to laugh when I saw the kid, Danny, peeking in around the door. But then I saw his eyes, and there was the same thing in them. Hard, angry, as in the others. The girl started to say something. Then she shut up.
Now get on your horses and ride back. And I don't want you out here again. This ain't no matter for the law, and you're trespassing.
You're making it a matter for the law right now. You know that.
Start walking.
Them guns is U.S. property.
Okay. I ain't no thief. Here, bullets I'm keeping. Figure they're worth about 2 bits. Donald, give him 2 bits.
Sure. Here.
All right, now here's your guns. Now get out fast. You come snooping back again, me and my brother's going to be shooting at you.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, for centuries, arthritis and rheumatism have plagued mankind. And it's only in the last few years that science has begun to find hopeful avenues to explore toward relief and cure. The Arthritis and Rheumatism Foundation, established in 1948, holds a yearly drive to obtain funds for yet more concentrated research. A contribution to this year's drive, sent simply Arthritis, in care of your local postmaster, will help this fine work to continue for the eventual benefit of everyone. And now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
The two brothers followed us out and over to the horses. As hot as it was in the house, it was worse in the open. The saddles were burning. There wasn't another word passed between the Birch boys and me. They just stood covering us. And when I looked back 100 yards or more off, they were still there.
Well, sir, that's what comes of trying to do a kindness, Mr. Dillon. As far as I'm concerned, they deserve whatever happens.
I can't make it out, Chester. You'd think from the way they talk they don't care what happens to their paw.
Mean bunch of children. They probably don't. My, Mr. Dillon, you ain't even riled they pulled guns on us.
I guess I'm not, Chester. You know, there's something awful wrong back there. Those boys don't look the kind to pull a gun. And the girl wanted to talk, all right, but they wouldn't let her.
Just mean, that's all. Oh, you aim to go back, Mr. Dillon?
It's like I said, Chester, if it's just a family affair, you and me don't belong in it. But if the old man's as drunk as he sounds, he could make a lot of trouble. No, we're not going back right now. We're going to have a look around this country for a spell. Chester and me covered a lot of ground that morning and into the afternoon. I had an idea that we might find Birch wherever we could find water. Without a horse, he couldn't get too far, and without water, he was going to get sick pretty quick. We rode over by Gorman's Creek, and then up to Horse Flats, and there was nothing. Along about 2 in the afternoon, Chester spotted a carcass lying off the trail. It was a cow. She'd been shot 3 times in the head.
Could have happened this morning or yesterday.
Uh-huh.
Hard to tell in this weather. Oh.
Well, the ground's too dry to pick up a track. Might as well take a chance and go over to the hills.
Yeah, might be water there. Boy, I could do with some right this very minute.
Oh, I got a funny taste in my mouth looking at that dead cow. When a thing dies natural or gets killed for food, that's one thing, but even an animal has a look about it when it's been murdered. We rode the 6 miles to the hills. They weren't rightly hills, maybe more like humps rising up from the brown, dry earth, and we could get a good view across the plain. There was a patch or two of wild oats up there, long turned to rust, and foxtails. Maybe it was in our minds, but just those few feet higher made us seem closer to the sun and hotter. You ought to be able to see if he's out there anywhere.
Mr. Dillon, he'd be dead if he was. Man couldn't live a morning out there on foot.
Well, I don't think he's going to find water up here. Now, look at that.
Dry as a bone. You see something, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, tracks, I think. Yeah, he's been up here. I went down again, though. Over there.
He sure made a long way on foot. Must be more than 8 miles from his place.
Yeah.
Oh, you darn fool.
Rattler.
Yeah, I saw. Blew his head clean off. I was afraid you was going to step on him.
Well, we'll follow the tracks until they give out. Come on. Those tracks kept going in and around the hills. In a couple of places we saw where they'd stopped by a dry water hole, then went on. Then as the hill sloped down to the plain again, we lost them. But the direction seemed to be headed back to the Birch place. That's the way we rode. We hadn't gone more than 15 minutes along when we saw the body of a man and a horse some few feet away. They were both dead.
He wanted to make sure, didn't he, Mr. Dillon? Birch must have emptied his gun. Look at that.
Isn't it Jack Mason, one of old man Gorman's hands?
Yes, sir. That's who 'tis right enough. Nice fellow, too. I knew him a bit.
Get him on your horse, will you, Chester, and take him over to Mr. Gorman?
Yes, sir, I'll do that.
I'm going to go back to the Birch place.
I'd rather come with you, Mr. Dillon.
No, meet me there, huh?
Yes, sir.
And if you see Birch on the way, watch your step. Try not to kill him. But don't take any chances.
No, sir, I surely won't.
There was killing now, and I wasn't in the mood to talk gentle and kind with the sons and girl at the house. It was the boy Danny that saw me first. He was sitting on the doorstep. He ran inside. And a second later, I saw Dave come out with a shotgun. I didn't give him a chance to make up his mind.
Dave! What did you shoot my brother for? What happened to
Shut up, kid. Get inside. Ain't nothing.
Your arms.
Get inside now, you hear me?
I'm sorry, but I'm not arguing with you anymore. Where's your paw?
I don't know.
He killed a man back on the plain away.
You're a liar.
Told you get in the house, kid. Now get.
I'm staying. He's a liar. Pa never killed nobody.
Where's Donald and your sister?
Out look. Mr. Diddy. He killed someone.
Yeah. Jack Mason, one of Gorman's boys.
Don't you say that. Don't you say
Danny,
it.
get me some whiskey, will you? My arm pains.
Yeah, I will. But you ain't gonna tell no lies about my pa. You tell me to quit, Dave.
Where do you think he is?
Donald heard a shot up Horse Flats when they'd gone up there.
And he must have doubled back from the hills. Listen, you told the boy to ride into town and fetch the doc out here. He'll take care of that arm.
Okay.
When my deputy rides in, Chester Proudfoot, tell him where I've gone, will you?
Sure. Marshal.
Yeah.
Marshal, you gonna kill our pa?
I don't want to. Not if I can help it. Over at Horse Flats, I caught up with Donald and Lily Birch. I told them about the killing. And a half mile further on, the three of us saw the old man. He was crouched down on his haunches by a parched water hole, stripped naked. He was crying. It was a bad sound. And when I saw his eyes, I knew he wasn't drunk. There was no sign of his guns or his clothes.
Come on, Pa. It's okay. It's Donald. You're okay, Pa. Come on home. Come on, Pa, please.
I knew it would happen like this. Someday. I knew it would. Boys figured it'd be shame on us all. Word got out Pa had spells.
Your brothers were wrong.
Pa, please, will you? Pa. Come on.
It was all right till after Ma died. And he started to act this way. That's why we had to leave our last place. People found out. Try to keep him home, but it weren't no good.
Give your old Pa a cup of water. Your Pa's thirsty now.
Come on, Pa. Get up. We're going to bed.
Funny. Pa never took a drink in his life. We always said he was drunk when he carried on like this.
Oh,
People could figure a man drunk.
I'm sorry, Miss Lily, but I'm going to have to take him in.
Help me now.
I got to.
Well, they do, too.
I don't know. But he's done murder. It's my job to take him in.
They'll hang him.
I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know.
Son, where's your brother? He didn't want to let you come out here alone. You're too young now. Where's your ma? She ought to know better now.
Miss Lily, come over here.
Oh, no, son.
Now, I want you to listen to me. It's not my business, but will you let me give you some advice? Miss Lily?
Huh?
Now, you sell this place. I'll see what I can do to help. And you and your brothers go somewhere else and start afresh. You can get a good price for your land. You do that. It's best.
Yeah. We'll go.
I'm not saying you've got to. I'm saying it'd be better. It'd be better for the kid. He's seen too much of this. It's not good. You gotta teach him to smile again. Act like a kid again. You understand? You understand?
Sure. I understand.
Okay. I'll be taking him along now. We'll stop off at your place with some clothes.
All right.
We took the old man back to his place. Got him dressed. His children said goodbye to him like they knew that they'd never see him again. Like there was no hope. Chester rode in, and the old man seemed real happy to go back with us to Dodge. He didn't know. He didn't care. On the way, we passed the Doc and Danny riding out to take care of Dave's arm. Funny thing, the old man didn't even see the kid. He was prattling to us about the Indian wars. The last I saw of Danny Birchie, he was looking back over his shoulder at his paw. And we heard him still crying a long way off.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Anthony Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Richard Beals as Danny and Michael Ann Barrett as Lily, with Lee Millar, John Boehner, and Lawrence Dobkin. Parley Bear is Chester. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. The New York Philharmonic celebrates its 110th birthday tomorrow, and in observance, there will be a repeat performance of Beethoven's Symphony No. 5. This work was featured on the first Philharmonic broadcast over 100 years ago. This is Roy Rowan speaking. America now listens to 105 million radio sets and listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
America's favorite miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny program.
The General Tire and Rubber Company, world's largest manufacturer of low-pressure tires, presents another hour of music and entertaining Jack Benny. The orchestra operates 24 hours in Georgia. And now, for the last time on this General Tire series, I present to you that star of stage, screen, radio, hotel lobbies, and street corners, Mr. Jack Benny.
Thank you. That's a fine introduction, Don. Street corners. All I can say, ladies and gentlemen, is that the football season is now on, and I wish that I were a tackle and Don Wilson was coming my way with the ball.
Oh, you're kidding, Jack.
No, I'm not.
Well, you know that my old racket is football, and every year when the football season starts, my blood begins to tingle.
Yeah, Don, where'd you play football?
With the U of C.
You don't say.
Sure. Well, I remember in my third year in college, I made 23 touchdowns.
23?
Yes, and in my last year, I made 34 touchdowns. But not today, Jack.
No, Don, today you just make touches. In fact, on this program, they call you Touch Don. You know?
All right, Jack.
That good?
All right, stick to the routine. Did you ever play football?
Well, I carried a few pigskins in my day.
I know you worked in a slaughterhouse, but did you ever play football?
Sure, I played football. Listen, I used to work right alongside a Red Grain.
Oh, the same team?
No, the same ice wagon. But no kidding, Don. I played a lot of football in my college days.
Well, I didn't know that you were a university man. What college did you attend, Jack?
The U of IC.
IC?
Yes, International Correspondence.
And you played football on a correspondence school team?
Sure, Don. I used to send in some great forward passes by mail. Well, I remember one day we needed a touchdown to win, and I sent it in by airmail.
Did that win the game?
No, I only put a 3-cent stamp on it, and it came back.
Oh, that's good. That's
yeah,
good.
Yeah.
Frank Parker's my name, remember?
Oh, yes, surely.
And speaking of football, you know I played on the U of L?
Oh, good old Leavenworth, huh? What year, Parker? What year?
24, 25, 26, 27,
All
28,
right, all
29.
right. I mean, what brought you to that college?
Penmanship.
Forgery. That's a great study, yes. Tell us something about your football.
Well, one day I grabbed the ball and ran 600 yards for a touchdown.
Gee, must have been a big field.
Oh, yes. I ran right through the woods, and the whole team came after me. But they couldn't get the ball away.
Why not?
It was chained to my ankle.
Oh, I see. Well, Frank, you should have gone to Princeton. That never would have happened, you know.
Say, Jack, I haven't said anything yet.
I know, Mary, but we're speaking of football. After all, that's out of your line. You know?
It is. You don't think I went to Vassar to learn crocheting, do you?
Well, all right, Mary. Tell us about your football experiences.
Well, one day we were playing Bryn Mawr.
You mean that girls' college near Philadelphia?
Yes, and what a game. More than 70,000 people didn't show up.
Oh, what a game. What was the score, Mary?
It was the last quarter. Vassar had 14 and Bryn had more.
Oh.
And that's only the first joke.
Bryn Mawr, I get it, yes.
Then Miss Sarah Maloney, their halfbackers, threw the ball to their quarterbackers, but I intercepted the ball.
What does intercepted mean?
What's the difference as long as you're healthy?
Oh.
So I started to run for good old Vassar and went for a touchdown. 20 yards, 30 yards, 40 yards, 50 yards.
Yes?
And what yards, all with Garden.
Mary, wait a minute. This is a half-hour program.
That's what I'm worried about.
Oh.
Well, anyway, I kept running. Nobody could stop me, and I finally crossed the goal.
And you scored a touchdown?
No, I looked around, and to my surprise, I didn't have the ball.
Not to my surprise, though. Mary, how could you forget the ball?
Well, I did the running. I can't think of everything.
Listen, I'll bet if you played polo, you'd forget the horse.
Yes, if it was water polo.
Oh, I was just going to say play down, but I thought maybe you'd have something to say about football.
Well, I never played exactly, but I was coach.
Coach? On what team?
General Tires.
Coach on General Tire?
Me, I was chassis on the same team.
Well, then here we are together. What are we waiting for?
Rickety-rack, rickety-rack, holla-kazoo, kazoo, kazak, General Tire, rah, rah, rah.
Dear old Vassar, sis boom bop.
Play down, and I don't mean football. That was Don Besser and his Connecticut quarterbacks playing Valencia. And now tonight, folks,
Oh, Jack.
we are going... Yes, Mary?
Do you mind if I get off early tonight?
Why? Where are you going?
You remember Bert Wheeler, the movie star who came up here 2 weeks ago?
Yes?
Well, I have a date with him tonight. We're going to a dance.
Are you sure you have a date with Wheeler?
Certainly, I made it myself.
Well, what's your hurry? I mean, where's Wheeler?
Sitting right out there waiting for me.
Where?
In the third row. The fellow yawning.
Oh, he must be thinking of some other program, I guess. Hello, Bert.
Hiya, Jack.
Come on up here a minute.
Oh, no, not tonight.
Oh, come on, fellas. Drag him up, will you, for heaven's sake?
No, I don't want it. Let me alone now, will you?
What's the matter with you, Bert? Don't be bashful.
Not tonight, Jack. You see, I'm waiting for Mary.
Well, what are you afraid of? I mean, say, I'm not going to hurt you. You know?
Yeah, you're not going to do me any good either.
Oh.
Now, look, Jack, this is my first night off, and I prefer to be incognito.
What's incognito, Jack?
Well, Mary, incognito is when a fella doesn't want to be known and hires 4 publicity men to advertise it, you know.
Yeah, there you go, starting in again. I'll see you later, Mary.
No, come here, Bert. Look, I'm only kidding. Look, Mary, incognito is, well, when I travel to Europe, I travel incognito.
Incognito must mean steerage.
That's good, yeah. See, you're right at home, Bert. See, you got your laugh. Come on, just say a word to the folks, you know.
I can't, Jack. You see, my business is pictures. And my contract with RKO doesn't permit me to broadcast.
But how will they know it? Look, I'll call you John Smith.
Now, look, Jack, here's my contract. Section 4, Clause 3, it says, party of the first part while making pictures must not broadcast, be seen in a limousine with Garbo, or be called John Smith.
Oh, well, you know, Bert, that's funny. I have some peculiar clauses in my radio contract. Now, look here, Section 5, it says, Jack Benny, while broadcasting, must not drink, smoke, or eat garlic. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, well, if my nose isn't hidden, you broke that last clause.
That's so. It's a fine crack.
Well, I'll see you later, Jack.
Oh, look, come here, Bert. Don't run away. Listen, Bert, I meant to ask you something the other night. You know, you make all your pictures with Woolsey, don't you? Wheeler and Woolsey?
Yeah.
Are you two fellas married?
No. No, we're just partners.
I mean, nobody understands me. Bert, I mean, in all the pictures you two fellas make, it's all comedy. I never see you play any love scenes.
Well, how would I look hugging Woolsey?
I suppose Laurel and Hardy have the same trouble.
Well, yeah.
Well, so long, Jack. See you later.
Thanks, Bert, for coming up. Huh? Mary, you know what kills me? These big movie stars like Wheeler. I mean, what's Bert Wheeler got that I haven't got?
Well, he's got a nice set of teeth.
All right, I can get a set just like it from my dentist.
I know, Jack, but he has sex appeal, too.
Get that from your dentist, Jack.
Play, Don.
He put that line in himself. And now Frank Parker, our juvenile tenor, will sing The Moon Was Yellow.
Say, Jack, what is it that you got that I haven't got?
I don't know what.
The $5 you borrowed.
Get that from your dentist. Sing, Frank. That was Frank Parker singing The Moon Was Yellow. Oh, Don, take the microphone, will you? I'm going to be busy for a little while. Well, Don, you know this is our last program in this series, and I'm giving a little blowout tonight.
Now, wait a minute. No blowouts on the General Tire program.
All right, then, banquet. What's the
Who's
difference?
coming over, Jack?
Everybody, Don. In fact, the who's who to help me. Mary, you help too. And Parker, you be the waiter, will you? I wonder if that chef got here yet. Huh?
I am here, Mr. Benny.
Well, I'm glad you got here. Now, listen, Chef, we're having a big party up here tonight. I sent out 20 stations, so I expect about 185 guests.
Oui, monsieur.
Mm-hmm. If he's a Frenchman, then my name is Equipoise. Now, look, I want you a nice dinner. Let's have hors d'oeuvres, consommé de la julienne, filet à casserole, pomme de terre à gratin, nuts à la Brazilian, and a demi-good tassie. See?
What that means in English?
Oh, a ham sandwich and a cup of coffee.
Oui, monsieur.
Now, just a minute. I expect some classy people here. Where did you work as a chef before?
Sloppy Joe's and the greasy vest.
I was worried. And I was worried. Well, get busy. Bester, you'll have your orchestra stand by for a little dance music, won't you?
Oui, oui, monsieur.
Monsieur, huh? And Parker, maybe you'll entertain us with a song or two.
Oui, miser.
That would be an insult, folks, but he's speaking French, you know. Looks like our guests are arriving. Here come 6 crazy limousines. Mary, you go to the door and greet them, will you? I'll get things ready. Huh?
Why doesn't Parker go to the door?
He's got to watch the silverware. Oh, Bester, okay, you empty your bottle in the punch bowl. See, I'll pay it back tomorrow. You know?
I haven't got a corkscrew.
Use the General Tire. That has the corkscrew grip.
Ah, they're here. Open the door, Mary, will you? Don, liven up the place a little bit. You know, a little excitement.
Good evening, folks. Step right in.
Good evening.
How do you do? Where's your invitation, please?
Right here.
Check your coats and hats. I've got to make a living, too.
No rackets, Mary. No rackets, you know?
Come right in, folks. Invitations, please.
Here you are.
Who are they, Mary?
I don't know.
Well, what does it say on the invitation?
Simpson's Pawn Shop. Overcoat, $8.
Oh, the Simpsons. The Simpsons, of course. I used to play hockey with them. Hockey watchy? Make yourselves at home, folks. Answer the bell, Mary. They're coming in fast.
Right this way. Is this the General Tire banquet? Yes. Invitations, please. Here you are.
Who are they, Mary?
Mr. and Mrs. J. Non-Skiddington Moore with a silent safety tread.
Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Tread, of course. Come right in.
When do we eat? That's what I'm worried about.
Ah, here comes someone else, huh?
Well, how do you do, stranger? What's going on here?
What can I do for you, sir?
I found an invitation for a banquet. Is this the right place?
This is the Jack Benny General Tire banquet.
Say, it looks like a very fancy evening. I think I'll stay.
Come right in. Huh?
Why, hello, Jack. You remember me?
Well, your face is familiar.
Schlepperman is the name.
Oh, Schlepperman. Sure. I met you on a train coming down from Poughkeepsie.
Likewise.
Well. Tell me, Mr. Schlepperman, how's your wife?
Don't spoil my evening, please.
I see. Well, how did you get away?
Oh, that was easy. I told my wife I was going to play poker with the boys.
Oh, poker, eh?
Yeah. Listen, Mr. Benny, will you do me a favor?
What?
Lend me $10 so I can tell my wife that I won.
Borrow 10 from her, tell her the cards were marked. You know? Mary, see who that is, will you?
Come right in.
Who is it, Mary?
Mr. John Smith.
Oh, Bert Wheeler. Well, come right in, Bert.
I can't, Jack. You see, my contract reads...
Never mind with that contract, will you? Come here, Bert. I want you to meet Mr. Schlepperman. Mr. Schlepperman, Mr. Wheeler.
That's he got that I ain't got.
Hey, wait a minute. That's Bert Wheeler. That's Bert Wheeler, the movie star.
Oh, well, I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Wheeler. Have you got a cigar?
So you're thinking of Woolsey.
Woolsey, Smolsey, I'll take a cigarette.
Likewise.
Oh, you too, eh? Hey, well, let's get started. It's getting late. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to sit down and enjoy yourselves. We're going to eat soon. Mary, put the knives and forks on the table.
I did.
Gone already. Well, folks, you'll have to eat with your fingers. I don't want to search you. Garçon.
Hey, Parker, the boss wants you.
Yeah, bring in the soup.
I got it right here, boss.
Oh, the idea of spilling a bowl of soup on my dress.
Don't worry, madam. We have plenty of soup. You'll get you another bowl.
Oh, but how about my dress? Look at that stain. You had that when you came in.
Hey, just a minute, waiter. Waiter, there's a hair in my soup.
Oh, what?
You again, hair. What's on my head?
Nothing. It's in your soup.
You're wrong. Just a crack of the plate. It's a good trick, huh? Say, Don, how about having the boys play a hot number while we're eating, huh?
Okay, Jack.
All right, folks, on with the soup. Oh, Mrs. Fred. Mrs. Fred, would you mind passing that salt shaker?
Salt shaker? That's my engagement ring.
Pardon me. Play, Don, play. Driving up the party. That was La Curaracha. Is that right? Yeah, I nearly choked over that. Played by Don Besser and his orchestra. Hey, waiter, please, take away these soup plates. How about the steak?
We have no steak.
This is embarrassing. What's in the kitchen?
Just an axe.
Well, then bring us some chops. Well, folks, so long as the meat isn't ready, we'll have our after-dinner speeches before dinner.
We should have gone to Childs.
And I think first we ought to have a toast by Don Wilson. Come on, Don.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack. Here's to the good old automobile buyer. Here's to the man that uses the General Tire. Here's to the silent safety tread.
He's been raving like that for 26 weeks, but he's right. Now, our first speaker this evening will be that eminent orchestra leader of the General Tire program. He's 26 weeks, I said prior, isn't that right? Of the General Tire program, Mr. Don Besser. Don, have you a word for us?
No, but the squirrels have.
That was awfully good. And now we will hear from that charming little personality, the Shirley Temple of the air, but a bit older, Miss Mary Livingston. Come on, Mary.
Guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, waiters, kibitzers, and Jack Benny.
Yeah.
I didn't expect to be called upon tonight, so I came prepared. I have been associated for the past 26 weeks with Jack Benny on the General Tire program. I have stuck with him through thick and thin. He got thick and I got thin. It has been a very pleasant 26 weeks. And Jack, all I can say is, Labor Day, oh, Labor Day, you come but...
Mary fell off the chair, folks, but the play must go on. Huh?
I didn't think they'd strike a lady.
Now, how about a word from Bert Wheeler?
Come on, Bert, come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, my contract does permit me to say that I have known Jack Benny for a good many years, and circumstances haven't changed them.
Thank you, Bert.
15 years ago, Jack and I played one-night stands together all around this country. And the papers come out and said we were both a couple of bums. Here it is 15 years later, and Jack hasn't changed a bit.
Thank you, Bert. That eulogy brought tears to my eyes. And after this program, I'll bring a few to yours.
It's a date, Jack.
Yeah. And now just a word from Frank Parker. What have you got to say, Frank?
Yippee!
That's enough. And now we will hear from that great citizen and honored leader of his community, Mr. J. DeWitt Schlepperman.
Well, my jolly people, guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, and so forth. Unaccustomed as I am to public eating, I would like to make a special speech in honor of the tip-top chairman, Mr. Jack Benny.
Here, here, here.
40 years ago, I came here from the Kentucky mountains. I was a hillbilly. But they called me Sam. Am I boring you?
Yes, but go ahead.
And this occasion reminds me of Abraham Lincoln's famous Ginsburg address.
That's Gettysburg.
Thank you.
Ginsburg.
Thank you. And as Shakespeare once said it, All the world's a stage, but thank heaven Jack Benny is on the railroad. And furthermore, what has he got that I ain't got?
I've got this.
The same thing happened to me.
Oh, Jack, here's the telegram. Thanks, Don. Oh, it's from the telegram. Bill O'Neill, president of the General Tire and Rubber Company. Well, Jack Benny, care of NBC Studios, New York. Gee, you read it, Wilson, will you? You know, it's embarrassing. I mean,
All right, Jack. It says, Jack Benny, care of NBC Studios, New York. Except for your interference on these programs, Don Wilson could have told our audience much more about our new corkscrew tire.
I see.
You insist that the show's the thing, and on that score, I want to compliment you and the cast on 26 weeks of fine entertainment.
Well, that's fair.
Until we resume these programs next March, you will be broadcasting for General Foods. The only connection between General Foods and General Tires is that we eat their products and they wear ours. You have to live to be able to eat. So the more people we put on General Tires, the more customers we keep for General Foods. Signed, W. O'Neill, President, General Tire and Rubber Company.
Well, all I can say is, on behalf of the entire cast, I want to thank you, Mr. O'Neill, the General Tire and Rubber Company, the National Broadcasting Company, and our listening audience for a most pleasant season on the air. And I'm glad to know that we will be with you again. Thank you very, very much. Play, Don. Well, folks, good night, and we'll be with you again on Sunday night, October 14th. I hope you'll all be listening in. Thank you.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. WEAF, New York.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
Sunday, February 15th. Radio Theater presents Jack and Brewster's Minions. Presents Hollywood. Tonight, our producer, Cecil B. DeMille, brings us Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. And as added attractions, 2 sweepstake winners, and Willis of Hollywood, stocking designer of the stars, and the Lux Radio Theater Orchestra under the direction of Louis Silvers. So, to the makers of Lux Flakes, those gentle, marvelously effective soap flakes, welcome you to another hour in Hollywood. Before we start Brewster's Millions, let me suggest to our women listeners that Lux Flakes can save you, well, if not millions of dollars, at least quite a lot of money. For example, take this experience a Massachusetts woman had with Lux Flakes.
Friend and I each bought a pink silk suit at the same time. She was first to launder hers. When she told me how it shrunk and was almost white, well, I was discouraged and put off washing mine. At last I had to, and using Lux as I always do, I found it didn't shrink in any way, and the color hadn't changed at all. I then asked my friend what she used, and it was not Lux.
Just remember, Lux Flakes are different. They are so pure and gentle that they're safe for anything that's safe in water alone. It's a waste of money to have nice dresses spoiled in washing. So, always use Lux Flakes and play safe. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Throughout the world, people celebrate Jack Benny's birthday by sending flowers, candy, and valentines to each other. That it happens to be February 14th is, of course, only incidental. Jack made his first entrance in Waukegan, Illinois. He also made his first audition there. At a tender age, he played the violin for the manager of the local theater. Deeply impressed, the manager gave him a job at once as doorman. When the World War broke out, Jack took a personal interest in it. He joined the Navy. to toughen him for battle, his officers asked him to play at a sailor's benefit. Jack was only a little like Nero on this occasion, for while he played, the audience burned. But when he put down his fiddle and talked, they enjoyed every minute of it. Jack knew right then that while his fiddle playing was funny, his jokes were funnier. The way Jack became the husband of Mary Livingston is funny, too. They were introduced by one of the four Marx brothers. The first night they met, Jack couldn't understand a word Mary said because she didn't say anything. A few months later, Mary called to see him. This time, she talked to the extent of telling him that she liked him very much. Jack married her at once before she could change her mind. The most popular comedian on the air, Jack is a record-breaking picture personality. The statisticians tell me that in his recent film, College Holiday, he smoked the incredible number of 1,500 cigars. I noticed Jack smoking one of the cigars a little while ago, and I agree with the statisticians. They are incredible. Tonight, we hear Mr. Benny as Jack Brewster, and Miss Livingston becomes Mary Gray. But we've heard enough about our stars. Now let's hear from them. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lux Radio Theater surrenders its microphones to Jack Benny and Mary Livingston in Brewster's Millions. We're in the offices of Grant and Vanderpool, attorneys at law. For months, the two senior partners have been trying to locate one Jack Brewster, who has recently fallen heir to a huge fortune. At last, their efforts have been rewarded. Grant, one of the attorneys, reads from a typewritten report.
Jack B. Brewster, sex, male, color, white, dark complexion. Living now in New York boarding house run by Mrs. Bridget Gray, 822 West 46th Street. At the present time, Brewster is unemployed, single, evidently in desperate financial condition. Type of regular employment unknown, but claims to be a musician. Well, there you are. That's the detective's report.
Jack B. Brewster. Are you sure that's the man we want?
Seems to be. The middle initial must stand for Benjamin, his uncle's name.
In desperate financial condition, eh? Looks like a pleasant surprise in store for him.
A cool $1 would be a pleasant prize for anyone.
$1 million. Is that the final reckoning?
Well, it's 1 or 6, depending upon Brewster himself. If he lives up to the terms of the will, he'll inherit $6 million at the end of the year.
Have you notified him yet?
No. And we'd better break it gently. Hello. Send Timothy in here, will you? I want him to run an errand.
Wouldn't a letter be safer?
I want Brewster here in person before he knows any of the terms. Secrecy is the essence of the will.
Yes, Mr. Grant?
Oh, come here, Timothy. I want you to go to 822 West 46th Street. Find a fellow by the name of Jack B. Brewster and bring him back here with you.
Yes, sir. But suppose he isn't there?
Oh, he'll be there. It's his boarding house. If he's not in when you call, camp on the doorstep until he comes back.
Yes, sir. I'll get him, Mr. Grant.
Oh, come in.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, it's you. Mary, you know you shouldn't interrupt me when I'm practicing.
Gee, somebody should.
Never mind that. What do you want?
That man is here again.
What man?
You know, the fellow from the law office. He wants to see you, says it's very important.
Oh, important, eh? Well, not to me. And what does he think I am, a dope?
I don't know. He didn't say.
Say, listen, I've been dodging that fella for a week, and he's not going to get me now.
Why don't you find out what he wants?
I know what he wants. He's got a claim against me for something and probably thinks he's going to attach my assets. Well, he's got another thing coming.
Yes, he thinks he can find any assets.
I'll tell him I'm not here. Tell him I've moved. Tell him I'm in China.
I did.
Oh, you did, huh? What did he say?
He said he'd be back in 20 minutes.
20 minutes? Must have a pretty rough idea where China is.
No, but he's got a pretty good idea where you are.
Well, I'm wise to these lawyers' tricks. I've been dragged into court so often I'm beginning to look like Exhibit A. But I get along all right.
Gee, Jack, you're smart.
Oh, I don't know. I don't like to brag, but I guess when it comes to money matters, I'm about as smart as the next fella. You know, Mary, I've got ideas. Big ideas. Why, if I had $10,000 or $20,000 right now, I could turn it into $250,000 like that.
$250,000?
Maybe $500,000, maybe $2 million. There's no limit to what I could do.
Gee, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
And before I forget, Mother says if you don't pay your back rent by Wednesday, you'll have to get out.
There you go. It's a fine way to treat a man with big ideas. And bills to match. And another thing, it's a nice attitude for your mother to take towards her future son-in-law. I'll bet $10 she doesn't want you to marry me.
Find a taker and you got your room rent.
Yeah? What has she got against me anyway? I'm honest, ain't I? And I'm hard-working, too. When I can find any work. Being broke isn't any disgrace. Why, there are 10 people living in this boarding house right now who owe her lots more than I do. Why does she always pick on me?
You're her favorite.
Oh.
But don't let it worry you, Jack. I still feel the same.
Do you, Mary?
Of course I do.
Well, that's all I need. If you have faith in me, I can lick the world. We'll get married yet. You wait and see.
Sure we will.
Say, Mary, remember the first time we met? Gee, that was a great day for me. I'll never forget it.
I tried, and I can't either.
And then the day we went to Coney Island, remember? I held your hand all the way home, and when we got inside, I put my arm around you, and...
And you said, Mary, will you marry me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gee, 8 years can go fast.
8 years. You're always bringing that up.
Well, it is 8 years, isn't it?
Well, that's not my fault. I can't help it if I can't find work.
Well, don't yell at me.
Who's yelling?
You are.
May I come in?
Oh, hello, Miss Smith. Sure, come on in.
Thank you. I was sitting in my room and I thought I heard voices in here.
That's funny. I didn't hear a thing. Did you, Jack?
No.
Oh, now. You were having a little spat, weren't you?
Just a little one, yes.
But it had possibilities.
I thought so. Now, you ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Just sit right down, both of you.
What for?
I'm going to read you the last chapter of my new novel. It's called Girl Meets Boy.
Girl Meets Boy? Wait a minute, there is a story called Boy Meets Girl.
Well, this is Girl Meets Boy.
Oh, a leap year story.
Anyway, it's all about a young couple just like you. It'll do you good to listen to it.
Now, look, Miss Smith, there's no use wasting your voice and your energy reading it to us. You ought to save your strength for reading it to the publishers.
She read it to 5 of them already.
That's enough, Mary.
You said it.
Now, listen, children. Girl Meets Boy by Sophie Smith, Chapter 10.
Chapter 10? What happened to the first 9?
What's the difference?
Oh.
No. I want to start with Chapter 10 because that's the reconciliation scene that brings the lovers back together. And that's what I want you to hear.
Very well. Go ahead.
In the gathering shadows of the midsummer twilight, Gwendolen stood in the garden of the inn with Theodore. Oh, Gwendolen, he murmured. Oh, Theodore, she answered. His arm stole round her waist, and pressing her close, he kissed her full on the lips. A long, glistering, lingering kiss.
Now we're getting someplace.
So is Theodore.
Mary. Go ahead, Miss Smith.
Carried away by the ardor of his love, Theodore seized her in a mad embrace, flung his arms round her, and crushed her closely to him.
Mary, what are you laughing at?
Theodore goes wild.
Mary, please, it's getting interesting. Continue, Miss Smith.
Oh, my sweet, he said.
Me? Oh, pardon me.
It's been so long since last we held each other in this close embrace. So long. Yes, she said. 8 long years.
Hey, stop.
Why, Mr.
What are you trying to do? Start some more trouble?
Mary?
Yes, Ma?
Oh, here you are.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Gray.
Good morning, is it? Do you know what time it is? I come up here to tell you once and for all I'm serving breakfast up to 11 o'clock. And if anyone can't come on time, then he gets left.
Come on, Jack. Last one down sits on the piano stool.
Okay.
Will you have another piece of toast, Mr. Dudley?
Thank you. I don't mind if I do.
Miss Dawn, will you have some?
No, thanks. I have to watch my weight, you know.
What for, Miss Dawn?
Oh, haven't you heard? I'm going to have a tryout this morning for the Winter Follies. Mr. Crane, the producer, is very interested in my voice.
Say, I've been hearing that story for the last 6 months, but nothing ever happened.
Is that so? Well, let me tell you, Mr. Donovan, I've been hearing about that invention of yours for the last 10 months, but I don't see anyone buying it.
I got the patent on it, ain't I?
A patent on an egg holder.
Yeah, and it ain't an egg holder. It's a soft-boiled egg opener. A device to prevent the egg from sliding down the side of the cup.
Well, now if you can keep it from sliding down your vest, I think you got something there.
Yes, I was saying so the other evening.
Is that so, Mr. Dudley?
Yes. It's been my privilege in the past to promote the manufacture of several worthwhile articles, and I'd like to promote Mr. Donovan's invention, too, if I had the...
Yes, that's what Jack needs, too.
Yeah, money. The curse of modern civilization, but we gotta have it. Well, if I had a couple of $1,000 right now, I could turn it into $1 million like that. That's all I'd need, a few paltry $1,000.
Paltry?
Yeah.
Well, if you had $5, you'd declare a dividend.
I would, eh?
Oh, Mr. Brewster.
Yeah, Rosie?
There's a man here from a lawyer's office.
Tell him I'm not in.
Mr. Brewster,
Yes, Mrs. Gray.
I'll have you know I'm running a respectable boarding house, and I'm not used to having bill collectors sitting in my parlor. You go and see that man right away and get rid of him, or I'll have to ask you to leave.
Oh, all right. But if anything happens to me, you'll be sorry.
Sorry for what?
That's gratitude for the way I worry about the rent I owe. Don't push me.
I don't think it's fair.
Good morning. Are you Mr. Jack B. Brewster?
Yeah, and the B is for broke. I guess that ends our little meeting right now.
Mr. Brewster, I'm from Grant and Vanderpool. They want you to come to the office.
Oh, both of them want to see me. Doubling up on me, huh? Now, listen, you. You go back and tell Mr. Grant to tell Mr. Vanderpool that Mr. Brewster is no Mr. Sucker. Now, let that be the end of it.
Very well, but all I can
I don't
say-
want to hear it.
Wait. If you don't come,
Good day,
you won't
good
collect
day.
the money.
What'd you say?
The money. If you don't come with me, you won't collect it.
Wait a minute. You mean someone wants to give me something?
Yes, sir.
Who?
Your uncle. He died a month ago and left a will making you sell the hair. Shall I get some more water, Mr. Grant?
Rub his wrist, rub his wrist.
Well, he said he'd faint. You should have broken it gently.
Mr. Brewster, are you all right?
Oh.
Oh, good. He's coming around. Now get into the outer office, Timothy, and don't let anyone come in here for an hour.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brewster, look at me. Are you all right?
Where am I?
You're in my office, don't you remember? My name is Grant.
Where's your beard?
No, I'm a lawyer.
Oh, that's right. I came here and you said...
I said that you just inherited $1 million and you fainted. How do you feel now?
Like $1 million. Not bad out of a sound sleep, huh? So good old Uncle Ned left me a fortune, eh? I always did like old Uncle Ned. Lately.
Mr. Brewster, I have some other news for you.
Good news?
Exceptionally good. But I'm a little afraid to tell you. I shouldn't want you to faint again.
Don't worry, shoot.
5 years ago, your grandfather died. We've just opened the codicil of his will, and we find that he also left you something.
What a parlay. Go on.
Now, Mr. Brewster, get ready now.
I'm ready.
Mr. Brewster, your grandfather left you in the codicil of his will the sum of exactly $6 million.
Not bad.
You're not going to faint?
I don't think so. You know, they say the first million is the hardest.
Well, I'm relieved. Of course, your grandfather's bequest has certain conditions.
I knew there was a catch. I bet I'll have to earn it. What kind of conditions?
Mr. Brewster, are you good at spending money?
Well, I don't know. I never tried.
Then let me tell you this. You will inherit the $6 million left by your grandfather only and if, at the end of 1 year from today, you have spent the entire $1 million left by your uncle.
What? You mean all I have to do is run through this $1 million in 1 year and I'll get 6 more?
Exactly.
Well, I can start out by paying my back room rent. That'll put a dent in it. Hey, I always thought there was something screwy about Grandpa.
Briefly, the story is this. Your grandfather hated and despised your uncle.
Well, as long as they both liked me.
He knew that your uncle would leave you quite a sum of money, and he didn't want you to keep it.
Listen, give me my uncle's $1 million and let me out of here. I'll come back in a year with holes in my socks, if any.
That's exactly what you'll have to do. Now, listen to this. Before my grandson can claim the $6 million, he must spend the entire sum of money left by his uncle and appear before the executors 1 year from the day this is read. He must have no worldly possessions whatsoever, no cash in his pocket, no more than 1 suit of clothes.
Well, I'm dressed for the part right now. And...
There's more. Listen. Under no conditions may my grandson take anyone into his confidence. No one must know why he is spending his uncle's money, or this codicil will be invalidated, and he will lose the bequest.
That means I can't tell anyone, eh?
Oh, you can tell them that you've inherited $1 million, yes, but you mustn't tell them about the rest of it.
I see. Go on.
It must be understood by my grandson that he must under no circumstances give money away recklessly. And this is very important.
Yeah?
He must be and remain single. There must be no matrimonial entanglement.
Wait a minute. You mean I can't get married for a year?
That's what it says.
Gee, what a handicap. A wife is such a help when it comes to spending money. Anyway, how am I going to explain it to Mary? That's my girl.
You mustn't explain it. If you do, you don't get another penny. Well, what do you say? Are you willing to go through with it?
Willing? Brother, I'm ready, willing, and able. 3 smart boys.
Well, come to the office at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I'll have a check for you. But don't forget, you've got to spend every penny of it.
Leave it to me. $1 million in a year, why, all I have to do is spend about $3,000 a day. Someday I'll spend 6 and relax a day.
Well, Mr. Brewster, good day and good luck.
It sure is and was. Just think of this. This morning I didn't have a dime, and now I'm a millionaire. Well, so long, Mr. Grant.
So long.
Oh, I almost forgot. Lend me a nickel, will you? I want to go home on the subway.
Mary, will you pass the asparagus to Mr. Dudley, please?
I would if there was any left.
Oh, never mind. It's quite all right. Oh, by the way, Mary, where is Mr. Brewster? I haven't seen him since breakfast.
Don't ask me. This is the first time he's missed a lunch in 3 years.
I think he left the house with that lawyer, sir.
Hey, maybe they put him in the jug. Pass the butter, will you?
Oh, I hope nothing has happened to him. Maybe he'll telephone.
What are you so worried about, Miss Dawn?
Oh, I'm not worried. Mr. Brewster means nothing to me. Will you pass the bread, please, Mr. Donovan?
Say, I thought you was trying to keep your weight down. Ain't you getting a tryout today?
She had it already. Pass her the bread.
Well, greetings to you, one and all.
Well, look who's here.
I told you he never missed lunch.
Mary, I've got some news for you, and what news? Folks, you're in on this, too. But hold on to your chairs, because it's going to blow the roof off.
Well, what is it?
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now looking at none other than Jack B. Brewster, the millionaire. The B is for big shot.
B is for bottle, and that's what you've been hitting.
What do you mean, bottle? I tell you, I'm in the money. I'm a millionaire.
Is this on the level?
Sure it is. My uncle died and left me $1 million.
Holy congratulations.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks. Well, Mrs. Gray, what do you think of me now?
Pay your back rent by Wednesday or get out.
All right. You'll get your rent, and I'll get out, too. I'm moving to a Park Avenue penthouse tomorrow morning, so there. I want you all to come up and see me sometime.
We will, tall, dark, and balmy.
But I'm not going to forget my old friend. Sophie, did you say that book of yours was finished?
Yes, Mr. Brewster.
Well, bring it around. I'm going to publish it for you.
Are you crazy? That book has been turned down by every publisher in the country.
Well, we'll send it to another country, and that's not all I'm going to do. Mike, I'm going to manufacture and market that invention of yours.
Hooray!
I'll show you my heart's in the right place. Dudley, you can be my business manager. I need one.
You need a keeper, too.
I'll get one.
Oh, Mr. Brewster, how can I...
Don't say no more. I'll start you off at $200 a week.
Oh, Mr. Brewster, I think you're just the most wonderful thing.
You haven't seen anything yet. You know what I'm going to do for you, Miss Dawn? I'm going to finance a new show, the biggest thing that ever hit Broadway. And you're going to play the lead in it.
Oh, Mr. Brewster, this is too much.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it won't last long.
Dudley, get busy. Engage me a suite of offices in the Empire State Building. Take a whole floor. We got to do things right.
You're doing things right, all right. A year from now, you won't have a nickel.
That's the idea. I mean, what's the difference?
You're spending your dough like a wild man.
Sure, Wild Jack Brewster, that's me. Before I'm finished, I'll make Diamond Jim Brady look like Sir Harry Lauder. Mike, run outside and order me a taxi cab.
Sure, Mr. Brewster.
Tell him to pull up to the door and stand there until I come out.
Are you leaving already?
No, but I have an appointment at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I want the cab to wait.
We'll continue this Brewster's Millions in a minute. Now, I'd like to take you to a pretty little home on Arden Street in Los Angeles. A young bride is upset, and she's telling her friend about it.
But Bob never talked that way before, Peggy. Oh, he meant it as a joke. It's no joke to say my hands look like tomatoes. My hands get red, it's because I'm washing dishes. For him. Now, honey, that's no excuse. After all, a man does hate to see his wife get dishpan hands. They spoil his pride in her. Now, look here. Why don't you do what I do? Wash dishes with Lux Flakes. Do Lux Flakes really make a difference? Oh, I'll say they do. Well, my hands used to get so raw young chap, I just couldn't bear to show them. Then I began using Lux Flakes. And honestly, in a week, my hands had lost that dishpan look. And now look, see how soft and white they are? Just as nice as when I got married.
Any woman's hands are apt to get red and rough if exposed to harsh soaps in the dishpan. Such soaps dry the natural oils of the skin. Why risk this when, for less than a cent a day, you can use gentle Lux Flakes for your dishes? Just try Lux Flakes for 10 days or so. You'll never use anything else. They're so soothing, leave your hands so soft and white. Start using Lux Flakes for your breakfast dishes tomorrow. Now back to our play and Cecil B. DeMille. We continue with Brewster's Millions, starring Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. Faced with the enviable task of spending $1 million inside of a year, Jack has gone on a mad buying spree. Nothing is too much, nothing is too good. But his romance with Mary, he's at a complete standstill due to the conditions of the bequest. He can't marry her, nor can he tell her the reason. As our scene begins, we're in Jack's suite of offices. Mary and Dudley, the business manager, are in deep conversation.
I tell you, Miss Gray, he's throwing his money around like a madman. He's run through $100,000 in the last 30 days, and what has he got to show for it?
A lot of canceled checks.
Exactly. Now look at this. $710 for typewriters.
How many did he get?
10. And he's hired 5 stenographers.
Gee, they'll have to use their feet, too.
Oh, Miss Gray, you've got to do something. If he keeps on at this rate, he won't have a penny to his name. And he's in the market, too. He's just bought 1,000 shares of stock that's headed straight for the bottom. If they sell him out, it'll cost him about $40,000.
$40,000?
And he's going to buy more this afternoon. It's absolutely worthless. I tried to tell him, but he won't listen to me.
Will he listen to me? I've got a couple of things I'd like to speak to Mr. Brewster about.
Well, look who's here. Good morning, Mary. Good morning, Dudley.
Good morning, Mr. Brewster. There's a man waiting to see you in the outer office.
I'm too busy to see him now. Send him a check.
A check? What for?
I don't care. Whatever he's selling. Well, Mary, how are you?
Oh, I'm all.
I'll take it, Dudley. You skip along outside.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Mary. Hello? Yes? All right, yes, 1,000 shares. That's right. Oh, going down, eh? We'll buy another 1,000. Sure, I mean it. I'm a bull. I said I'm a bull.
Like in baloney.
And listen, if it goes down again, keep buying. Right. Well, Mary, how are you?
Oh, I'm all.
Excuse me. Hello? Yes? Why, of course I'll contribute to a deserving charity. What's the name of the organization? The Society for Helping Joe Dugan. I see. All right, Mr. Dugan, come and see me in the morning. Well, Mary, how's every little...
Oh, I'm all.
Excuse me. Hello? Yes, that's right. I'm putting on a new show. Oh, you're an actor, eh? Now, that's fine. Would you be willing to accept $250 a week? What? You're not worth it? All right, then. I'll make it $500. Goodbye. Well, Mary, how are you?
Hand me that phone, will you?
Hey, what are you doing? Stop it.
I'm all right, Jack. How are you?
Thanks for ruining my telephone. There goes another $10.
I'm not going to sit here and listen to you spend money all day.
Oh, what do you mean? It's business, isn't it? You know the old saying, you got to spend it if you want to make it.
Yes, and a fool and his money are soon parted.
He who hesitates is lost. Now, it's your turn.
Look what you've been doing the last month. Running around like a wild man. And this new show you're going to open. Do you realize a producer lost $70,000 last year on a show like that?
Oh, cheapskate. Wait till you see my flop. I mean my show.
And Barbara Dawn. You seem to be getting along fine with her, don't you?
What do you mean?
Spending all that money for clothes and furs. You bought her 3 fur coats in the last 2 weeks.
Well, that's all right. We're just building her up.
What for, a polar expedition?
You're not jealous now, are you, Mary?
Jealous of Barbara Dawn? I should say not.
Oh, Mary, don't feel like that. Barbara Dawn is nothing to me. Really, you're the only one that counts.
Well, if you think so much of me, why don't you do something about it?
You mean, get married?
Yes. I've been wearing your engagement ring so long, my whole hand is turning green.
Now, look, Mary. Mary, you've gotta trust me. I just can't get married now.
Why not?
Well, I can't tell you. You'll just have to take my word. There's a very good reason. Look, will you trust me, Mary?
Well, if you'll stop spending money.
Oh, gee, thanks. That's swell.
Oh, Mr. Brewster.
Yeah?
Your car's downstairs.
Oh, that's right. Come on, Mary. I've got an appointment with a man to buy a gold. Well,
How do you like the new car, Mary? Only $18,000. Not bad, huh?
It's all right. See, you got a trailer, too, huh?
Trailer? That's a rumble seat.
Hey, watch out where you're driving. Slow down.
Don't worry. Everything's under control, Mary. Watch that speedometer.
Hey, stop.
What for? We're only doing 60.
I said stop. Did you hear me? Stop.
Nothing doing.
Hey, pull over there.
You'll stop.
Gee. Can you imagine that? A cop.
Don't give him any back talk, Jack. A friend of mine got a big fine the other day for sacking a policeman.
Oh, yeah? Are you sure of that?
I was with him. Why?
Oh, never mind. A big fine, eh? Well.
Look out, he's coming over.
Well, where do you think you're going? To a fire?
What's it to you, slug?
Jack.
Oh, a fresh guy, eh?
Yeah, you want to make something out of it?
Shut up.
Hey, Weasel, I got a good mind to hand you a ticket. What do you think of that?
Make it two. I have a lady with me.
Hey, listen, mister. It's a $200 fine for doing 60 in this town. See?
Sure, I see, you dope. You think I'm blind? And I wasn't doing 60. I was doing 75.
Oh, you was, eh?
Yeah, in another minute I'd have been in high.
Now, listen, you.
Ah, come on. Give me a ticket and scram out of here before I lose my temper.
Shut up.
I won't shut up. Who does he think he is, anyhow? I'm a citizen of this town and a taxpayer. I'm not taking any back talk from a dumb flatfoot. What do you think of that, Charlie Chan?
I guess you're right, mister.
What?
Yeah, maybe I was too hasty. I'm sorry.
Hey, wait a minute.
After all, it's folks like you who are paying my salary, and I got no right to get fresh with you. Excuse me.
Hey, wait, what about the ticket? What about that $200 fine?
Ah, that's all right. Forget it, mister. So long.
Hey!
Hello? Mr. Brewster's office? Oh, Mr. Brewster, can you see Miss Dawn now?
Okay, have her come in.
Have her come in, please.
How do we stand, Dudley? Go on with that report.
Well, that's all there is, sir. Your expenses for the last 2 months total almost $300,000.
$300,000 in 2 months. Not bad. How's that stock of mine?
Going down faster than ever.
Good. When it hits zero, sell. Oh, hello, Miss Dawn.
Hello, Mr. Brewster.
That'll be all, Dudley.
Yes, sir.
Well, how's the little leading lady today?
Just fine. Like my new dress.
Hey, that's all right. Better get a couple of more just like it.
Oh, Jack. Why are you so sweet to me, Jack?
Oh, I just like to spend money, and you've got to have clothes if you're going to be a star. You're one of my big investments, Miss Dawn.
Was that all I mean to you? An investment?
Well, now
I don't believe it. You wouldn't be doing all this for me unless...
No.
Oh, Jack, why don't you say it? Why don't you tell me that you love me?
What?
You do. You know you do.
Now, look here, Miss Dawn. You're making a big mistake.
Perhaps, but I love you anyway. There, I've said it.
I mean, you're all wrong
I'm
about
not
that.
wrong. I don't care what anyone says about you. I still think you're the nicest man I ever met.
Oh, no.
Oh, Jack, darling,
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. Come right in. You know Miss Dawn, of course.
Miss Dawn? Not the Miss Dawn.
Yeah.
The one who used to live at our boarding house? I think you remember me. Gee, I didn't recognize you for a minute behind those eyelashes. Or is it a new kind of a veil?
Now, wait, Mary.
If you'll excuse me, Jack, I'll come back sometime when you're alone. He was alone when I came in. Oh, she wants to be alone with you, huh? What did she mean by that crack?
Oh, don't pay any attention to her, Mary. Listen, do you want to come to the theater with me? I'm picking talent for the new show.
Talent? It was up to you. Garber would still be in Sweden.
Oh, come on. Right this way, Mr. Brewster. Okay, Gallagher. Mary, you sit next to me. We got plenty of talent here this afternoon.
Plenty and loud.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet down. Well, all right. Let's see. Who's first?
We are, Mr. Brewster. Yeah, we were here first.
Well, what are your names, boys?
Moify and Slade. You know those two funny guys? I'm Moify. Yeah, he's Moify.
I guess that makes you Slade, then.
Yeah, we're comedians. Ain't we, Moify?
Yeah. Well, that's very funny. Let's hear your act, boys.
Don't tell me there's more.
Mary.
Well, I come out, see? I walk across the stage. Slade comes out from the other side, and we bump into each other. We bump into each other?
make it hard.
Can I say hello, Slade?
Now, wait a minute, fellas. Wait. You don't have to go any further. You're killing me. Take these fellas outside and sign them up.
Take him outside and hang him up.
This way, boys.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Brewster, but may I have a word with you?
What is it?
I don't wish to waste my time here any further. I am a tragedian. I have trod the boards as Hamlet, as Macbeth, as Othello. Have you an opening for me?
Well,
There's a manhole just outside.
Quiet. See, Mr. Gallagher, tell him I said you can play prologue.
I thank you.
Now, who's next, folks?
We on. Come on, Goldstein.
Sure. How are you, Mr. Brewster?
Oh, hello.
We're Gillis and Goldstein, and we're writing up smash hits for singing.
Songwriters, eh? Did you ever write any hit numbers?
Listen, you ever hear Mother McCree, Old Man River, the St. Louis Blues?
Yeah, sure.
We write good ones. Hey, listen, I got a song that'll be sweeping the country by storm.
Yeah, what's the name of it?
My Hoochie Coochie Kid. Swing it.
Be good for our show,
I got a Hoochie Coochie baby down on Hoochie Coochie Isle. And if she's something, believe me, mister, she's the smallest gal in town. Hot stuff, eh?
It burns me up, too.
Listen, Mr. Goldstein, are all your songs like that one?
If such a thing is possible, some of them are even better.
If such a thing is possible.
Wait a minute. There's no use going any further with this talent business.
Now you're getting smart.
Hey, Gallagher.
Yes, Mr. Brewster?
Give everybody here a contract. Rehearsal start tomorrow. We should be ready to open in a month.
If such a thing is possible.
Hello, Dudley.
Hello, Miss Brewster. I'm sorry to bother you at this hour, but I've got to see you.
Well, sure. Come in. You see the opening tonight, Dudley?
Yes, sir. But that's not what I've come to talk about.
Hey, you look worried. What's the matter?
Mr. Brewster, I've got a confession to make.
At 2 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, sir. I couldn't sleep. It's been on my mind for a week, and I can't bear it any longer.
Wait, here. What's wrong?
Mr. Brewster, I'm a thief.
A thief?
A swindler. An embezzler. I've stolen money from you, gambled with it on the market. I thought the stock would go up, but it didn't. And now I've come to confess. Oh, do what you want with me. I don't care. I'm no good.
I see. What stock did you buy?
American Timber.
How much did you lose?
$22,000.
That's loyalty for you. You get a hot thing like that, and you don't let me in on it. What? Take another 10,000. Buy some more.
You mean you're not going to send me to prison?
Of course not. That isn't not unless the stock goes up.
But I'll pay it back. I swear with every penny.
I don't want it back.
But I want to give it to you. $22,000.
I said I don't want it. Now listen. Have you seen the newspaper account of my new show?
Why, no.
Well, get this. It's practically certain that Playboy Brewster, that's me, has backed the biggest flop ever seen on Broadway. Before it is withdrawn, it will probably cost him over $200,000. There. And you come around with your paltry $22,000. Get out of here.
Here you are, Mr. Brewster. Here are the latest reports.
Let me see it. Oh, this is awful.
Awful. Mr. Brewster, what's wrong?
That gold mine I bought. Look, they've struck gold.
Struck gold? Why, that's wonderful.
Dudley, you got to sell that mine, do you hear? And sell it cheap.
Cheap? It's worth a fortune.
That's the whole trouble. For 8 months I've been going beautifully, and now look what happened. I've started to make money. Answer that.
Hello? Yes? Yes, he's here. Who? Oh, one moment, please.
Who is it?
It's Hollywood calling. Mr. Rosenblatt of Super Sound Pictures.
Oh, a producer, huh? What does he want? Hello? Yes, Jack Brewster. What? You want to buy the rights to my show? Are you crazy? My show was a flop, the biggest flop in years. Oh, I see. You like to buy flops because they're cheaper. Well, I won't sell. No, I don't want a check for $50,000. Goodbye. Oh, this is terrible. What am I going to do?
Why, Mr. Brewster, I don't understand.
Shut up. I got to think something. What can I do to... Wait a minute.
Wait, I've got an idea.
Yes, sir?
Dudley, go out and buy me a yacht.
A what?
A yacht, a big one. Hire me a crew and invite all my friends. My enemies, too. I want a crowd. We're going on a 3-month cruise.
Say, Skipper, where did you say we were?
About 30 miles off the coast of Virginia, Miss Gray.
Is that all? You mean we've been sailing around out here for 6 weeks and we're only that far?
We've been going in circles. I heard Mr. Brewster give the order.
I advised him to turn around and head for port yesterday, but he won't do it.
Head for port? What for?
The barometer's falling fast. We're in for a heavy storm.
A storm? Holy smoke.
I can't understand, Mr. Brewster. I asked him why he wanted to stay out, and he said he can't run the risk of making money on shore.
I think he's going batty.
Where's he now?
He's forward with Miss Dawn.
Oh, he is, eh? I've suspected that for a long time.
I mean, he's in the fore part of the boat. He and Miss Dawn are making plans to produce another show.
What? Another show, eh? Wait here, folks. I'll tell him a thing or two.
You see, Miss Dawn, I figure the ballet alone will cost about $70,000.
Oh, that's wonderful.
You know, I think there's a storm approaching.
You said it, fathead. I want to speak to you.
Oh, a tornado, huh? Hello, Mary.
What's the idea of putting on another show? Didn't the last one cost you enough?
Not quite. You see,
Pardon me. I'm not wanted here. I'll leave. You got something there. Goodbye.
Now listen, Mary.
You listen to me. I'm sick and tired of the way you're throwing money around. And I'm sick and tired of waiting for you to make up your mind about getting married.
Oh, why are you getting excited?
Excited? I don't want a honeymoon on the Townsend plan.
Mary, look, give me 2 months. That's all I ask. Just 2 months.
What are you talking about?
Oh, Mary, I can't explain it now, but the show will cost about $250,000. That's exactly what I have to get rid... Oh, don't ask me.
All right. But listen to this. If you throw another penny away on a new show, or any other crazy idea, we're through. Washed up.
Oh, Mary.
I mean it. If you do one more crazy stunt, I'll never look at you again.
Mr. Brewster! Mr. Brewster!
What do you want, Skipper?
We've got to turn around and head for port, sir. We're listing badly.
But I don't want to go on shore.
We've got to. And if we don't start now, we'll have to be assisted by the Marjorie O. She's standing by to help us.
Oh, I don't care. Do what you want.
Yes, sir. But if the Marjorie O assists us, she'll get salvage value. The whole boat will belong to the owners of the Marjorie O.
What?
It's maritime law. You'll lose $250,000.
Wait a minute. Are you sure of that?
Yes, sir.
Oh, put out to sea.
What? Are you crazy?
Yes, sir. Put out to sea and notify the Marjorie O. We need assistance. Tell her we'll give her salvage rights and a bonus to every sailor. Go on, go on!
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is KNX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
After getting rid of $1 million, we think Jack Benny Brewster and Mary Gray Livingston are entitled to a little rest. So before continuing our play, we bring you another couple who also find themselves the possessors of sudden wealth. As the result of a $2.50 investment in the Irish sweepstakes, Marjorie Wood and Norbert Jansen of Los Angeles have just received $50,000. I've asked them here to tell us what it's like to get pennies from heaven. Ladies and gentlemen, Marjorie Wood and Norbert Jansen. First, what are you going to do with the money?
We put it in the bank.
In a joint account?
Well, not exactly, Mr. Mills. You see, we figured if we could win $50,000, then anything might happen between now and April. Then we expect to get married.
We decided not to take any chances.
What do you do for a living, Bert?
Oh, I'm a painter.
Portraits or landscapes?
Neither. He paints hot water heaters.
And you?
Well, I used to work in an ice cream parlor, but I'd been taking it kind of easy ever since the money came along.
In our play tonight, Jack Benny fainted when he found a fortune in his lap. How did you take the shock?
Well, we were both eating lunch over at Marjorie's house, but we learned that our horse had been drawn.
But what did you do? What did you say?
We just looked at each other, and Norbert said, "Say, I sure would like another piece of apple pie." The first thing we're going to do is buy a car so we can go on our honeymoon.
We've never seen New York, and I sure want to... And if we aren't scrapping by that time, I guess we'll all go down to Florida.
But first, I want to see Niagara Falls.
And when we get back, I'm going to keep on painting hot water heaters, and Marjorie can run the house.
And believe me, we're not going to have any maids either. I learned plenty in my life about being thrifty and careful, and I'm going right on being just the same way.
Because this is a Lux program, Mr. DeMille, I'd like to say to you one of the things that has helped me a lot in being thrifty has been to take care of my silk stockings and other nice things by washing them in Lux flakes. I'll continue to use them.
That's sound advice for every housewife. And now just one more question. Why do you suppose fate picked you two to win that $50,000?
Well, I don't know, except maybe it was because I was born on Friday, April the 13th, 1913.
And you, Miss Wood?
I wished I could be original, but I can't. I was born on Friday, April the 13th, 1913, too.
Why don't you get married on April 13th? And let's hope your luck continues. Thank you both for coming here.
Bye,
Goodbye,
Mr.
Mr. DeMille.
Don't leave till you see what happens to Brewster. And now, Brewster's Millions, starring Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. It's the morning of the last day, the day on which Jack has to be completely broke if he's to inherit his grandfather's $6 million. In his hotel room, he's talking to Grant, the lawyer.
So you're really broke, are you, Mr. Brewster?
Listen, Mr. Grant, I'm so broke that, well, I haven't eaten in a week. If I pull my belt in one more notch, I'll look like an hourglass.
What about possessions? Do you own anything?
Not a thing. I lost my boat. I sold my furniture. I owe 2 months' hotel and office rent. If the holes in my socks were any bigger, I could use them for garters.
Well, you seem to have complied with all the conditions of the will. Of course, it's not 12 o'clock noon yet.
I know it. That's why I'm hiding out. Believe me, I've had a tough time, Mr. Grant. Everything I touched turned to gold, except Mary's ring. And I'm not taking any chances. I'm staying right here until the time's almost up.
A good idea. Well, I suppose you've had a good time spending all that money.
No, it was all right. Of course, I lost my girl.
You mean Miss Gray?
Yeah. She got sore at me for spending so much and walked out. I haven't seen her for 2 months.
Oh, well, those things happen, Mr. Brewster. Like I always say, that's life.
Did you make that up yourself? Anyway, Mr. Grant, I don't feel too happy about it.
Well, maybe when she finds out the real reason why you were spending your money, she'll forgive you.
Maybe. That's why I want her to be in the office when you hand over the money. And I've asked the whole crowd to show up.
I'll be delighted to explain it to her. Well, it's time I left, Mr. Brewster. I'll see you at exactly 12 noon.
That's right, at the office.
Until that time, don't take any nickels, wooden or otherwise.
I could have used you in my show.
Hello? Yes, this is Mr. Brewster's office. No, he ain't here. Yeah. Well, I want to see him, too. He owes me 13 weeks' salary. Say, do you know a good lawyer? I want to bring a suit against that guy myself.
Here, put down that phone. It's a fine thing you're doing, asking for a lawyer so you can sue your own boss. That's loyalty, that is.
Aw, dry up. What about my back salary?
I only owe you 13 weeks. You're not superstitious, are you? You'll get your back salary as soon as I get what's coming to me.
And I hope it's soon.
I'll remember that remark, Miss Higgins, when it's time for bonuses. Anybody arrive yet?
Yeah, they're inside. Say, where is that guy? Oh, here you are.
Oh, hello, Mary. Gee, it's good to see you again.
Yeah. Well, I didn't come because I wanted to. Mr. Dudley dragged me. I didn't ever want to see you again.
Oh, gee. Don't talk like that, Mary. I'm crazy about you. No fooling.
Don't mind me, folks. I don't work here anymore.
You may go, Miss Higgins.
Sure.
Mary, let me look at you. Gee, you look swell.
Thanks. If you look better, I'd return the compliment.
Well, I've been on a sort of a diet. Haven't eaten much of anything for a week. You know, life has its ups and downs, Mary. Sometimes you're on top. Sometimes you hit the bottom.
You must have landed with an awful thud.
Well,
You're broke, eh?
Well, sort of.
In other words, you're right back where you were 9 years ago. No money, no job.
That's right. Only this time, I haven't even got a girl.
And what happened to that Dawn dame?
Oh, Mary, she meant nothing to me.
Only 3-4 coats a week.
I wish I had the lining of one for a suit.
Oh, well, I don't want to talk about her.
Look, Mary, do you think that... would it be possible... Oh, you probably won't believe me anyway.
Probably not.
Mary, I've been a fool. I'll be a different guy. Wait till you see.
You mean you'll really reform?
From now on, you won't know it's the same fella. I'll let you be the boss. You can even handle the cash.
That'll be easy enough.
What do you say, Mary? Is it a go? I mean, can we start all over again?
Well,
Oh, come on.
you promise you won't pull any more crazy stunts?
Cross my heart, I'll never spend a dime unless you okay it.
All right, Jack. It's a go.
Oh, gee, Mary.
Some fun, eh?
Yeah.
Come on, we better join the others. They're waiting for you.
That's right, I forgot. Where are they, in here?
Yeah.
Gee, I'm not even hungry now. Hello, folks.
Oh, there he is. Hey, Mr. Brewster. We've been anxious.
One at a time, folks, one at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, I've asked you here today for a very special reason. I'm not at liberty to tell you what it's all about, but as soon as the clock strikes 12, I'm going to hand you all a big surprise. During the last year, you have all seen me under very trying conditions. Needless to say, I had good reason for my actions, but now everything has turned out fine. In the first place, I am completely broke. But never mind that, it's all part of the plan.
What's the big surprise, Jack?
You'll see, Mary.
Well, while we're waiting, I have a little surprise, too.
You, Mr. Dudley?
Yes, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brewster once did a very fine thing for me, and I've never forgotten it. To show him that my heart's in the right place and to prove my gratitude, I take pleasure in returning to him his $22,000.
What?
Here you are, Mr. Brewster. Here.
Put it away! Put it away!
I promised to pay it back.
Who asked you for it? Get rid of it.
Jack, you take that.
No. Listen, I don't want it. I can't take it. I don't know what he's talking about.
Remember what I said, Jack.
Open the window, quick.
The man's crazy.
Now, give me that money. There. That settles that.
Holy mackerel, he threw $22,000 out the window.
And that's not ticker tape. Jack, this is the end.
Mary, I had to do
Don't
it.
speak to me, and after you promised
Mary,
to...
listen.
No.
The guy's off his nut.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brewster.
Oh, come in, Mr. Grant. Mary, don't leave, please. Sit down, Mr. Grant.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Brewster, it's exactly 12 noon. Have you changed your financial status?
Mr. Grant, I'm twice as broke as ever before.
Good. Then I take pleasure in presenting you with this check for $6 million. Here you are.
It's a gag.
No, it isn't, Mary. I'm rich.
I don't get this.
Well, Mary, look. Now, let me explain. I had to spend my uncle's million in a year so I could get the $6 million left by my grandfather. It's all mine, Mary. Every penny of it.
Just a minute. I don't understand this yet, but don't forget our agreement. I handle the cash.
Yes, my love. Are you happy, Mary?
Oh, Jack, it's wonderful.
You know, from now on, you can have anything you want.
Anything?
Yeah,
You mean it?
of course I do.
Well, let's run out and get a hamburger. I'm starved.
Okay, and the treat's on me.
Brewster gets his millions, Mary gets Brewster, and we get a promise from Jack Benny and Mary Livingston that after a little time out, they'll be back with us for a bit of Benny banter. Willies of Hollywood is not a term referring to the jitters of the film capital. Willies is really William Monshine, the man who sheathes the handsome legs of many Hollywood stars in silk stockings. His rise is one from canvas to silk, for Willie started his career as an amateur prize fighter, winning 60 out of 85 bouts by knockouts. But then silk stockings caught his eye, and he's been designing them ever since, for motion pictures and such Broadway shows as Earl Carroll's Vanities. Ladies and gentlemen, Willies of Hollywood.
Thank you. A woman's vanity can be blamed for a lot of things, ladies and gentlemen, but not for silk stockings. For it was none other than King Henry VIII who first exhibited the fatted calf in silk.
His daughter, Queen Elizabeth, was the first woman to wear silk stockings. Her first pair were 2 months in the making. Now, you tell us about the stocking feet of Hollywood's royalty.
Right now, many of the stars are wearing sandal stockings, those that have neither toe nor heel. This is a type that now graces the international famous legs of Marlene Dietrich. Lily Pons wears them, afternoon and evening. Grace Moore prefers them, and so does Greta Garbo. Miss Garbo is frequently accused of large feet, but I assure you she wears the same size stocking as the average woman, 9.5. Ginger Rogers is very fond of iridescent stockings. Jean Harlow invariably wears nets, mesh hose for both street and formal dress.
Well, this may be a little shock to the husbands in our audience, but didn't you tell me that a woman should have 20 pairs of stockings?
That's quite true. But they'll last a full year if properly cared for. Here's the advice I give the motion picture wardrobe directors here in Hollywood. When you use Lux Flakes, you preserve the elasticity of silk. And naturally, stockings fit better and wear longer. You should never soak stockings or rub them. Just dip them into Lux suds that are lukewarm or cool. Then rinse in almost cool water. After this, you can roll them in a Turkish towel to take out the moisture. Then shape them a bit and dry away from heat. Never dry stockings on a radiator. Here are some tips about selecting the right stockings. If you're a little on the heavy side, you'll find that stockings with clocks or net stockings with perpendicular lines will slenderize wide calves and ankles. If your legs are a bit too thin, get stockings with a very low heel. I hope I've been of some help. Thank you.
Good night, Willies of Hollywood. According to the clock, it's now time for tonight's star to make a second entrance. I welcome her with a bouquet of freshly plucked congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Mary Livingston.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, and I'd like to tell you what a grand program I think the Lux Radio Theater is, especially tonight. And I'm sure that goes for my assistant, too.
Assistant?
Come in.
Miss Livingston?
Yes?
I'd like to take this opportunity to
I'm
wish
sorry,
you...
Jack. I'm sorry, but I was just about to interview our star, Miss Livingston.
Oh, I thought maybe you'd like to hear me play the B on my violin.
So would millions of other people, but we don't believe you own a violin, and we don't believe you can play one. It's just an obsession that's gone to your head.
Yeah, he's got a bee in his bonnet.
Yeah? Is that DeMille or Fred Allen? Huh? Say, Mr. DeMille. Mr. DeMille, you directed the picture, The Plainsman.
Yes, I did. Did you see it?
Yes, and I want to tell you how good I thought it could be. Nice photography, swell story. I thought Gene Arthur was terrific.
Yeah, Gary Cooper was in it, too.
Cooper? Oh, yes, that's what I wanted to speak to you about. Of course, Gary and I are both working for Paramount Studio, and I don't want to say anything out of the way, but, look, Mr. DeMille, I do that outdoor stuff myself. You've heard of me, Buck Benny, I think.
Yes,
I can't understand how you've overlooked me. I see you in the commissary all the time.
Oh, do you eat in there?
Yes, that's in my contract. I get my meals and car fare.
What about your salary?
They're coming to that.
Yes. If you ever make another picture of that type, please don't forget me.
Thank you, I will.
You're welcome.
Well, Jack, tell me, doesn't this kind of a broadcast make you a little nervous?
Well, now that it's all over, Mr. DeMille, I will admit I was. Of course, on our own half-hour shows, I generally give my all. But this being an hour show, I just had to give twice of myself. You were good, too, Mary, and tonight I'm going to pay you for working with me. What are you laughing at?
I just thought of something very funny.
All right, what is it?
This is my lucky day.
Remember our own product, Mary.
Jack, I want to thank you and Mary for coming up here tonight. Maybe you can't play the bee, but you can play Brewster like $1 million.
And if you spend it all in 1 year, $6 million.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille, for letting me be an actor.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Oh, Mr. DeMille, don't forget that little thing we discussed. The hint I dropped. Remember, I'm the Cooper type.
Yes, Jackie.
Jackie Cooper. Goodbye.
Thank you, Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. There's a rare dramatic thrill awaiting us next week, and Mr. DeMille tells us about it in just a moment. Tonight, our cast included Crawford Kent as Mr. Grant, Fred Harrington as Mr. Vanderpool, Lee Millar as Mr. Dudley, Margaret Brayton as Barbara Dawn, Helena Grant as Sophie Smith, Helen Piers as Mrs. Gray, John Gibson as Mike Donovan, Hal K. Dawson as Mr. Murphy, Eddie Kane as Slade, Lionel Belmore as Tragedian, Ross Forrester as Gillis, Abe Reynolds as Goldstone, Inez Seabury as Secretary, Lou Merrill as Skipper, William Royal as Police Officer, and Frank Nelson as Stage Manager. The play Brewster's Millions is by Winchell Smith and Byron Ongley, dramatized from the novel by George Barr McCutcheon. Jack Benny and Mary Livingston appeared through courtesy of General Foods, the makers of Jell-O, Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new film Love is News. And now, Mr. DeMille.
Next Monday night,
the Lux Radio Theater, we nail the skull and crossbones to our mast and lift anchor on what I consider the most thrilling and romantic drama ever to have come from the pen of that master of adventure, Raphael Sabatini. Our play, Captain Blood. And our stars, the same splendid four who made the motion picture such a memorable event on the modern screen. Ladies and gentlemen, Errol Flynn, Olivia de Havilland, Basil Rathbone, and Henry Stevenson. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater takes us back to the days of cutthroats and cutlasses in presenting Errol Flynn and Olivia de Havilland in Captain Blood with Basil Rathbone, Henry Stevenson, and Donald Crisp. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. Up in the knotty pine country, there's a terribly deep gash in the earth's surface. This oversized ditch is called Dead Man's Gorge. It's 1,200 feet to the bottom of this monstrous chasm, and Uncle Sam's decided to build a new bridge over it. Ranger Bill is responsible for the construction of the bridge since it's on government land. Of course, we know that Bill's hired bridge builders and engineers to construct the steel giant. Right now, he and Gray Wolf and Stumpy are in the main construction shack talking to the top bridge building boss, Stony Farwell. Here's the story. They called it the Jinx.
Bill, you're the best boss I've ever had. It's a real pleasure to work with you.
Oh, thanks, Tony. I'm just here to see that things roll along on schedule. You're the man who's building the bridge.
I not want your job for all tea in China, Stony.
Well, why, Grey Wolf?
How you know bridge going to stay up? Maybe first big wind knock it over.
Yeah, you got a good point there, Sonny. And I wouldn't want to be the feller to figure the stress and strains on that there bridge. Not the way the wind takes off down Dead Man's Gorge.
Ah, it too bad if engineers not add 2 and 2 and get 4.
Yeah, you said it, Sonny. That bridge out there would make a lot of pieces to pick up at the bottom.
You fellas are going to make me lose faith in my engineers if you keep on. Actually, all the engineering is checked and double-checked. And then a safety factor is added to be on the safe side.
That's plenty a good idea. The bridge have to hold extra large fat man as well as extra skinny thin man.
Grey Wolf, that was a good one. Yeah, you'll be catching up to my record if you keep that up, young feller.
I like you fellows who laugh at corny joke.
Well, gentlemen, we've got work to do. Stoney, how's the schedule coming along?
Not so good, Bill.
What do you mean?
Well, here, take a look at the schedule yourself. It'll explain better than I can.
Thanks, Tony. Well, according to the schedule, you're a week behind.
That's right, Bill.
How come?
I need a good general bridge foreman. Someone who really knows the fine points of getting things done. I just can't do it all myself.
Well, is there such a man available?
Yes.
Who is he?
Tom Ferris.
Tom Ferris? Been a long time since I've seen him. Is he the man we need?
I'll say he is. Tom is the best in the field.
Well, then, let's get him up here right away.
Well, it's not as easy as all that, Bill.
Oh? Is he employed now?
That's the least of my worries.
Stoney, will you stop beating around the bush? What's the matter with Tom Ferris?
Well, I guess you have a right to know. The men call him a jinx.
It's mighty cold out on the bridge. The men get so chilled from the frosty wind and the cold steel that they're given a rest period every hour and a half. There's the stop work signal. The girder setters, the riveters, the bucket men, the structural foremen, the laborers stiffly climb down from the superstructure or up from the substructure and head for the coffee shack. The half-frozen men try to get their blood circulating full steam to drive the cold out of their bodies. The fragrant aroma of good coffee sifts into their nostrils. They quickly find their way to the coffee shack and the warm stove.
Hey, fella. What do you want, Tony? I heard a rumor that Tom Ferris is coming to be boss of this job. Huh?
What's that? Where do you hear of that, Tony?
I went to buy Stoney's shack to get a bucket of rivets, and he and Bill was talking about being late on the schedule.
Yeah, go on.
Well, Bill was giving Stoney the business about us losing a week's of time. Stoney ups and says Tom Ferris be brought in for top foreman. That's all I heard, Pedro.
I ain't working for Tom. He's a jinx.
That's right, he's a jinx.
What are you fellas talking about? I heard that Tom Ferris is the best top bridge foreman in the game. He gets things done.
It's all right, Sandy. But us old timers know when Tom's a boss in the job, there's always a lot of accidents.
That's right, Sandy.
You younger fellas don't know about the jinx that Tom carries with him.
All the kinds of crazy accidents that happen.
What are you talking about?
Tom used to bring a jinx with him.
There isn't such a thing as a jinx. That's superstitious nonsense.
Maybe it's what you say, but I'm not going to work for Tom Ferris. I'd probably end up on the bottom of Dead Man's Gorge.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, Stoney, what's all this here nonsense about Tom being a jinx? Don't you men know that there ain't no such thing? That's superstitious foolishness.
Well, actually, it's not that Tom's a jinx, but the way he handles the men. They call it the jinx.
What do you mean by that, Stoney?
Well, let me tell you how Tom used to lead his men to accomplish outstanding construction records.
All right. I'd appreciate some of the background on Tom. We've met several times, but this I didn't know.
When I graduated from engineering school, I worked on the Mid-Mountain Bridge as a junior engineer. Tom was a top foreman on that job. Tom had a way of getting things done. He led his men, and they worked like Trojans and didn't know it. They wanted to beat the schedules. The Mid-Mountain Bridge was completed 3 weeks ahead of time. There was a clean spirit of competition. The riveters tried to catch up with the beam setters. The painters were pushing the riveters. The men were happy, and they were proud of their work. Building a bridge was more than a job to them. It was an art. And then Tom changed. He grew tense and impatient. He soon passed this tension and impatience on to his men.
Not good. Men have accidents that way.
You said it, Grey Wolf. Tom began needling the men into getting more work done instead of leading them. If the riveters were setting 1,000 rivets a day, he'd needle or shame them into setting 1,200.
Somebody should have called him for that.
Tom was young then, wasn't he, Stoney?
Yes, he was, Bill. But he hasn't changed any with maturing age. Tom can get up and set rivets like a madman, and therefore he thinks that the rest of the men should do the same.
Not all men can work like Tom.
That's right, Grey Wolf. But you can't tell Tom that.
You know, that's strange.
What's strange, young feller?
Tom professed to be a Christian when I last talked to him. In fact, he was walking very close with the Lord.
Well, maybe he did then, Bill. But that's changed now.
Perhaps this change came because he's away from the Lord now.
It could be. You might say he's no more than a human machine that's never satisfied with the amount of work done. He's lost his easygoing quality of leadership that makes his men want to work.
We need Tom, don't we, Stoney?
Yeah. Tom's the only answer to our getting back on schedule. But Tom won't do us much good since the men refuse to work for him.
You're absolutely sure of that, Stoney?
Absolutely.
Then get Tom up here as fast as you can. Leave the rest to me.
Okay. I'll go after him first thing in the morning. Oh, by the way, Bill. Who's going to tell the men?
You are.
All right, fellas, quiet down. You all know by now that we're behind schedule. You also know that this can't go on. The only answer to our problem was to get the one foreman who could do the job. I think most of you know Tom Ferris. Tom's going to be the general bridge foreman on this job starting as of now. We're all familiar with Tom's ability to get things done. Since our construction is a week behind, we've asked Tom to help us bring the work up to schedule in a reasonable length of time. Tom, do you want to say anything to the fellas?
Nothing more than I'm glad to be here. I know we'll all work together as a team and build this bridge ahead of schedule.
And so what do you think, Tom? I ain't working for you. Not no more. You're a jinx.
You said it.
Yeah, Pedro's right. I'm quitting too.
Pedro, you know better than to talk like that. You've never had an accident on the job.
That's all right, Tom. I ain't no sticking around until I get one either.
That's right.
Pedro's right. You know it. It's a long way to the bottom of the gorge. I'm not waiting till I'm on the bottom looking up. I quit.
What's the matter? Have you lost your nerve, Tony?
When it comes to work with you, I have. I'd rather be a live coward than a dead hero. You're a jinx, Tom, and you know it.
All right, fellas, let's quiet down.
Fellas, I think we're letting ourselves be influenced by a lot of things we've heard about Tom. Some of you have been on jobs with him before and seen some of the accidents.
You say something at that time. I've seen of the accidents, a lot something.
No doubt you have, Tony. But we must remember this. Your work is hazardous. Accidents occur 99 times out of 100 because somebody was careless. Carelessness such as not checking the scaffolding to make sure it's safe, being in too much of a hurry, ignoring warning bells and verbal warnings. There are dozens of ways a person can be careless. And sometimes they'll get away with it, and sometimes they won't.
I think he's got something there, fellas.
You're superstitious if you believe Tom's a jinx, or that he's bringing a jinx with him. It's like stopping and turning back because a black cat crossed your path. I know it sounds absurd, but what you're accusing Tom of is the same basic thing, isn't it?
You're right, Bill. I'll work for Tom.
What you say makes a horse sense, Bill. I'll stick on a job.
I want to be a stubborn mule, but the first accident that comes, I'm a leave here. Unless the accident's of me.
I'm glad you fellas are thinking straight. What do you say to Tom taking over first thing in the morning?
What's the matter up there, Lefty?
The lip on this gun is not straight, Tom.
Can you set it with one bolt?
Yeah, I can do it.
Well, do it then. Don't stand there yakking. You got another beam coming behind you. Hey, Tony!
What do you want, Tom?
You gotta rivet faster. The beam setters are getting way ahead of you. Those bolts can't take too much strain.
I don't know, Superman, boss. I'm going as fast as I can.
Don't give me the business, Tony. You're the best riveter in the country. Step it up, man, or those bull beams will fall on your head.
Sven, You're holding up the other half of the suspension because you haven't got the footings blown out of the gorge wall. Your charges aren't heavy enough.
Tom. If we make the charges bigger, it'll be pretty dangerous around here.
Nonsense. Make the fuses longer and holler the warnings louder.
Well, Bill, look at the way the work's getting done. By the end of next week, we'll be a day ahead of schedule, thanks to you.
Thanks to me.
Yeah, you're the man who talked the men into working for Tom.
Well, there wasn't anything to that, Stoney. Tom's the man who's getting the men to produce the goods.
And he's doing it without accidents. Boy, that man can sure hit the ball. Well, it's nothing short of a miracle the way the bridge is going up.
Well, I'm certainly pleased the way things are going. But you know, Tom's not himself, Stoney. He's tense. Too tense. He never relaxes, even when he's eating. No, he's not the Tom I knew 5 years ago.
Stoney, Billy, that's an accident on the bridge.
Are you sure you're all right, Jack?
I'm okay, Tom. Really, I am.
I think you'd better see the dog before...
You have an accident, Jack?
Yeah. I don't know what happened yet, Stoney. Jack's bosun chair gave way and he fell 20 feet.
Are you all right? Yeah, sure, boss. I'm okay. Well, you let the doc check you over before you go back to work. Hey, Jack, is that the way you had your block and tackle tied to the superstructure?
Yeah, that's right. I want to get this beam torched out before quitting time, and I thought the rig would hold me.
Well, you got a lot of nerve topping your rig like that. What's even worse is that Tom gets blamed for accidents that happen because of careless birds like you. I don't let this happen again or I'll fire you. You understand?
Sure, boss. Sure, I understand.
Now, you don't know how relieved I am that you pinned the accident right on Jack's carelessness in front of the men, Stoney.
I'm glad I was able to, Tom, for your sake.
Yeah. You don't know how this accident thing haunts me day and night. I don't even dream about the men having accidents.
You better take it easy, young feller, or you'll have a case of nerves.
You can't go around and hold men by hand. All you can do is tell them to be careful and watch for those who aren't.
I don't know. I'm beginning to wonder if there isn't some truth about me being a jinx.
Hey, Pedro, the bridge she's to go up like a growing a boy, huh?
Yes, Tony, the bridge she's growing almost too fast. Pretty soon we have to change it from knee pants to longer britches, huh?
All the time you make a joke, Pedro.
Why not? Thomas says we're one day ahead of schedule. All the men are proud of that.
Why shouldn't we be? Takes a good foreman and good men to do what we've done.
Sandy, you're right. We do it without accident except for Jack fall down from the bosun ladder.
And that was his own fault.
Say, you know something, fellas?
No, what should we know, Pedro?
I think Bill's right. There ain't no such a thing as a jinx. We all got to be careful and nobody's going to get hurt.
That's right, Pedro. It's a jinx that Tom is supposed to have, I think, is going to far away and never come back.
Tony's right. The jinx appears to be going far away, but I don't know about it not coming back. In the superstitious minds of the men, that is. Bad weather is descending over the Knotty Pine area, and Dead Man's Gorge is not excluded. Strong winds, rain turning to ice and snow. Add these up, and building a bridge becomes an almost impossible task. Tom slows the work down. All the men have to use safety belts as much of the time as possible. But in spite of the nasty weather, the construction must go on unless it gets so bitter cold the men would stick to the steel right through their clothing. Tom's worried and apprehensive. Then one after another, things begin to happen.
Ease the beam down carefully, Max. This wind will wrap it right around that pier.
I'm watching it, Tom.
I said watch it, Max, or you knock Cliff right off that setting joint.
Hey, do not knock him off.
No, not yet. Keep your right lever a little Pull the right lever! The wind's swinging the beam right at Cliff! Pull the right lever, Mac!
Can't! The wind's too strong! I can't stop it!
Pedro! The wind's going to take the rivet bucket!
I'll fix it, Tom.
Get that bucket, Pedro! Quick!
I can't do it. Hey, look out below!
Hot rivets! Run for it, fellows!
What's my leg look like, Tom?
It's broken, Lefty.
Yeah, I thought so. Feels like it's been smashed to smithereens.
Let me see the rope burn you got, Sandy.
Pretty, isn't it? If I hadn't slid down the rope, I'd have been right where that bolt snapped.
Though he's not dead, Tony, he probably wishes he were, the way he's smashed up.
I'm sorry to hear about Louis.
You're sorry. How do you think I feel?
Oh, take it easy, Tom.
That's easy to say. First Cliff, then the bucket of hot rivets burns half a dozen men, then Sandy and now Louis. Oh, I forgot Lefty with a smashed leg.
I understand how you feel, Tom. What do you say we stop construction for the rest of the week? Maybe
we won't have to stop work.
What?
The boys just walked off the job. All except 6.
I see. The jinx again, huh?
What do you think the men call it? Call me.
Well, there's only one thing to do.
Is there?
Yes, I'm going to call Bill. Well, that's the whole story, Bill. You can see the 6 men on the bridge from here, 7 with Tom.
Perhaps Tom should have stopped operations during this foul weather.
Bill, we've got a contract with a penalty clause in it if we don't finish on schedule. Tom did slow down the pace of the work. He even gave the men extra rest periods and worked them in shifts several of the really nasty days. Our men are used to working in foul weather. That's part of the job.
Yeah, that's right, Stoney. What do you think about it?
Well, I know you'll blow a fuse when I say this, but I wonder if maybe there isn't something to this jinx business with Tom.
Now you too, Stoney?
Well, what else can I think, Bill?
Something's wrong with Tom. He radiates this deep-down trouble of his right into the men. I don't call a man a jinx who's fighting with himself.
How are we going to find out what's bothering Tom?
Perhaps I know what this trouble is.
Do you really, Bill?
I think so. Will you let me talk to Tom privately in your office?
My office is yours. I'll send Tom in.
Now, Tom, what's eating you?
What do you mean, what's eating me? There's nothing wrong with me. There's nothing besides this terrible fear I've developed of accidents to my men.
Tom, don't try to buffalo me. I've worked with men all my life, all kinds of men. I know them pretty well.
What are you getting at, Bill? I've told you what was wrong with me.
You only told me half the story, Tom.
What do you mean?
Why are you fighting with yourself?
Why,
You told me a long time ago that you were a Christian, Tom. Can you still look me in the eye and say you're playing square with the Lord?
Well, that is... Well, you see,
Come
Bill...
on, talk like a man, Tom. Are you still letting the Lord run your life, or are you trying to do it on your own? Tom, if you straighten things out between you and the Lord, then things will straighten out between you and your men. Well, Tom?
All right, Bill. You win. What's the use of fighting the Lord any longer? You're right. I haven't been letting him help me build bridges. I've been beating my head against a stone wall.
You aren't telling me a thing, Tom. I knew that the first day you came on the job.
You did? How?
You aren't leading your men, Tom. You needle them into jealous competition with one another. They've contracted your restlessness and impatience. Oh, they do good work, but it's not the satisfying, high-quality work they could do. You see, Tom, a boss radiates his thoughts to his people. This happens faster by the boss's actions than his words.
I never thought of it that way. Now that I do, I know you're right.
Tom, are you ready to straighten things out between yourself and the Lord?
Yeah, Bill. Let's have a good old-fashioned prayer meeting right here. Okay?
Are you ready to go all the way with the Lord?
Yes, Bill. The Lord's got to help me build bridges again, or I'll never make it. Fellas, what I'm about to say may shock some of you, but I'm going to carry it out anyhow. This morning and each morning after this, we're going to have prayer before we begin our day's work.
What? Prayer? What do you...
I know some of you don't like it. You can pray with me or you can leave as you wish. In any event, I'm going to pray. If any of you want to leave, please do so now. There'll be no hard feelings. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we ask that you keep us safe from accidents as we go out on the bridge today. Help each one.
Hey, Sandy, it's good to see you. What's the news?
Pedro, I hear good news from the grapevine. Tom's a changed man.
I hear the same thing, Sandy.
You did?
Yeah, maybe I go back to work in the morning, eh?
Lefty, I just stopped by to tell you I go back to work for Tom. He's a different, like a night from a day.
That's right, Tony. As soon as my leg mends, I'm going back, too.
Well, Tony, how about my old job? Can I have it back now that Tom's acting like a human being?
Tom, I'd like to work for you again. Well, Tom, how are things going?
Wonderfully well, Stumpy. The men are happy and they work together like real teammates.
Yeah, the boys are bragging they'll finish the bridge a week ahead of time.
You're much happier now, too, Tom.
How can a fella help but be happy when he's in good fellowship with the Lord? Oh, say, I better keep an eye on that batch of concrete the boys are going to pour. See you fellas later.
Hey, Tony, don't you think a Mac who works as a crater pretty close to painting scaffold?
Oh, that's all right, Pedro.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't want him to work that close to me.
Max, he gonna put a hook right in your pocket and not a scratch.
Yeah? It's a pretty big hook.
Never you mind. Just set Tony some rivets, eh, Pedro?
Okay. Hey, Sandy, throw some hot ones, huh?
Here they come. I'll push him right here. We finish it to be tout sweet.
Flatten the rivet, Tony.
Watch that crane, Max! What are you trying to do? Knock me off of here!
Josh, he's got a pretty matter right now.
I'm sorry, Josh. I try to keep away from the scaffold.
No better. I'll take it up with Tom.
I don't blame Josh for being sore. It's a long way down there.
Now, let's not worry about that. Tony wants you to set the rivets so we can get some work done. Already she's a lunchtime, Pedro. Now, let's quit the work, huh?
Hey, look at it, Josh! Hey, the crane!
Watch it! You're gonna...
I'm no kind of looker, Pedro.
Hey, fellas, look! Josh is okay! Hey, look at him, Tony. He's the same!
Oh, It's a great day. It just is to catch a rope and hang on like a crazy.
Boy, that was a close one, Bill.
I'll say it was, Sandy. The rope saved the painter from a bad fall.
You know, Tony, just when we think everything's going to be fine, then this happens.
So what? The painter didn't fall, did he? He's a grab of the rope, he's a safe, huh?
Hey, that's right. That means a jinx, he's a broke.
No, Pedro. That means that God has answered prayer.
Yes, Bill, that was the Lord's answer to prayer, all right. He has strange ways of doing things sometimes. That is, they may be strange to us. But then the Lord's ways are always the best ways, aren't they? We'll see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
The first couple of radio comedy, or Burns and Allen, are up next.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too. Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and our happy postman, Mel Blanc. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. Last Thursday, George and Gracie celebrated their 15th anniversary in radio, and all week messages of congratulation have poured in. Gracie is now busy pasting them in her scrapbook.
This telegram from Jack Benny was short, but sweet. Just 3 words. Congratulations, Jack.
What was the third word?
Collect.
Good old Jack. So thoughtful.
Oh, this...
A true friend.
Yes. This one is one of my favorites. Best wishes on your anniversary. When I listen to Burns and Allen, I feel very proud of my family name. Signed, Fred Allen.
I like that, too.
Yeah. But this one puzzles me, George. It just says, I don't feel so good. Signed, Bob Burns.
I'm confused, too. I wonder what he means.
Too. Did you know I got a telegram from Ma Perkins?
Ma Perkins? No, read it.
So you've been on the air 15 years with George Burns, and I thought I suffered more than anybody in radio. I don't get
Somebody sent that for a gag.
Oh, we received congratulations from just about everybody.
Yeah, everybody but Al Jolson. I thought I'd hear from Al after singing that duet with him last week. When April showers may come your way.
Oh, I forgot to tell you.
They bring the flowers.
George,
that
Al
you
Jolson
may.
sent you a long wire.
Give me a chance. He didn't let me sing last week. He sent me a long wire?
Yes.
Really swell. Read it.
Well, I can't. It's baling wire, and he wants you to twist it around your throat.
Professional jealousy.
Yes. No, I'll answer it, dear.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Postman.
May I add my congratulations to the many you have received on your 15 years in radio?
Oh, thanks again.
I wish my wife Bertha was on the radio. I'd tune her in every day.
You would?
Yes, just for the pleasure of shutting her off.
She talks a lot, huh?
That woman couldn't keep her mouth shut if she was Nora Prentice.
Mr. Postman, maybe I'd understand your attitude better if I knew more about your wife. What does she look like?
Well, when I look at Bertha, I think of Lana Turner.
Oh, really?
Yes, but it doesn't help. I gag anyhow.
Well, thank goodness George and I are happy together.
If you want to stay that way, don't show him the morning mail. It's full of bills marked 2 months overdue.
Oh, dear, look at them. Gas, water, lights. Oh, dear. If George sees these, he'll throw me out of the house.
That's what a husband should do. The last time my wife neglected the bills, I said, hit the road, Bertha.
What happened?
She hit the road with me. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns, and remember, keep smiling.
Well, George will have a tizzy if he sees these overdue bills. Think fast, Gracie.
Well, I see the mail came. Anything important?
No, just some more letters of congratulation. I'll throw them away.
Wait a minute. The top one is from the water company. Did we get congratulations from the water company?
Yes. They want you to take a drink on them.
There's a letter there from the gas company.
They want you to take some of their product, too.
Let me see that letter.
Oh, never mind, dear. I'll read it to you. Mr. George Burns, please permit the gas company to congratulate you on your 15 years in the radio. We are proud of our gas. Hope you are the same.
Give me that letter. 60 days overdue. Please remit or suit will be filed. Gracie.
Happy anniversary to you.
Oh, wait a minute. Never mind that. What happened to the gas money?
Suddenly my mind is a blank, George.
Suddenly, she says. Gracie, if this bill isn't paid, they'll come over this afternoon and shut off our gas.
Oh, no, they won't.
What makes you so sure?
They shut it off this morning.
Then I won't get any breakfast. Not even coffee.
No.
Okay. Bring me a glass of water.
Yes, dear. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Well, I have to go next door for it.
They shut off the water, too?
Uh-huh.
And you told me these were letters of congratulation. Now I see the light.
Oh, did they turn those back on?
Now the electricity. Holy murder. I gave you the money to pay these utility bills. Where did it go?
All right, I'll tell you. And you'll be ashamed you shouted at me. I gave that money to a girl who supports her family.
Really?
Yes. She supports them by selling hats at Saks Fifth Avenue. George Burns, how dare you call me that?
I didn't call you anything.
Well, you were thinking it.
You're right.
Hi, Burnses.
Oh, hello, Bill.
See, I've been pushing on the door buzzer. It doesn't seem to work.
Nothing works around here. Thanks to Gracie.
Yeah, I know. How long are you going to let her support you?
I'm in no mood for jokes, comedian.
Gracie, what's the matter with the little man this morning?
Oh, he's upset, Bill. It's hard for him to face life.
Must be kind of tough for life to face him, too.
Why don't you get a hen of rinse so people will think you're Red Skelton?
Now, boy, stop that. George has a right to be angry, Bill. I squandered the household money.
Yeah, Bill. Why can't Gracie remember what Benjamin Franklin said? A penny saved is a penny earned.
Well, naturally, Gracie wouldn't remember it like you would, George. You heard Franklin say it.
Okay, funny man, make your jokes. But I'm going to lay down the law right now. Gracie, a house should be run like a business.
Yes, dear.
You've got to have a system for your housekeeping.
Oh, I'm very systematic. I have a place for everything. I keep the rent money in the old coffee pot, and I keep
Then why did the landlord come to me for the rent money yesterday?
Oh, well, that was a misunderstanding. I was busy when he came, so I said, go to the old pot and get the money. And
Never mind. I'm going downtown and pay these bills. But from now on, I want this house run like a business.
Hey, sounds like the little man really wants you to go into business, Gracie. You going to try it?
Yes, Bill. It's a wife's duty to give her husband anything he wants. And from now on, I'll give George the business.
I bet you will at that. In the gloaming. Meaning, in the twilight, huh, Meredith?
That's right, Bill. And mighty lovely music any time of the day. Talk about your hit tunes. Gosh, folks have been singing this one for close on to 70 years.
Yes, and it's just as popular as ever today, Meredith. You'll hear it by the fireside on a winter's night. Hear it wherever there's dancing and the lights are bright. Sweet is the memory of love's first song. It's a treasured and well-loved part of our musical tradition. A warm and sentimental part of our American scene. Makes me think how down through the years, Maxwell House coffee has come to be such a familiar and well-loved part of the American scene, too. We Americans love coffee, have made it our national drink. And today, more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee at any price. It's Maxwell House wherever you go. Flavor explains this nationwide preference, that good-to-the-last drop Maxwell House flavor that results from the skillful blending of these premium Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other choice coffees for vigor. And Bucaramangas for full body. The sum of which is great coffee at its flavor peak. So, friends, why not know the very best in coffee goodness, coffee pleasure? You can for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than you'd pay for the cheapest coffee sold. Simply say, Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
I'm glad that you dropped in, Meredith. How do you like my office?
Like it fine, Gracie, but why have you got an office?
Well, George said if I ran the house like a business, I'd save him money.
Well, what have you done so far?
Oh, I bought a desk, a typewriter, 2 filing cabinets, and a water cooler. I wonder how much I've saved him already.
Plenty, I'll warrant.
And now, of course, I'll have to hire a secretary. Someone to file the filings and vouch the vouchers and separate the invoices from the outvoices.
Well, perhaps I could qualify for the position, Gracie.
All right. I'll interview you and see if you make good. Let's have a look at your legs.
My legs?
Yeah. Businessmen seem to prefer secretaries with good legs. So I can't imagine why.
Oh, I'll bet I know why. Suppose the boss doesn't go home to dinner but stays late at the office with his secretary.
Well?
Well, if she has good legs, she can run out and get him a sandwich.
Oh, that must be it. Well, now let's see if you have the other qualifications for a secretary. Do you know how to write shorthand?
No, I'm afraid not.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I don't know how to speak it either. How's your spelling?
Well, I was considered an excellent speller. Back in my hometown of Mason City, Iowa, I was always in demand for spelling bees.
Oh, what's so great about spelling a simple word like bees?
Well, by spelling bees, I meant
you'll have to do better than that if you want to be my secretary, because I'm quite a speller myself. Go on, spell a word. If it's right, I'll hire you.
Very well. Anthropomorphic. Anthropomorphic.
Try another word.
Right. Consanguinity. Consanguinity.
Try cat.
CAT.
Yeah.
Good. Well, I'll go eat some lunch, Gracie, and come right back.
Oh, no, you won't have time for lunch. I've got some important letters to dictate.
You want me to take dictation on an empty stomach?
Oh, certainly not. Take it out a notebook. Now, let's get busy.
Gracie, I'm home. Where are you? Maybe she's in the den. Gracie, what goes on here? Why is Meredith sitting on your lap?
Where do you expect him to sit? He's my secretary.
secretary.
Well, yes, you told me to run the house like a business, so I'm doing it.
Gracie, I want to talk to you.
Do you have an appointment, sir?
No, I don't have an appointment.
Then come back next week. GA is in conference.
GA?
That's what we employees call the boss.
Well, I want to talk to GA right now.
What is the nature of your business, sir?
Oh, quiet and get off my wife's lap.
George, please, you're interrupting my dictation. Take another letter, Wilson.
Yes, GA.
I want a copy of this sent to every grocery store in California.
Ready?
Dear grocery store, the kitchen division of Gracie Allen Incorporated is interested in the immediate purchase of half a dozen eggs.
I wouldn't take any partners in this business. I'd run this myself.
Now,
We're going to make a fortune.
Let me see. Is interested in the immediate purchase of half a dozen eggs. They must be complete with yolks, whites, and shells. Please quote me a price, and within 10 days I will notify the lowest bidder. Yours very truly, etc., etc., etc. Wilson, read that last sentence back to me.
Yours very truly, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah. Put in another etc. We're a big concern.
Yes, dear. I'll get these out at once.
Well, now, Burns, I can spare you a moment or two. What's on your mind?
Look, Gracie, I admit I asked you to run the house like a business. Okay? I made a mistake.
No, not at all. It's wonderful. Remember how I used to keep my important bills and receipts crammed into coffee pots and sugar bowls in the kitchen?
Yes?
Well, now I have a filing cabinet.
Well, that is better.
Well, sure. I keep the coffee pots and sugar bowls in there.
Gracie.
You're talking to a real businessman now. Oh, that reminds me. I have to look out the window again.
Why do you keep looking out the window?
I'm watching the A&P.
What for?
Well, a businessman has to keep his eye on the market.
Gracie, let's have a nice, quiet little talk. Now, I appreciate you trying to run
Pardon me, GA. The man is here to demonstrate that office equipment you ordered.
Oh, good. Send him in.
Office equipment?
How do you do? It is always a pleasure to address the purchaser of a true tone dictaphone, which I am here to demonstrate. Oh, it is so simple. Let us say we are working late and a brilliant thought occurs to us. We simply grasp the true tone dictaphone in our left hand.
Gracie, did you really order this thing?
Yes, George. Go ahead, mister.
How do you do? It is always a pleasure to address the purchaser of a true tone dictaphone, which I am here to demonstrate. Oh, it is so simple.
Wait a minute. You said that once. Just skip that part.
Oh, gee, I can't. This is the way they taught me to spiel at the factory, and if I don't say it all the way through, I get mixed up. It don't take long, honest it don't.
Well, you go right ahead, mister. Say it the way you learned it.
How do you do? It is always a pleasure to address the purchaser of a true tone dictaphone, which I am here to demonstrate. Oh, it is so simple. Let us say we are working late and a brilliant thought occurs to us.
And it will, too.
I beg your pardon?
I say, and it will, too. I'm very brilliant.
Yeah. Grasping the pressing the true tone, how do you do?
No.
It is always a pleasure to address the purchaser of a true tone dictaphone, which I am here to demonstrate. Oh, it is so simple.
Well, it doesn't sound so simple to me.
Gracie, let the man finish his sales talk so I can throw him out. Go ahead, Two-Tone.
How do you do it? It is always a pleasure to address the purchaser of a true tone dictaphone, which I am here to demonstrate.
Well, why throw him out?
Gracie, please.
How do you do? It is always a pleasure to address the purchaser of a true tone dictaphone.
Well, I think he's nice.
How do you do?
Oh, no.
There's no business like show business. Meredith Wilson and his music.
we got rid of the two-tone salesman. Now, please, Gracie, let's have a nice, quiet little talk.
Just a moment, Burns. Oh, Wilson.
Yes, G.A.?
I'll be in conference. Now, I don't want to speak to anyone unless it's urgent.
What do you consider urgent?
If anyone wants to speak to me.
Okay, G.A.
Now, Burns, let's hear what you have to say, and keep it short. I'm a busy man.
Yes. Now, look, Gracie, when I asked you to run the house like a business, I didn't mean for you to make yourself for a Woolworth. All I want you to do is pay the bills on time and keep track of...
Excuse me, G.A.
Yes, Wilson?
Mr. Goodwin to see you.
Oh, send him in.
But, Gracie...
How do you do? It is always a pleasure to address the purchaser of Maxwell House coffee, which I am here to demonstrate. Ah, it is so delicious.
Bill, it sounds like you ran into the two-tone salesman.
Yeah, I did. What a schmo that guy is, Gracie. I said, nice day, and he went right into his routine.
He's a schmo, all right.
Well, sure. An intelligent salesman makes conversation before he mentions his product. He leads into it gradually. I'll show you. You say nice day to me, George.
Nice day.
Isn't it? Maxwell House coffee is rich. Paul is right. Delicious and mellow. That famous Maxwell House flavor, you know, is the result of careful selection and blending of premium Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to perfection. It's no wonder more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world.
I thought you'd never get to Maxwell House coffee.
Love that subject. Love it. I think I could switch any conversation in the world to Maxwell House coffee.
Well, not now, Bill. I've got to get Gracie out of business. She thinks she's a Woolworth.
And it's well worth your time to try Maxwell House. It's the very best in coffee drinking pleasure.
Run along, Bill.
You'll never run a long bill at your grocer if you buy Maxwell House. It costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee you can buy.
Bill, goodbye.
Goodbye? It's a wonderful buy. That's why Maxwell House is the choice of so many millions of Americans today. They know today's coffee buy is Maxwell House.
Out, Bill, out. You can finish that in the hallway.
Always good to the last drop.
Goodbye, Bill. Goodbye. Now, Gracie, let's have a nice, quiet little talk. When I said to run the house like a business, I didn't mean for you to...
Excuse me, G.A. On your call to New York, the lines are still tied up.
Oh, keep trying, Wilson.
Very well.
Why are you calling New York?
Well, George, I'm in business to save you money. Your favorite steak is a New York cut.
So?
So I'll call New York and buy it direct. We'll save a fortune.
Gracie.
I'm also calling Philadelphia.
For
cream cheese.
Cream cheese, I thought
so. And of course I'll call Boston.
Baked beans?
What else?
I need a pair of garters. Why don't you call Paris?
That's a good idea.
Put down the phone. Now listen, Gracie. When I said to run this house like a business, I didn't mean to put...
Excuse me, G.A.
G.A., he wants you, yes.
The man is here to demonstrate the comptometer you ordered.
Well, show him in, Wilson.
How do you do? It's always a pleasure
Not
to
you
address
again.
Yes, and I'd appreciate it if you'd let me finish this time.
Yeah, you go right ahead, mister. I'd just like to see him interrupt you.
How do you do? It is always a pleasure to address the purchaser of a mass model comptometer, which I am here to demonstrate. Oh, it is so simple.
I just dare him to interrupt you.
Gracie.
How do you do? It is always a pleasure to address
Oh, I'm sorry. That was my fault.
Get out!
George, why didn't you let him demonstrate the comptometer? Now I won't know how to comptom.
Gracie, let's have a little talk. When I told you to run this house like a business...
Excuse me, G.A.
G.A.
I've got that advertising agency on the phone.
Oh, button, zipper, and button?
Yes, G.A.
Well, tell him I want to buy full-page ads in every magazine.
Hey, hold on. You're buying full-page ads?
Well, of course I am. I'm in business now, and advertising is the backbone of business.
What are you going to advertise?
Hang up on them, Wilson.
Very well.
Well, don't I make a wonderful executive?
Simply great.
Oh, you used to say my head was only good for wearing hats. But now I've developed a head for business, too. You're married to a woman with two heads.
That explains a few things. Now, Gracie, when I told you to run this house like
Excuse me, G.A.
G.A. is back here.
The man is here to demonstrate the inter-office communicator that you ordered.
Oh, send him in, Wilson.
How do you
Get out! Get out!
Oh, George.
A fellow like that can drive you crazy.
Well, how can I save you money if you won't let me run the house like a business?
Gracie, listen to me. When I asked you to run the...
Excuse me, G.A. I just got the report from the grain exchange. The price of wheat is going up 2 cents a carload.
Oh, well, we've got to move fast. Rush down to the store and buy 400 loaves of bread.
400 loaves of bread?
Well, wheat's going up. In 4 or 5 months, we'll make a killing.
In 4 or 5 months, the bread will be moldy.
Moldy?
Moldy, yes.
Wilson, call Mayo Brothers and see what they're paying for penicillin.
Okay, that does it. You're through.
But, George, I've got a going business.
And I know just where it's going. Well, I've still got a nickel to my name.
You mean you want to buy me out?
If necessary, I'll buy out. How much for the business?
Well, shall we say $1,000?
Shall we say 10?
Okay, 10,000.
I meant $10.
Oh, George, don't be silly. Look at this lovely office furniture. And look at this nice comptometer.
I don't want a comptometer. I don't know how to run it.
How do you do? It's always a
Okay. I'll still give you $10.
Sold.
I'm still stuck.
Any further instructions, G.A.?
Oh, no, Wilson. You're no longer in my employ. I just sold the business to George.
You did?
Yes, your new boss is G.B.
You mean I'm his secretary now?
That's right.
Well, if I must, I must.
Get off my lap, you chowderhead.
New horizons are opening up today and every day for young women who enter the nursing profession. There never have been enough nurses to go around, and with the vast expansion of America's medical facilities now underway, the opportunities open to nurses will be unlimited. So if you're a young woman between the ages of 18 and 35, a high school graduate, or a college student in good standing, think about entering a school of nursing now. Get full information by inquiring at the nearest hospital. Now, here's George and Gracie.
George, please don't be angry with me. I was only trying to help you.
I'm not sorry, Gracie. I love you no matter what you do.
Oh, George.
With all your faults, I'd rather be married to you than Lana Turner.
Really?
Why, sure. What do I care about a little dizziness?
Oh, is Lana Turner dizzy?
Good night.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. Till next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House Coffee. Now, stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
It's instant, it's new, it's good to the last drop, too. It's instant Maxwell House coffee. Yes, trust Maxwell House to make a better instant coffee. True coffee flavor, true coffee aroma, because it's all coffee made from America's favorite, the famous Maxwell House blend. And thrifty. A jar of instant Maxwell House makes fully as much as a pound of regular coffee. Help yourself to that famous Maxwell House flavor instantly with Instant Maxwell House. Good to the last drop.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. We're out to blow the building racket sky high.
Stop work on this job. It's orders.
Hey, he's Carlotta's man. I'm in no work here.
You said it.
We're taking an awful chance, Pelton. If Carlotti finds out about this, he'll break me.
Look out, it's a bomb! Can I come in? Is Mr. Fletcher... Oh, it's you, dear. Why aren't you home?
I'm a builder, honey. I've got a dozen houses here that must go up.
But you're not a watchman.
Well...
Look at me. Has anything else happened?
Anything else? What do you mean?
Oh, please don't. I'm your wife. You can't fool me with talk.
Yes, the watchman did quit.
Because of Carlotti?
Oh, what's Carlotti got to
It
do
is
with it?
Carlotti, isn't it?
Now, look, honey. Building's a man's job.
He's been threatening you, hasn't he?
Just talk.
He has, I know it.
No racketeer can bust me.
So, that's it. I suspected it when one of your houses caught on fire.
I can't prove it was Carlotti.
Tell me, what's Carlotti after? What's he doing?
What's he after? He's a racketeer, isn't he? He's trying to force builders to pay out money to him.
Is that why you had that fire? Because you wouldn't pay?
I'm not going to pay.
But the other builders, what about them?
They're paying him. They're afraid of him. Afraid to talk.
I'm afraid, too.
Now, don't you worry. Carlotti's tough, but the cops will get him. Sooner or later, they'll get evidence.
If something doesn't happen to you first.
I wish I had some proof, that's all.
Dear, why not pay him? It isn't much, is it?
No. He may have the rest hogtied, but not me.
You're going to continue taking chances?
I'm an honest builder.
The others are honest, too. Yet they've joined Carlotti's association.
No racket can rope me in.
What's that?
That? It's Pelton's lumber truck.
Delivering lumber at midnight?
Yeah. Now, wait here, honey. I'll be back. Fletcher, I got your lumber. Well, thanks, Pelton. You're a right guy. I didn't want to get you in trouble with Carlotti, too. That's why I had you deliver late at night.
I hope you'll lick him, Fletcher. I sell lumber to the builders in his association, and I can't afford to lose the business.
If Carlotti knew, he'd force them to buy from someone else.
Yeah, he got him scared to death. Not one of them will talk.
Carlotti's clever. Nothing can be pinned on him.
Yeah, but they had your nerve, Fletcher.
Well, he won't get me.
The Daily Sentinel's been talking about him plenty, but nothing definite.
Listen, Pelton. Maybe I'm courting disaster, bucking Carlotti and his hoodlums.
No maybe about it.
If Carlotti fails to bulldoze me, those he's intimidated may get their nerve back. Carlotti can't buck the whole bunch.
Not if they all follow your lead, Fletcher.
Look there.
Huh?
Hey, there's someone in my truck. Come on. What's going on? You one of Carlotti's gangsters?
I ordered that lumber. It stays.
I don't work for Carlotti.
Who are
That
you?
mask, you're the Green Hornet.
There you are.
What the? That car.
Don't try to follow me. It's useless.
All right, Miss Red?
All fine, Cato. You picked me up perfectly. No mistake. They know who I am.
Yes, sir.
We've been watching Fletcher's building job for the past several nights, Cato. I knew we'd get something eventually.
What, Miss Red?
You saw those two men and the woman?
Who is she?
She's Mrs. Fletcher, the builder's wife. She was trying to persuade him to give in to Carlotti.
She was?
She was thinking only of her husband's welfare, Cato. She wanted him to give in before Carlotti got tough.
Is he going to, Mr. Red?
Cato, from what I heard tonight, I think Fletcher is heading for a lot of trouble.
Trouble?
Carlotti's a racketeer. The Sentinel's been saying so for quite a while. What I heard tonight proves that Carlotti is cutting in on the builders. He's out to get them all, one by one.
Can he do that, Mr. Red?
He's after Fletcher right now. And unless the Green Hornet can stop it, Fletcher is Carlotti's next victim.
This the publisher hangout, sister?
It's the publisher's office.
Hey, Casey, I didn't know you had a brother. So Casey's your sister, huh? I'm glad to meet you. My name's Axford. Yeah?
He's not my brother, you big nug.
But I just heard him say it. Me? I call all the dames sister.
Well, don't. Not with me.
Oh, now, take it easy.
My name's Carlotti. Is that your boss's office?
You can't go in there.
Sure I can, sister.
No,
Sure.
you don't.
Didn't I tell you my name?
I said you don't go in there.
Oh?
Yeah.
Okay. No hard feelings.
I'll find out if Mr. Reed will see you.
Yes, Miss Case.
A man to see you, Mr. Reed.
Has he an appointment?
No, Mr. Reed. He just dropped in. He said that.
Yeah, that's it, sister.
His name's Carlotti.
Carlotti, eh? Miss Case, you tell Mr. Carlotti to wait a few minutes. I'll see him very soon.
Very well, Mr. Reed.
Yes, very soon.
Hey, boss, did I get that name right?
I think so.
Carlotti's here to see you. Carlotti?
I admit it is a bit strange.
Strange. Say, after the way we've been going at that mug in the Sentinel, I'm surprised he's still in the state.
The Sentinel hasn't mentioned names, Lowry.
You don't need a signpost to see the road, boss. That guy spells racket ever since he stuck his nose into jail.
Yes, he is an ex-convict.
All I hope is he plays a return engagement.
Lowry, we know Carlotti is trying to build up a racket in the building business.
He's got more than a dozen of those builders buffaloed already.
But we can't prove that.
Oh, that word. Why does it keep popping up all the time?
All we know about Carlotti is that he started a Builders Protective Association.
Yeah, to protect him against his own hoodlums. How about that fire this builder named Fletcher had?
Fletcher hasn't joined, has he?
I don't know. Unless the cops pin something on Carlotti, he's going to have to join.
I see.
Yes, sir?
Carlotti still out there, Miss Case?
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Send him in, please. Rather curious to know why he's here.
Those articles in the Sentinel. He's probably burned up.
Undoubtedly, but he won't discuss them directly. He'll lead up to it, I'm sure.
Hey, Mr. Reed.
I'm Mr. Reed. What can I do for you?
Who's this mug? Ain't I seen you before?
Sure you have. Around your place.
Yeah?
He's my ace reporter, Carlotti. I sent him.
Funny didn't ever talk to me.
I was there for information, Carlotti. I knew I'd never get it from you.
Suppose you tell me your business, Carlotti. Why are you here?
Me? A couple of things, Mr. Reed.
We're not in the market for any protection.
Never mind, Lowry. Well?
In the first place, I come to put an ad in your paper.
An ad?
Yeah. For my Builders Protective Association. We're making a drive for members.
I'll bet you are.
But before I give it the ad, there's a little matter I want to straighten out.
You're not referring to the Sentinel's articles by any chance?
Yeah, that's it. How did you know?
Tell him, boss. You're psychic.
You object to those articles, Carlotti?
Well, it's this way. Somebody's got the wrong angle on me. I come around to straighten you out and to give you some business.
All right, Carlotti. You've stated your business here. Now I'll give you the answers.
There's only one answer. Drop them articles and you get the ad.
And if the Sentinel goes ahead with the series?
Hey, I'm offering you dough.
It's all you can understand, eh? Money and force.
What do you mean?
Do you need a gun to build up your protective association?
Huh?
That's a shoulder holster you're wearing.
So what? I got a permit. Are you going to take my ad or ain't you?
The answer is no.
What?
We believe you're running a racket. We'd like to prove it, but so far we can't. But get this, Carlotti. We're going to keep after your fake outfit until we do.
Oh, I'm wasting my time, huh?
You are. Now, if there's anything else we can do...
You know I can sue you.
That's your privilege. Good day.
Why, you...
I said good day.
Hey, Reed. Holy cow, did you see the fire?
What fire, Axford?
Right here, out the window.
Hey, boss, that looks like a 3-alarm.
That's across the river. Check on it, Lowry.
You don't have to, Reed. It's Pelton's Lumberyard.
Are you still here, Carlotti? I thought I told you to leave.
I ain't hanging around.
Just one moment.
Yeah?
How do you know it's Pelton's Lumberyard?
He happens to do a little business with one of the members of the association.
Not anymore, he won't. You can see the flames from here.
Big, huh?
You don't sound surprised, Carlotti.
Don't I? Anything else you want to say before I scram out of this joint?
I've rejected your ad. That's all.
Okay, Reed.
Hey, boss, what was that rat grinning about?
It wouldn't amaze me in the least if Carlotti had something to do with that blaze.
Huh? That's strong stuff.
You heard him. Pelton sells lumber to Carlotti's victims.
But Carlotti's in the building racket. What's he doing, branching out?
Did you ever hear of a racketeer who didn't, Lowry?
Oh, that's it.
Once a racket gets underway, it keeps building up until it's smashed.
Golly, Reed, I can see the fire engines from here. Ain't you going to send somebody to cover that fire?
Of course. Get going, Lowry.
Okay, boss.
See if we can dig something up. Mention Carlotti's name.
Don't worry, I'll shout it out loud.
Holy crow, hold on there.
One side, you big lug. This is an assignment.
Well, sure it is.
What's wrong, Axford?
Reed, you ain't going to make me miss the fun, are you?
Fun?
The fire. Suffering snakes, you know I love to go to fire.
This one wasn't built to amuse you.
Oh, I don't know if we can spare you, Axford.
Golly, Reed, I know I'm sort of valuable around the newspaper.
All right, Michael, we can spare you this once.
You mean it's okay? I can go with Lowry?
Yes, but get going before I change my mind.
Golly, I'm going to a fire. Did you hear that, Lowry? A regular 3-alarm blaze.
Well, come on, it'll be out before we get there.
I'm coming. Suffering snakes, it's some blaze.
It is, Axford. A bigger blaze than you think.
whole place. Going up in flames.
Now, ain't that too bad, Pelton?
You, eh? One of Carlotti's boys. Funny your being here.
Me? I like fires. Ain't it a shame? Now we'll have to have our builders buy someplace else.
I can't prove it, but I'll bet Carlotti had a lot to do with this.
Like you say, Pelton, you can't prove it. Now, you know, you hadn't ought to sold lumber to that Fletcher guy.
Oh, that's it.
I didn't say so, did I?
I don't need a diagram.
Well, hope your insurance covers it.
10,000 feet of prime lumber up in flames, and I can't prove a thing.
Well, how about it, Pelton? I'm Lowry from the Sentinel. How did it start?
I can't be sure. Did you ask the fire marshal?
So, for instance, what do you think? He says he can't tell nothing.
The way this is going up, there won't be anything left.
Golly, Lowry, you don't think it was done deliberately?
Oh, shut up, expert.
Look at it. There won't be a stick left.
Say, Pelton.
Yeah?
You do some business with the builders who belong to Carlotti's association?
Well, yes, I do.
Well, is that all you can say?
What else do you expect me to say?
Just wondering.
If I could help you, I would. But even if Carlotti were mixed up in this, you couldn't prove it.
No?
I'm sure of it. I've had enough experience with Carlotti to know that. He's one guy that covers his tracks.
Yes?
Lowry, boss.
What about it, Lowry? You get anything from Pelton or the fire marshal?
Another thing, boss. Only suspicions.
We can't print suspicions, Lowry. Nothing on Carlotti, huh?
Nope. No headline in that, is there?
Okay, Lowry. We'll handle the rewrite. Just a plain, ordinary fire. Yeah, plain, ordinary fire, huh? Not by a long shot. But if there's no other way to pin it on Carlotti, it's up to the Green Hornet.
Immediately after leaving the office, Britt Reed went to his apartment, where he spoke to Cato, his valet, and the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
Pelton's lumberyard was burned to the ground. There's the headline on the Sentinel. Carlotti's spotters must have seen that new lumber at Fletcher's development and checked. And that means Fletcher is next.
You go out now, Mr. Bates?
The Green Hornet's going out tonight, Cato, to check on a few details. When the time comes, Carlotti's racket is going to run into the Green Hornet.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now to continue our story. While the Green Hornet secretly checked on the Carlotti mob, a cab driver named Pazzi Petruccelli picked up a man and his wife.
Now's my chance to tell you something, honey. We're headed for trouble.
You mean that fire at Pelton's? Does that mean Carlotti knows you got lumber from him?
Carlotti knows. This time, he won't just make those indirect threats. He's out to force me into his building association.
How did he find out?
The Green Hornet was there last night, remember?
Oh, darling, I wish you'd stop. Pay him his protection money. It's better than...
The Green Hornet and Carlotti both. Well, I started this and I'm finishing it. Building's my business and no racketeer...
It's Dave who'll do the finishing. Carlotti and the Green Hornet.
I'm going ahead with that house if it's the last thing I do.
It may be a tombstone over your grave.
Now, take it easy, honey.
But those criminals, Carlotti, the Green Hornet. Oh, please, don't do it.
I'm sorry, honey. We're ordinary citizens, Mr. and Mrs. Fletcher. We have a right to live, to do business on the level without interference from rackets. And nothing's going to stop me.
Never mind, Casey. I got it.
Now, Axford, I'm Mr. Reed's secretary, not you.
But you're busy with that stuff, and it's late already. Hello, Michael Axford, General Assistant and Bodyguard to Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel newspaper with
Axford.
Huh? Who's speaking? Patsy! Now listen, you little sawed-off Rutherford cab driver. I'm a busy man. I ain't got time to... Holy crow! What's that? Are you sure you know what you're talking about? Sure. Golly, sure I believe you. I'm listening. Suffering snakes! Patsy, you recollect what I called you a half-wit? Well, I take it all back. You got as much brains as me. Nah. Can you imagine, Casey? Golly, I give the little half-pint a compliment, and he claims I insulted him.
What you did was practically the same as calling him a nitwit.
Golly, that's what Patsy said.
All right, Axford. What did he call about?
Oh, holy crow, can you imagine me forgetting? Patsy had a passenger in his cab.
Business must be picking up.
You don't get it, Casey. It was the Green Hornet.
What? Potsy's passenger?
Sure not. They was talking.
Who? Potsy and his passenger?
Golly, Casey, sometimes I think you're a bit slow at the uptake.
Axford, you big lug, will you explain before I die of curiosity?
Aye, that's what I'm doing. Now listen. A fella named Fletcher was in Potsy's cab tonight. This fella said that Carlotti did the job in Pelton's lumberyard.
Everybody thinks so, but there's
This Fletcher must know, because he said Carlotti was coming after him next.
Well, what's all this got to do with the Green Hornet?
He was butting in on Fletcher, too. Suffering snakes, Casey. Can you see Reed's face when I bring the Hornet all captured?
You?
Well, wasn't I a detective on the force? Where's Lowry?
Axford, you big lug, where are you going?
Holy crow, you're acting thicker than the thicket, Casey. We're going over to Fritz's place. We're going to get the Green Hornet if we have to wait for him till doomsday.
Across the city from the Daily Sentinel building, a sleek black car raced through the night. At the wheel was a mysterious figure, his eyes gleaming through a mask. The Green Hornet. Britt Reed's hand guided the Black Beauty to a deserted alley behind the racketeers' hangout.
Wait here, Cato, where you can watch.
I understand, Miss Faith.
I'm going to need your help in a few minutes. You know when to follow me.
Britt Reed made his way cautiously to the open window next to the door. Flattening his back against the wall, he listened to the conversation within.
Have you got the bomb, Turk?
Right here, Carlotti.
I got a tip from one of the boys. We're blasting Fletcher's house before it's built.
Tonight?
Right now.
I made it just like you said, with a 5-minute fuse.
Sure. I want this pineapple planted just right, see? I ain't taking no chances on somebody's throwing arm.
What's making you so jumpy? Is it the Green Hornet?
What do you know about the Hornet?
It ain't no secret. Helton spilled it when his lumberyard burnt down.
Ah, talks, that's all it was.
Sure.
Go on. Take this bomb and plant it like I told you.
Is the Hornet cutting in on our
Listen,
racket?
Turk. Nobody cuts in on me, see? I handle plenty of guys, and I don't scare easy. When I see that Hornet, I'll...
You'll what, Carlotti?
What the...
You...
Mask.
Listen, Hornet, I was just talking.
How much is your take, Carlotti?
Why,
You can't muscle in on us, Hornet.
Expect me to talk with a gun pointing at me?
You don't have to talk.
Huh?
I know your whole racket right down to the ground. You're a rat, and I don't like rats.
Who you calling?
Shut up, you!
You don't have to poke that cat in my ribs.
You said you wouldn't cut anybody in.
So what?
Still feel that way?
I don't know who you are, Hornet, and I don't give a hang. But it still goes.
I'm giving you a warning now. The bigger the racket, the sooner I get in on it.
Yeah? Well, maybe we can talk about...
Get your hand away from that shoulder holster.
Me?
Don't reach for a gun or I'll let you have it.
No, you don't. The lights. He turned out the lights.
Get him, boss.
I can't see him. Where is he?
He's around someplace. Blast this darkness. Carlotti. He got me. Yes.
What's the matter, Turk?
Watch him. He can't breathe.
Where are you?
Drop that gun.
Let go.
I said drop it.
Try and make... Oh.
That's better.
My wrist, you broke it.
Nothing wrong with you. Just a tap from a gun butt.
You finished off, Turk?
Yes. And you're getting a dose of the same.
You can't. Take it down. Gas my throat.
Fools. Talking to each other in the darkness, so I couldn't help but know where they were. Who's that?
I heard noise. Are you all right?
Yeah, wait till I turn on the light. I thought it was you, but I couldn't be sure.
Are they...
They'll be unconscious only for a short time. You help me with this table, Cato.
Yes, sir.
The bomb is somewhere around. There. Put it on this table, Cato.
I have it. They're heavy.
Now these.
What are they?
Tools, Cato. We haven't much time. Those rats must go ahead with their bombing.
But, Mr. Brett...
I said they're going ahead, and we're going to see that they do.
I don't understand.
This bomb is going to be planted in Fletcher's house, just as they figured. Now, you're a chemist, Cato. What's inside this bomb?
I have to look.
All right, we'll open it up. Careful. I don't want any of our fingerprints on it.
Under Britt Reed's direction, Cato worked swiftly, using his knowledge of chemistry to advantage. A half hour later, Britt Reed spoke.
That's fine. Your handkerchief.
Yes, sir.
They mustn't suspect a thing. Carlotti's coming, too. Gather up those tools, Cato. We're leaving. Hurry, Cato. Into the car. All right, let's go.
A few moments later, Carlotti and Turk recovered from the effects of the gas and examined the bomb.
It looks okay to me.
He ain't touched this bomb, boss. I ought to know I made it.
Green Hornet, huh? He gassed us and then got scared. Okay, Turk, on your way.
Huh? You want me to go through with it?
You heard me. The Hornet thinks he can bulldoze me, but I don't scare easy. Plant this bomb.
These loose boards. I'll plant this bomb if I don't break my neck first.
Put it here, Turk.
What
Here's the best place.
You got a nerve, Hornet. After gassing me and Carlotti.
Next time, you won't get off so easy. Now, do as I say.
How do I know you ain't told the cops?
Would I be here? The cops want me more than they do you.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I'm interested in this racket. I don't need the police.
Yeah, no sense ruining it for everyone.
Now, plant that bomb.
Now, listen.
Less talk, get busy.
Okay, you don't have to get tough.
Here's a match.
The fuse is burning. Let's grab.
Not that way. Out the back. Hurry before it explodes.
I tell you, Lowry, I seen a light in there.
In a half-built house? Don't be crazy, Axford.
I'm going in to see.
Axford, if you drag me on a wild goose chase,
Golly, I told you. It ain't no wild goose. It's the Green Hornet. I got the tip straight from Patsy.
You're bad enough without dragging in that screwy cab driver.
The little blister ain't so bad. If you don't let him get in your hair.
Now, wait a minute.
Suffering snakes, for all we know, the Hornet may be in there right now.
If you saw a light and I said if, the Hornet's gone by now. If it was the Hornet in the first place.
I'll find out soon enough. You stick out here to cover the retreat.
Okay, it's your funeral.
Golly, he's hard to convince. Wait till he sees me walking out of here with me fist in the Hornet's collar. Then he'll... What's that? Sounds like somebody hissing. Like a snake. There ain't no snakes around here. Holy crow! I see it now. A sputtering fuse. It's a bomb. I gotta get it. I got it before it...
Was there, Carlotti? What are you talking about? Where you been? You should have been back a half hour ago.
The Hornet. I had the bomb in my hand.
What? The Hornet was at Fletcher's place?
Ain't I telling you? Boss, when that guy comes back, you better play ball with him. He's tough.
Did he stop you? Huh? Snap out of it, Turk. Did that bomb go off or didn't it?
Sure, it went off. As soon as I lit the fuse, I scrammed out. I heard it go off.
Then what are you yapping about the Hornet for?
I told you he was right in the spot.
Did he try to stop you?
No, he told me where to plant the bomb. Hey, I don't get that, Lug Carlotti.
Why didn't you head right back here?
Because I couldn't.
The Hornet, huh?
Yeah, he clipped me on the jaw as soon as the blast went off.
Okay. He said he was going to cut in on me. When he shows up, we'll be ready for
Who's
him.
that?
It ain't the Hornet.
I'll take a look.
What's the matter?
It's for your gun, boss. It's the cops.
The cops?
We better scramble.
What for? They ain't got nothing on us. Keep them up, Carlotti.
You rats. Plant bombs, will you?
Hey, what is this? I don't know what you're talking about.
Axford was in that house, in Fletcher's house, when the bomb went off. So what? We ain't got nothing
You
here.
put that bomb there.
You're crazy. You can prove it.
No, you're lying.
Lying, are we? Axford went in. He saw that bomb.
Yeah, too bad. He ain't alive.
Blown to bits, huh? And you think we done it?
Never mind acting smart, Carlotti.
Where's the guys that planted that bomb? Leave me at him.
We got him, Axford.
Axford? What you said?
I thought that pineapple went off. How come this guy ain't blasted to bits?
I'll tell you why, you yellow-livered skunk. Because the bomb you heard went off in the vacant lot next door.
What? A bomb in a vacant lot?
Yeah, there wasn't enough powder in the bomb at the house to fill a firecracker.
That's right. The bomb was intact. And what's more, it had your fingerprints all over it.
What?
Yes, fingerprints, yours and his. You're through, you and your whole racket.
They got us, boss.
That blasted Green Hornet. He emptied the powder out and set a bomb off in that vacant lot. Well, you ain't stopping me.
Look out, Lowry. You got the gun.
I'll stop him. Break for the car, boss.
No, you don't.
Stop the gun, Carlotti.
Oh, no. Don't hit me again. I give up.
Okay.
Okay, you got it.
Come on, you rat. You're going in the car, all right. In the police wagon. If that bomb had gone off...
It didn't go off, Carlotti. It was a dud, but it was still big enough to blast your crooked racket all over the front page.
Street paper! Building racketeers arrested! Crooks confess bombing! Read all about it! Green-hearted Silver! Sentinel Street paper!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. The situations and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons or events of the past or present is coincidental.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. phantom figure of the plains has become a legend throughout the western United States. The record of his stirring deeds has been handed down, not through the written pages of history, but by word of mouth from generation to generation. Wherever the masked rider of justice rode, adventure went with him. And now the danger trail is brought to life once more. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Stretch out those great legs of yours! We must bring Bart Colt to justice! Hi-yo, Silver!
As Silver raced by, we heard the Lone Ranger say that Bart Colt's gang must be captured. In the first scene of our Lone Ranger drama, we see Bart and his men as they ride toward the town of Brown's Crossing. They are following a seldom used trail after an attack upon the ranch of old Zach Andrews. Bart is speaking.
Man, if this scheme works, we're going to make us more money than we ever made before. Yeah. How much cash we get at old Zach's place, Jim? Close to $1,000 in gold and folding money, boss. Besides the stock, the rest of the boys run up in the hills. $1,000 in cash, a couple of $1,000 worth of beef critters. That ain't a bad day's work. It sure ain't. But if Dave Sanders does what I figure he'll do, that won't be nothing to what we lay our hands on before the day's over. You think you was fooled, Bart? Never seen a fellow was fooled more. And he was mad enough to believe anything. Are you tied up, Dave, the way I told you to? Uh-huh. It won't take him 10 minutes to get them ropes off of him. He's probably hightailing for town right now as fast as a horse can take him there. When he gets to town, they tell his brother we're riding to Silver Springs to raid the bank. There's just one thing, boss. What's that? Well, Dave was fooled, all right, when Blackie said we was heading for Silver Springs. When you acted as though you was mad at Blackie for talking too much, he was eating it up. But even though the sheriff is Dave's brother, you can't be sure he's going to believe Dave's story. Why not? Well, boss, you know as well as I do that the folks in this county is beginning to think that maybe Dave is in our gang. They oughter. I fixed it to look that way, didn't I? Yeah, but if they think he's one of us, they ain't going to credit anything he says. Jim's right, boss. That's where you're both wrong. It just goes to show I'm the boss of this bunch instead of one of you fellas. We don't mean to tell you your business, boss. And suppose you let me do the scheming for this outfit. Oh, sure, boss, sure. You know I've been trying to have the sheriff lose his badge. Yeah? And the sheriff thinks a heap of his brother. Sure he does. Well, things are coming out just the way I planned. Dave will go to town and tell the sheriff his story. You say he overheard us planning to raid the bank at Silver Spring. You'll do that, all right. It's going to look funny to old Zach and his men when he sees we didn't harm Dave none. That's just what I was saying. But here's the point. No matter what other folks think, the sheriff is going to back up his brother. Yeah. He'd be dead sure we're going to Silver Springs. He get a posse together and ride over there as fast as he can. Only we won't be there. That's just it. As soon as the posse leaves town, we're riding in. And cleaning the town out. We're going to get everything there is to get. Hold up the bank, we'll take what we want from the stores and help ourselves to what's in the cafe. We'll get money and food and liquor and all the ammunition we need. That'll be a good one. And then, you know what's going to happen with the sheriff and Dave? What? Everybody in the county's going to think Dave took the men out of town on purpose so we could hold it up. I see, boss. They'll want to kick the sheriff out of office for letting Dave fool them. By golly, I never thought of that. Boss, I got a hand for you. That's the slickest thing yet. And that ain't all. When they throw the sheriff out, most likely they'll give the badge to that deputy of his. You mean Lem Moody? That's the fella. Why, that bluffer couldn't catch nobody. He ain't no more of a lawman than a sheep herder. I know it. And this is what you've been scheming all the time, boss? Yeah. Then my hat's off to you. From now on, no matter what you say, I'm for it. We about close enough to town now? This will do fine. Whoa, boy. Whoa, there. Steady, boy. Whoa, boy. We'll wait right here till the sheriff gets out of town. We can see his office from here. These trees will hide us. Just as soon as the posse rides out, we're riding in.
Andy Sanders, Dave's brother, was the sheriff of the county. While the outlaws gathered just outside of town, he sat in his office talking to his deputy, Lem Moody. The conversation turned to Dave, And immediately Lem flew into a rage.
Well, Andy, for all of me, you can do as you darn please.
Now, Lem, take it easy. There ain't nothing to get mad about.
I'm getting fed up with the way you're always sticking up for Dave.
And why shouldn't I stick up for him?
Seems to me you forget you're sheriff of this county sometimes.
What's being sheriff got to do with my brother?
Are you deaf that you don't know what folks are saying about him?
Now listen here, Lem. Dave is a good square kid. He wouldn't do nothing crooked for no amount of money. And as long as I am sheriff, I'm going to see that he gets a fair deal.
Maybe you won't be sheriff so long then.
Uh-huh. I've been hearing talk, too. I've been hearing that you'd sort of like to be wearing my badge.
That ain't so, I tell you.
Hey, Andy, I got news for you.
Andy, listen to what I got to tell you.
What's the matter, Dave? What's bothering you?
Zach's place was held up by that ornery, low-down crook, Bart Colt.
Bart Colt?
I ain't surprised none.
They shot up Zach and his men, took his cash and most of his cows.
Blast him.
You don't surprise me none. I only been wondering why it ain't happened before.
What are you getting at, Lem?
You're Zach's foreman, ain't you?
Sure I am. And what of it?
Well, there's been some funny talk about you, Dave.
Now look here,
Let
Lem.
him talk, Andy. I want to hear what he's got to say.
Maybe you want to hear it, maybe you don't, but you're going it just the same.
Well, let's have it.
Remember the time Cal Renson's money was stolen, he found your hat outside his place?
Keep right on talking.
And the time Sandy Hawkins saw a fellow with a bunch of rustlers, and the fellow looked like you and rode a pinto horse like yours?
Are you saying Dave's an outlaw?
Ain't saying nothing.
Seems to me you've said a lot.
All I am saying is that in the light of them things, it don't surprise me none that everybody out to Zach's place got shot up except you.
Lem, if you wasn't a deputy of
Don't
mine...
pay any attention to him, Andy. I got something more important to talk about.
I bet you have.
What is it, Dave?
I can tell how I can get Bart Colt and his gang.
You mean that?
I sure do.
Now look here, Andy. You ain't going to listen to
Shut
me.
up, Lem. I'm handling this. What's it all about, Dave?
That outlaw called Blackie let us slip that the gang is riding to Silver Springs.
Silver Springs?
Yeah. He said it without thinking.
When are they riding there?
Ought to be on their way right now.
Then that's where we're going. I'm tired of the way Bart Colt's been robbing, thieving, and killing. I'm going to get him this time, if it's the last thing I do.
You darn fool. You riding over there and Dave say so?
That's just what I'm doing.
Then you're a bigger blame idiot than I took you for. You're just letting Dave trick you. You're going to find out.
As long as I'm sheriff, you do as I say. Now get moving. Get Tom and Tex and the Mabley brothers. Get every man in town that can carry a gun. We're riding to Silver Springs.
The sheriff was not the only one who wanted to capture the Colt gang. The Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, had been on the trail of the outlaws for several days. We see them as they ride toward the hills that separate Brown's Crossing from Silver Springs.
Tonto, I believe we found the trail of the outlaws at last.
That's all right.
They must have their hideout somewhere in these hills. There's no other place that would serve their purpose.
Oh.
This isn't a trail the ranchers would use, but nevertheless, riders have come this way often. Often enough to kill the grass in spots.
You read trail good.
Not as well as you, Kemosabe. Look, the trail's fading out.
Ground get plenty hard here.
It leads into this dry riverbed.
Oh. Maybe we find trail on other side.
Yes, we'll go on. We're bound to pick up the trail again somewhere. Bart Colt and his gang must be captured.
You get them all right.
If they're not captured, Sheriff Sanders will be put out of office, and a deputy will take his place. Sanders is a good man, but Lem Moody would be useless against the outlaws. With him in office, they'd have everything their own way.
Look, there.
What do you say, Tonto?
Their trail again.
Those are fresh tracks.
Them go south here.
Yes. They've turned after following the riverbed and have headed for Silver Springs.
That's right.
And if Bart Colt's gang is going in that direction, it means only one thing.
What's that?
They're going to attack the town. Come on, Tonto, we've got to hurry.
Get 'em up, white fella.
Perhaps we can get there in time to stop their raid. Come on, Silver!
Every able-bodied man in Brown's Crossing had responded to the sheriff's call for volunteers. they formed a posse and charged across country to Silver Springs. The sheriff led them into town, stopping at the bank.
Boys, I don't see no sign of trouble. Looks like we beat 'em here.
There sure ain't no outlaws in sight. I told you this was a darn fool chase. Hello, Sheriff. What brought all you fellas to town?
Brought a posse to catch Bart Colt.
Bart Colt?
He and his gang held up Zach Andrews' place, then went out for here.
That's a funny thing. Ain't seen hide nor hair of 'em. It looks blame funny to me, too.
There can't be no mistake. Dave heard one of the gang say they was coming.
Maybe it was an intended mistake.
Sheriff, I'm beginning to think things look queer, too.
Now listen to me.
Them ain't the only one that's been suspicioning things around here about Dave. There's been a heap of talk all over the county. But you would never listen to it. You've been too doggone stubborn.
Why, I ain't gonna take that kind of talk.
Well, I reckon you've got to. We've been letting you have your own way too long.
And that's a fact.
All I got to say is this. If you
Listen,
go on...
there's a horseman. And he's riding in like he's got a plenty important news.
It's Tex.
That's him, all right. Now, what in tarnation is he doing?
Oh, boy. Oh, there. Oh.
Sheriff, something awful's happened. Bart Colt's been to Brown's Crossing.
Well, that can't be so.
It is so. I had to hunt up my horse after you left, or I wouldn't have seen him. They come into town just as soon as you and the posse rid out of sight.
What'd them coyotes do?
There ain't nothing they ain't done. When I slipped out of town, they broke into the bank and the general store and the cafe. There was nobody left to stand them off.
Sheriff, it was you and Dave brought us here. It was you that fixed us so they could do their thieving with us gone.
And it was Dave said that Bart was coming to Silver Springs.
But, boys, listen to me.
We've been listening to you too blame long.
Maybe you and Dave are both working for Bart Colt.
Fellas, we ought to string him up.
I'm taking your badge, Andy. You're all through being sheriff.
I says to string him up.
String him up!
Go ahead, boys. I ain't standing your way.
There's a good place right outside of town.
Come on, what's the use of wasting time? Let's finish him off and then ride back home.
No, don't do it. You're making a mistake.
Stand back there.
Arrest me.
Another outlaw.
Take your hands off those men.
I'm the law here. You can't do this. I'll have
You do exactly what I tell you. I'll shoot the first man to move.
You got the drop on us now, but we ain't forgetting that white horse. And if we ever catch you...
You won't. You're coming with me, Sheriff.
Who are you? Why are you helping me out?
I'll explain that later. You ready, Dave?
You bet I am.
Then come on. Hail Silver!
Get up there! Get up there!
Get him! Shoot him! I'll tell him! Come on, boys, get after him! We'll let him get away after
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now on with our story. Bart Colt's gang attacked Zach Andrews' ranch and allowed Dave Sanders, one of Zach's men, to hear them plan a raid on Silver Springs. Dave informed his brother, the sheriff. A posse was organized which rode to Silver Springs. As soon as the sheriff left Brown's Crossing, the outlaws raided the town. When news of the attack reached the posse, they accused the sheriff and Dave of being crooked and would have lynched them had they not been saved by the Lone Ranger. Our second act opens as the masked man, accompanied by Tonto, the sheriff, and Dave, attempts once more to pick up the trail of the outlaws.
Tonto, this is where we lost the trail of the outlaws and picked up the trail of the posse by mistake.
So that's how you come to find us in Silver Springs. You was thinking you was following Bart Colt.
Yes.
And darn lucky for us, you did.
Outlaw, feller, here. They must be. It was in this arroyo where the trail disappeared before. Tonto. I believe I understand. We crossed the arroyo. That's why we discovered the trail of the posse. But the outlaws must have continued up the arroyo.
I'll bet you're right.
You can't see marks of the hoofs on this ground. It's been baked by the sun until it's almost as hard as rock. That's all the more reason to believe the outlaws would come this way.
Say, ain't there some smoke in the air?
There is smoke. Can you tell where it comes from, Kimosabe?
Come from up there.
We must be getting close, Boo.
There's a hollow up ahead where the ground dips out of sight. Now,
We'll go and foot the rest of the way and see if it is the camp of the outlaws. The timber and underbrush will hide us.
You take care. No.
This is a good place for Bart to bring his men out of the way from everything.
I lived out here all my life. Never been in this stretch before.
Horses are picketed down in that hollow.
Plenty horse there.
Keep your voices down. We'll get as close to the camp as we can. We might be able to learn something we can use. Come on quietly.
Well, the sheriff goes right and lickety split for Silver Springs. We just sort of wander into Brown's Crossing and help ourselves.
What are we going to do next, boy?
I've been thinking.
Yeah?
I've been doing a heap of thinking about the Yellow King gold mine south of town. The one owned by them Easterners.
Well, that's a mighty rich outfit. Don't come no richer. I hear they've been taking close to 100,000 a year out of that hole in the ground.
Mm-hmm. They got their own smelter.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
They turn the ore into gold, put the bars into their own storehouse.
By golly, that's right.
Well, I'd forgot about that.
Well, ain't that kind of risky? The sheriff rides over that way pretty often to keep an eye on things.
And he ain't the sheriff no more, unless I miss my guess.
But Lem Moody is.
Lem Moody? He ain't gonna stir out of town unless he's got a mighty good reason. After what we done to Brown's Crossing, he don't dare.
Yeah, that's right.
I got rid of Andy. We fixed it so that slow-thinking Lem is sheriff.
You think it's safe to ride the mine?
Ain't nothing safer.
When do we ride?
Well, I'll tell you, boys, I believe in fast action. We done a lot of things today. We raided Zach Andrews. We cleaned out the town, so no one's going to be expecting us to do anything else real soon. So I says we ought to get after the Yellow King first thing in the morning.
Whatever you say is good enough for us, boss.
And that's what we're doing. The mine's about 10 miles from here across country. We'll get started about sunup. Before them dudes get to sleep out in their eyes, we're going to have so much gold that maybe we won't ever have to do any more robbing at all.
Did you hear that, Tonto?
Me here.
We'd better get back to our horses.
Gosh, if only I was still sheriff.
But you ain't, Andy. And the way folks feel about us, maybe you won't ever be again.
Andy, do you believe Lem can be persuaded to set a trap for Bart at the mine?
Him? Bart Colt's pretty slick. He had Lem sized up right. It'll take a heap to make Lem ride out of town with a posse.
And the worst of it is, Bart's been given the law so many false leads that even if Lem wanted to, he couldn't believe any of them.
That's going to make it hard.
Yeah.
But perhaps there's something we can do.
What's that?
If me and Andy can help you, just say the word.
You will be able to help. But the first part of the plan will depend upon Tonto and myself.
Me do what you say.
We'll find a safe place to camp, and then we'll decide exactly what to do.
You do the thinking, friend, and we'll do what you tell us.
You saved our lives, so I reckon me and Andy owes you more than we can find words for.
The important thing now is to get our plan worked out. Come on,
Get him up,
Silver.
White.
Get up there, get up there, get along.
The Lone Ranger and his companions made their camp in the hills, then completed their plans for the capture of the outlaws. That evening, in the cafe at Brown's Crossing, the new sheriff, Lem Moody, was sitting at a table with a group of his friends, discussing Bart Colt's latest raid.
Boys, what them outlaws did to this town is a caution.
5,000 from the bank, all the liquor from the cafe, and food and ammunition aplenty from the general store.
And it was Dave's trick that made them things happen.
You mean the trick Dave played on Andy?
Maybe Andy was fooled and maybe he wasn't. I got my own ideas on that.
You think Andy was in on the scheme, too?
Maybe and maybe not. But I'm telling you fellas one thing for sure. Nobody's going to make a fool out of me that way. Bart Cole's been planning all kinds of fake leads for us to follow. But now he's going to find that he's up against an hombre that's just as smart as he is.
Me one get through here.
What's the engine want?
You sheriff?
Sure, I'm the sheriff. Can't you see my badge?
Me got news for you.
What kind of news?
Me telling you what outlaw do.
Who?
Bart Colt's gang? That's right.
I want to hear this. Go ahead, Injun. What are them sidewinders going to do?
Them ride to Briggs Ranch.
Cy Briggs outfit, eh? And how come you to know so much?
Outlaw feller not see me, but me hear what outlaw feller say.
Overheard their plans, eh?
That's right.
And you want me to take a posse to Briggs' place and catch them crooks?
You do that?
Lem, you aren't going to
Don't you
listen.
go to worrying, Tex. I'll handle this. You sure you heard right, Redskin?
Me sure.
Now, let me see. I could get the boys together and be waiting for Bart when he shows up. It wouldn't be no stunt at all to corral his whole bunch.
You go, you get outlaw.
By thunderation, Lem, if you're going to let yourself be hornswoggled like Andy...
Just you hold on. All right, Redskin. Thanks for the tip. I'll take everybody I can get hold of and lay for them coyotes out to the ranch.
That good thing. Me go now.
Look here, Injun.
Keep still, Tex. Let the Redskin go.
Huh? What in tarnation's got into you?
You didn't figure I fell for that stunt, did you?
But you said
Sure, I let him think so. No use tipping my hand to one of Bart's men. But I got a scheme.
Yeah?
I'm going to follow that Injun. And I got a hunch the Redskin will take me just where I want to go.
See what that redskin's going to do. Maybe we might find something to talk about.
It's not you, Tonto. Did you see the sheriff?
Me tell him. But sheriff feller not believe Tonto.
Wait. Someone followed you out. I saw him when he hid behind that tree over there.
Oh, that sheriff feller.
Good. I was afraid that we'd have to allow ourselves to be overheard at the window of the cafe. This is even better.
You tell Lamb Moody that Bart will attack the Briggs Ranch?
Tonto do that.
Did he say he'd send a posse there?
Fool him plenty. Him go to ranch, all right.
And there's no danger that Lawman will be near the Yellow King gold mine.
Them far away from there.
And Bart will be glad to hear that. He knew if he could trick the other sheriff, it'd be easier to trick this one.
That right.
Bart's scheme worked just the way he said it would. Lem will take his posse to the ranch. But at 6 in the morning, we'll raid the mine while the lawmen are miles in the other direction.
That's plenty funny thing.
Lem's going back. He's heard all that he needs to hear. He'd go back to the cafe and tell the men he's learned Bart's real plans.
That's what him do.
We've played our part, Kemosabe. Now we can only wait until morning.
Here, Silver. White feller.
We'll return to camp. Andy and Dave will be waiting for us.
Them good feller.
They're both fine men, Tonto.
Yep. Let's hope that we can help them. Come on,
Get 'em up,
Silver.
white feller.
The night passed slowly for the group that shared the Lone Ranger's camp. But morning came at last, and with the first light of dawn, they saddled their horses and rode toward the Yellow King mine.
Come on, Silver! Tonto, if our plan works, this would mean the finish of our Colts gang.
Wonder if Glenn will get there with the boy.
We'll know before long. Come on,
The outlaws had started for the Yellow King earlier than the masked man had expected. They charged down upon the mine while the still sleeping men lay at their mercy. The key to the storehouse was taken from the foreman, and Colt's men began loading the bars of gold.
Come on, get a move on. Let's load the gold and let out for camp. We're doing the best we can, boss.
This is sure heavy work.
Never seen gold that wasn't heavy. Nor I never seen gold that wouldn't buy just about anything a man could want.
What's that? It's a feller on a white horse.
And men with him. They're shooting at us. We gotta get out of here.
We can't. They're blocking the only way we can go.
Get back in the storehouse. Run for cover.
There's only 4. Let's rush them.
Most likely there's more behind. Do as I tell you. Get in the storehouse. Come on. Hurry up.
These ain't stopped just beyond gunshot.
Fire at them anyway. Maybe we can hit them.
Yeah.
Them 4 fellas, we'll be all right. If there's any more coming, we're sunk.
And there is more coming. Boss, what do we do?
Hurry around quicker for a change.
They've joined up with them first fellas. And now they're all coming down this way. Oh, we ain't got a chance. I'm not going to be shot down like a dog. I'm going to give myself up.
Come back here.
I'm giving myself up, I'm telling you. I ain't going to get killed.
You're right, coward. Surrender, we'll shoot the whole bunch.
I give up those children. Me too. Hey, there goes Bart around the back.
Hit him.
We got him, man.
Good. We got the whole shebang. We got Bart and the Injun and Dave and Andy. We ain't missed a one.
Lem, maybe you're wrong about something.
What's that?
Andy and the masked fella and the rest of them were holding the outlaws here when we come up. They weren't with Bart at all.
That's right, Lem. I've seen it all.
And what's the
Perhaps
idea?
I can explain.
The masked man.
Andy and Dave were both honest. It wasn't their fault that they were tricked before.
But
you wouldn't believe them. They were trying to get Andy's job.
That ain't so. I wasn't
Listen to me. Dave and Andy were with me when we learned the plans of the outlaw. But we knew you'd be too stubborn to believe us if we told you the truth.
I reckon none of us would have believed a stranger.
So we tricked you twice.
Huh?
First, my friend here told you that the outlaws would raid the ranch belonging to Briggs. Then he let you, Lem, follow him and overhear the plan to raid the mine.
You mean you seen me?
We knew you were listening.
Lem, he was only half as smart as Andy. He only got fooled that way once. But they tricked you double, all in the same evening.
Andy, as far as I'm concerned, you're still the sheriff. And I guess we all know now that Dave had nothing to do with the outlaw.
Thanks, fellas. But it was the masked man that done it all. If it hadn't been for him, Bart would be raiding yet, and me and Dave would probably have been strung up.
Come on, Silver, old boy! There's danger ahead! We're riding against Blackjack Martin! Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Who knows what is coming up next? The Shadow knows.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Ladies and gentlemen, to stay at the top and meet the competition of the underworld's keenest minds, the Shadow has to be still better than any of them. And it's the same way with tires. For years, Goodrich Silvertowns have given motorists the real blowout protection of the Golden Ply. Now, like a true champion, Goodrich offers another important safety feature. The amazing new Lifesaver tread that gives you the quickest non-skid stops you've ever had. This new tread is specially designed to overcome the hazard zone of motorists, where a slippery film of water on the road may make complete command of your car almost impossible. Its never-ending spiral bars sweep the water right and left, force it out through the deep grooves, make a dry track for the rubber to grip. Wouldn't you be thankful for a tire like that the next time you're faced with a wet road emergency? Put Goodrich Silvertowns on your car now. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard. His true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, Murder on Approval.
Dr. Calanza, I have read your statement. Yes? Frankly, I am interested.
I thought you would be, General. Otherwise, I never would have traveled so many thousand miles to see you.
You say that you can infect a large number of persons with a deadly disease at will.
Yes.
That you can cause more deaths in an army than all the guns in the world.
Your Excellency, once let loose, this disease would totally destroy an enemy's morale. With its aid, you can easily overcome any nation in the world.
The general is already ruler of the East.
But he will not stop with his conquest. I am sure His Excellency is planning to extend his powers even further. I can give him victory.
What is this sickness you can spread, Doctor?
I am sorry. That I cannot divulge at this time.
Nor the method of infecting the enemy, Doctor.
Nor that, Your Excellency. And only I know the cure.
Dr. Calanza, your name is not unknown to us. You have been many things. Scientist, adventurer, spy. But you've not always been successful.
No. General, may I suggest that you let me try an experiment on troops of your own choosing?
Troops? I cannot sacrifice my men. If your disease is fatal...
Upon your own soldiers, sir. But why not those of some other power?
That is an idea.
Soldiers of some country you would be glad to humiliate and hurt. Perhaps even invade.
But we are not at war at this present time, Doctor.
Does that matter? General, pick any spot in the world, any well-guarded garrison, and in 2 months, I shall have wiped out that garrison. Choose the spot for my experiment. But perhaps it would be better to choose some country you are interested in, yes?
Yes. All right. We will select your guinea pig. Captain, the map.
Yes, sir. Here's the map.
Calanza, do you know this spot on the coast of the United States?
No. But that does not matter.
It is one of their army bases.
A splendid choice, General. It is well guarded, Doctor.
All the better to prove my point. I will leave for America at once. In a short time, many American soldiers will die in their barracks. Then, if you wish me to destroy the whole army of the United States, I can do it for you.
Good. Captain, you will make the arrangements with the good doctor, please. To purchase his little methods for murder on approval.
Enjoying yourself, Miss Lane?
Very much, Colonel Torrance. I like the army.
So I've noticed, Margot. I think you've danced with every officer at the base.
Why not, Lamont? The poor boys are due back inside the post at midnight.
Awfully glad you could come tonight, Miss Lane. I don't get away from the base often myself. You'd be surprised at the trouble a couple of thousand men can manage to get into. Oh? Trouble, Colonel? Yes, if it isn't one thing, it's another. Yesterday, what should crop up but some new-fangled disease? Oh, a new disease?
Nothing serious, I hope. Is it catching?
Well, nobody seems to know much about it. Fortunately, there are only a couple of cases. Dr. Harris isolated the sick men immediately, so the rest of us should be safe enough. Have I met Dr. Harris, Colonel? I think so. He's around someplace with a foreign doctor. Yes, the stocky, red-faced officer coming this way.
Oh, no, that's
Harris promised to introduce his guest. Evening, Dr. Harris.
Good evening, sir.
Miss Lane, Dr. Nicholas Harris.
How do you do?
We met at dinner, Doctor.
Oh, yes, Mr. Benson. Colonel, may I present my friend, Dr. Gregor Kalanson?
You're welcome, Dr. Kalanson.
Thank you kindly.
Well, Lamont, shall we down?
I'd love it, Margot. Will you excuse us, gentlemen?
Certainly. Well, how are those boys in the hospital, Doctor?
Well, they seemed a little better when I left them.
Good. Get him to tell you about that, Dr. Calandra. A couple of soldiers have caught some strange disease.
Really?
Yes, seems so. They're pretty sick, too. Oh, sorry, my wife is looking for me. I'll see you later.
Yes.
That's quite amusing. What? You are to tell me about this strange new disease.
Not so loud.
Oh, nonsense. There's nothing to fear. No one knows anything about us, Harris. Unless you have done some talking.
Is it likely I'd go around telling people that I was betraying my country?
You are being well paid.
I know that.
Nothing can happen, Harris. The disease is unknown. It strikes very quickly. And it is fatal within a week.
No, I'd no idea when we started that I was handling such powerful germs.
That's why I insisted on shooting antitoxin into you. Without it, we would both get the disease.
No, I wish it were over.
Oh, don't worry. In a few days it will be. And you'll be a rich man, Harris.
Yes, rich. After all these years in the army.
You broke the little glass bottles as I instructed?
Yes, I dropped one of them in the barracks tonight just before I came away.
There are enough germs in those bottles to kill a regiment. You will have some new cases shortly.
Be careful. Here comes one of the lieutenants.
Doctor, have you seen Colonel Collins?
Why, yes, he's right over there.
Oh, yes. You better come along, sir. You'll be needed. There's trouble at the base.
Trouble?
Yes, hurry, sir.
It seems that our plan is going smoothly, Harris.
Be quiet, will you? We'll come on over to Colonel Collins.
Get me inside the base.
All right. I'll keep quiet.
Colonel Carr. Yes? From the base, sir. Urgent. Yes, Lieutenant. Let's have it. Here, sir. Let me see. Good Lord.
What is it, sir?
The whole barracks has come down with that confounded disease, Harris. 200 men.
Pretty bad, sir.
It's an epidemic, sir.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
General order. All officers must report back to post immediately. Emergency.
Yes, sir. The base is already under quarantine, sir.
Good. Announce the recall from the bandstand.
Right away, sir.
Colonel, perhaps Dr. Calandra could give us a hand. We're going to need every doctor we can get.
I would be delighted, Colonel.
Well, very kind of you.
No excitement, Colonel.
Cranston, you'll have to drive us back at once. The base is hit by an epidemic.
An epidemic?
Yes. Will you have room for Dr. Harris and Dr. Calandra?
General order! All officers are to report back to post for duty immediately!
Faster, Margot, faster. The colonel's in a hurry.
The car's going as fast as it can, Lamont.
Yes, we'll be there in a minute, Cranston.
Dr. Harris. Yes? I say, have you any idea what this mysterious disease might be?
Well, unfortunately, no. That's why I brought Dr. Calandra along.
From the symptoms described, it is something entirely new in medical science.
We've got to save those men and check the disease.
I'll do my best, sir.
This thing has spread very rapidly, Doctor. It might almost be some new form of Oriental plague.
Oriental plague? Here? In the United States? Oh, nonsense.
Well, Doctor, I've seen disease spread like wildfire in the Far East. No. I'd like to take a look at this, Colonel.
Well, I'm afraid that's impossible, Mr. Cranston.
Well, why, Harris?
The post has been quarantined by general order, sir. Can't ignore that order.
But Calandra is going in.
Yes. I am a doctor, Mr. Cranston.
And besides, Mr. Cranston, you might catch the disease.
Well, I don't mind taking that chance.
Well, that's very brave of you, sir, but I'm afraid we can't allow it. The order is definite quarantine against civilians.
Yes, I'm afraid the doctor's right, Lamont. In the Army, orders are orders.
Very well. That's what you say, sir.
So it's just around the bend, Miss Lane.
Pull up alongside the gate.
You are right here, Mr.
All right. Here we are.
Off. Who's on there?
Colonel Torrance.
Advance to be recognized, Colonel Torrance.
Well, thanks for the lift, Lamont.
Don't mention it.
Come on, Dr. Calandra, hurry.
I am ready.
Good night, Miss Lane.
Good night, gentlemen.
I still wish you'd let me go in and take a look around.
Well, I'm afraid that's out of the question entirely, Mr. Cranston. Come on, Cleanser.
Coming. It's nice of you to offer, my boy. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Colonel. I suppose we might as well drive back to the hotel.
Just a moment, Margot. I'm getting out here.
Getting out here? But Lamont...
I'm going to take a look at this disease, Margot. There was a queer look on Calanza's face when I mentioned it might have an Oriental origin.
Yes, but the sentries won't let you in, Lamont. The place is quarantined.
I'll have a very hard time quarantining a shadow.
Lamont, you mean you're going in there as the shadow?
Yes, Margot. When the car door slams, I shall immediately become the shadow.
Who's that? Say. Now, wait a minute, miss.
Oh, well, you want something, soldier?
Why, I just heard the car door slam. Somebody get out?
Well, you don't see anybody, do you?
No. No, ma'am, but I thought I saw... Well, I guess it's all right. That's kind of funny. Hey, Joe! Yeah? I could have sworn I saw somebody get out of that car. Anybody go through the gate?
Hey, there's enough floodlights here to light up the entire army.
I didn't see a soul. I don't know. I thought I saw a man, and then just like that, there wasn't anybody there.
You must be getting punchy.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we leave the shadow for a moment, just put yourself in this picture. You're driving along in the rain. The road ahead looks safe, even though it is plenty wet. But suddenly you flash past that familiar warning sign, road slippery when wet.
Beware. Look out for skids. Will the tires on your car slip or grip?
And motorists, your tires will grip wet roads if they're the new Goodrich Silvertowns with Lifesaver tread. This fact was proved not alone by Goodrich, but by the nation's largest independent testing laboratory, the noted Pittsburgh Testing Laboratory. The impartial engineers of this great laboratory tested the new Silvertown for 3 months against both the regular and premium price tires of America's 6 largest tire manufacturers. And here are the results. They found that no other tire tested, not even those priced at from 40% to 70% more than Silvertown's, came up to the new Silvertown in skid resistance. Furthermore, they found that this Silvertown gave more non-skid mileage than any of the other tires tested in its own price range. In fact, it averaged 19.1% more mileage before the tires wore smooth, which is the same as saying you'll get every 6 mile free. And remember, motorists, many tires cost more than Silvertown's, but no other tire at any price can give you Lifesaver Tread skid protection and the famous Golden Ply blowout protection. Equip your car with these life-saving Silvertowns now.
Broken glass. Glass. It's just like this.
He's waiting again, nurse.
He was all right a minute ago, Dr. Bergman.
My head, it burns.
That's the fever. Comes in waves. At moments, he's quite rational.
Who's there? Who broke the glass? I heard a glass break. I tell you.
Get Dr. Harris. Maybe he can get that fever down. I can't.
Right away, Dr. Bergman.
I've got to go look up those other patients. Shut the door after us, nurse.
I'm on fire. Water. Water, please. Glass. Nurse. Broken glass.
Steve, can you hear me? Listen to me.
Who is it? Oh. Someone there?
You must tell me something, Steve. It's important.
Where are you? I can't see.
Don't worry. Even if you can't see me.
There's only a voice.
I'm here, Steve, here in the shadows. Listen to me.
Yes?
Listen. Quickly, before the fever returns. Tell me why you keep repeating the word broken glass.
Broken glass?
Yes. Keep saying it over and over. Why?
I don't know.
Think, Steve. Think. What is there about broken glass? Glass. Think, son.
Glass. Broken glass. Oh, I know.
Yes?
Yes, last night in the barracks, when all the fellows were asleep,
Yes, Steve?
I woke up. I thought I heard something. Like glass breaking.
The room, Steve?
Yes. Just a little tinkle. Like someone had dropped a tiny glass. Then a few hours later, we were all sick.
Oh, my head. Who broke glass?
All right. Shut these out, Upset. Yes, certainly this one is quite bad. One of the new ones. Great Scott!
What is it? What's the matter?
Oh, my head.
Why, this boy, he's my nephew.
Your nephew?
Yes, my sister's son, Steve. Steve, how do you feel, boy?
It is unfortunate, Harris.
Well, I thought he was home on leave. He wasn't due back this week. Is he fatally ill, Calanza?
To that, Harris. I give him 2 days at most.
Oh, no, he can't die.
I am sorry, but it is unavoidable.
Uncle Nick, help me.
Calanza, you've got to do something for him.
Nothing can be done.
Steve, it's Uncle Nick, Steve. I'm here.
Uncle Nick. Oh, help. Please. Glass.
The boy is delirious, Harris.
But save him.
Impossible. There is no cure.
But Steve is my nephew. Steve.
Be quiet, you fool. Come, let us go to your office.
No, I must stay here.
Come up, I have to strike you. Brace up, Harris. Don't lose your nerve. Come on, man.
Glass. Oh, Uncle Nick. Someone's broken glass.
Yes, Steve. Someone broke glass. And I mean to learn just what your Uncle Nick had to do with it. He and Gregor Calanza.
Calanza, you've got to do something for Steve.
What can I do? I told you the disease was taken.
I don't care about the others. Steve's different. He's my sister's son.
So you said. I am sorry.
Calanza, tell me, isn't there some sort of serum?
No.
But you gave me antitoxin.
That was to prevent your catching the fever. It is different. Your nephew is already infected. There is no hope now.
There's got to be.
Harris, pull yourself together. You are being well paid.
I know, but money won't give Steve back to my sister.
I told you I was sorry. But there is nothing to be done. Nothing. I am going back to the ward. The progress of the disease is very good.
Oh, don't be so callous.
I am a scientist, Harris. Now get hold of yourself, man. Remember, a soldier died this morning. It is murder now.
Murder?
Yes. And death is the penalty for that. So you'd better keep quiet about it. I will see you later.
Oh, Calanza!
Later.
Oh, Steve. Steve.
Weeping won't help Steve, Dr. Harris.
Yes? Who spoke? Who's there?
The shadow. Your nephew is dying, Dr. Harris.
Who are you? Where are you?
I am here, although you cannot see me, Dr. Harris.
What do you want with me?
You and Gregor Calanza are responsible for this disease.
No, you're wrong. I don't know anything about it.
You cannot lie to the shadow, Doctor.
I tell you, I know nothing.
Then your nephew dies, Doctor. Dies horribly.
Oh, stop it. Will you stop it?
The voice of the shadow is never silent when there is evil.
I won't talk to you. I'm getting out of here.
You cannot escape from the shadow.
Leave me alone.
We shall meet again, Dr. Harris. And then...
Here's the test tube you wanted, Dr. Harris. All right, put it down, man. Put it down. Yes, sir. Now leave me alone. I've got to find the serum that will counteract the effect of this fever. Yes, sir. Good luck, sir. Let's see, where's that culture? Oh, yes. Now, this formula will only work.
Hurry, Dr. Harris. Steve is dying.
Oh, you.
You dropped your test tube, Doctor. Just the way you dropped one in the barracks. And spread the germs.
You know that. But I didn't. I didn't.
Tell the truth, Doctor. Think of Steve.
Oh, you fiend. Will you leave me alone? I must find a serum that will cure him.
Only Gregor Calanza can give you that in time. Who is he? Where's he from?
I don't know anything about him.
Calanza more to you than your nephew? Speak, man. Calanza got you into this, didn't he? And now Steve is dying, Harris.
Stop
dying.
it. Stop it. I tell you, I can't stand it. Let me out of here. Safe in my room. Now, wait. I must lock the door. Locked. And bolted. No, he can't get in. That voice coming from nowhere. Always in my ear. Oh, I'm going crazy. Where's my bag? I've got to get away.
And leave Steve dead behind you, Doctor?
How did you get in here?
I'm with you all the time, Doctor.
Oh, please. Go away. Please leave me in peace.
There is no peace, Doctor, for a man who will let his nephew die in agony.
Oh, I'd save him if I could. Believe me, but I don't know how.
Alanza knows.
But he says there's no cure.
You believe him? He had an antitoxin, didn't he? Perhaps he has a serum that will cure the disease once it's developed.
But he told me...
He got you into this crime, didn't he?
Yes. Yes, he promised me wealth. I've always been poor.
Why did he pick this army base for his crime?
Because if he's successful, it means the entire army will be wiped out in this way.
United States Army?
Yes. This disease would wipe out whole armies. Then invasion will be a simple matter. But you can't isolate the germ. There's no cure.
There must be a cure. Calanza would have one.
But he says there is none.
There must be. Make him tell you what it is. Otherwise, your nephew dies.
But I can't help him. Or this country either.
Steve is dying, and you're afraid to cost the one man who might cure him. What is Calanza compared to your sister's son? He got you into this. Make him help you.
Yes. All right. All right, yes. Yes, I will.
Well, hurry. He's out there now, watching the soldiers die. Watching Steve and the other men he's poisoned. And enjoying it, Harris. Enjoying it.
I'll get him to my office and make him give me that serum. That's it. I'll make him.
Hurry, Doctor. Hurry. This way, Colonel Torrance.
Tell me, who are you?
I am known as the Shadow, Colonel. Please do not waste more time in wondering that you cannot see me. I told you I could clear up the mystery of this epidemic. I'll keep my promise, sir. Just step in here, please.
All right. Wait a minute. This is Dr. Harris' office.
Yes. You'll know the whole story in a few moments, Colonel. Get behind the screen, please. Don't move until I give the word. Here they come.
Come in here, Calanza.
Harris, have you lost your mind?
Maybe.
Dragging me out of the vault like that. You must be mad.
Now, you'd be crazy, too. If that thing followed you around all day.
That thing? What are you talking
about?
A
voice, Calanza. A voice. Something that you can't see. But you can hear him all right. He keeps talking.
Oh, Harris, snap out of it.
I tell you, I heard him. He knows all about you and me and the disease.
Who knows all this?
That voice, the voice. He knows everything.
Ah, no dreaming. Seeing your nephew sick as a petri.
Yes. We made my nephew Stephen get the disease, Calanza.
Well, he is not the only one.
But he's got to be cured.
Oh, no, don't start that again. There isn't any cure.
You're lying.
Harris, don't be a fool. I can't afford
Then
to.
there is a serum that will cure the disease.
And what if there is? I am not wasting it on your precious nephew.
Oh, yes, you are.
Harris, put down that gun.
You listen to me, Calanza. Either you give me the formula for that serum or I'll kill you. I mean it.
The formula is worth a fortune, Harris. It will make us both rich. If you will only use your head.
Never mind the talk. Don't try reaching for your gun either. I'm watching you. The formula for the serum, quick.
All right.
Where is it?
In my pocket. It never leaves my wallet.
Give it to me.
Oh, just a minute. Yeah. Take it.
Thanks. Now I can save Steve.
If you know enough medicine to read that formula.
I must read it. Yes. Yes, it's plain enough. I can make this serum. Look. It says you take it.
Don't treat it. Fool. Did you think I really meant to have you get my serum? Die like the others. Now, I will take back my formula.
No, I'll take that paper, Calanza.
What? Who snatched that paper?
I did, Dr. Calanza.
Hey, voice. Harris was right.
Dr. Harris was quite right.
Give me back my formula. I'll shoot.
What will you shoot at, Doctor?
You better not shooting, Calanza. Drop your hands. Lieutenant Harris, drop that gun. Never. Take it then.
Calanza's dead, Colonel.
If a man deserves to be shot, it's that murderer.
Yes. Take the formula to the laboratory. The serum made up in a hurry.
Well, what about you, Shadow?
My work is finished, Colonel. Rest is up to your medical staff. Calanza and Harris dreamed of power and wealth to be acquired through mass murder. Such dreams are dearly bought. The price of Calanza's dream and Harris's traitorship was death. The hidden menace to the armed strength of our country has been uncovered and destroyed.
have been listening to a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is shoe. S-H-O-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The one, the only.
Just a second, I'll see if he's here. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $3,000 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who's first to try and take it away from me?
We invited some expectant fathers and some baby nurses to the show tonight.
You did?
Just before we went on the air, the audience selected Mr. Frank Sullivan and Miss Margaret Lindsay. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome. And if you say the secret word at any time we're talking, I'll pay $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you always have with you. A baby nurse and an expectant father, eh? Miss Lindsay, I presume you're the nurse?
I am.
Where are you from, Margaret?
I was born in Johnstown, Pennsylvania.
During the flood? Or...
Before, after the flood.
After the flood. Well, a lot of water's gone over the dam since then. If you'll pardon the expression. How long have you been a baby nurse? I mean, how long have you been a nurse, baby?
About 18 or 20 years.
Mm-hmm. How many babies have you had, Margaret?
Oh, hundreds of them. About 300 a year.
How long have you been married? About 40 years?
I'm not married.
I trust that's the proper explanation for that. You've taken care of 300-400 babies? Huh?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Frank Sullivan, huh?
Yes.
You're an expectant father, huh?
That's right.
What are you expecting?
A baby.
I didn't think you were expecting a kangaroo, Frank. I mean, are you expecting a boy or a girl?
A boy.
A boy? How do you know it'll be a boy? Friends in Washington?
Sooner or later, it'll be a boy.
When is this boy going to arrive, Frank?
Any minute.
Well, what are you doing here? Why aren't you over at the hospital making life miserable for everybody down there?
The doctor told me to get out of there and stop cluttering the place up. So I asked him if I'd come over here and make some money to pay for the baby.
Fine baby. He's not even born yet. Already he's putting the bee on the old man for money. Now, Miss Lindsay, as a baby nurse, just what do you do?
We take the baby and the mother home and get the formula from the doctor, go home and see that the mother and the baby are taken care of, and
Who takes care of the father?
Well, if necessary, I would.
You give him his bottle, you mean?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Tell me, how long do you take care of the mother and the infant?
Oh, anywhere from 2 weeks to a month, according to Papa's pocketbook.
Mm-hmm. That's a very mercenary attitude, isn't it? Then what do you do?
Go on to another case.
Well, I guess a job like that calls for a lot of changes, huh, Margaret?
Yes, it does. Mm-hmm.
When are you expecting your next baby, Margaret?
Monday.
Is that so? Congratulations, huh? You're much calmer than the expectant father over here. What kind of work do you do, Mr. Sullivan?
I drive a cab and I sell physiotherapy equipment.
In the cab?
It all depends. If the doctor gets in the cab and I get a chance to sell it to him, I will. But I drive the cab first, and then I sell physiotherapy equipment in the afternoon.
Have you had any news yet about the kid?
No.
Well, stick around. Gabriel Heat will be on soon. How long have you been married, Frank?
A little over a year.
How'd you meet your wife?
I met her at Big Bear when I was on leave from the Air Forces. I went to a dance up there.
Oh, were you a pilot?
Yes. She had a ribbon on. She was a beautiful girl.
Just a ribbon? No shoes or anything?
She had shoes and everything on.
What a jerk I am. I had to throw you in the shoes there. Oh, no, that's me this time. I don't get a nickel, huh? Well, you just made yourself $100, Pop. Congratulations. Now, where were we when you threw that shoe at me? So, what happened?
Well, I asked her to dance, and we danced, and then I called her up when I got home.
Isn't it difficult in her bare feet? How did you meet your husband, Margaret?
I haven't any husband.
Well, are you married?
No.
Well, that explains it, I guess. But why aren't you married, Margaret? You're an attractive girl. Being around babies so much, it seems to me you'd want to get married.
Well, it's this way. All the men I meet are husbands and fathers and...
Well, in your job, you just can't get away from the eternal triangles,
That's
huh?
right. By the way, they're not triangles anymore.
They're not triangles?
They're squares.
They're squares. Are you referring to the husbands or the diapers? Huh?
The diapers.
And all these years, for the past 50 or 100 years, they've been using triangles. Huh? Bet some kid figured this out.
I bet they did, too.
At a square dance, I'll bet. Huh? Now, Francis, let's see how much you know about babies. For example, should you pick him up when he cries?
If you pick him up, he'll shut up.
Who wouldn't, huh? That'd spoil him, I suppose, huh, if you picked him up? Huh?
Well, they say so, but I've been reading books, and it says it doesn't spoil them.
Clara Barton, how do you feel about picking up crying babies?
Well, I think it should be done because you never can tell what's the matter if they have a pin sticking them or gas on the stomach or, etc.
Well, the etc. is probably the reason he's crying in the first place. I had gas on the stomach last week. I was at a filling station and the pump fell on me. Miss Lindsay, are you married yet? Well, time's a wasting, you know. You're liable to wind up an old maid. Bring her in and we'll wind her up together, huh? Well, you've been an interesting couple, and I hope you'll both be very happy. Now, in just 1 minute, you'll get a chance to earn $3,000. Right now, listen to this. All right, now you're going to play You Bet Your Life for $3,000. Fenneman, bring our expectant father and the baby nurse up to date on the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $3,000 question at the end of the program. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
What question category did you select?
Songs about New York.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
How much are you going to bet of the $20?
$10.
Jerry Fielding will supply the music. You identify the song. Okay, Jerry. Lullaby of Broadway is right.
And they're on their way. They have $30.
All right, you're going for $3,000 tonight. Remember, that's the big prize now. How much of your $30 you going to try?
15.
Talk right up now. Talk
15.
right up.
Oh,
15.
I'd rather have 20, but...
Come to some decision between
20.
Huh?
20.
Has the kid come yet?
No, not yet.
All right, $20. What's the title of this New York song?
42nd Street.
42nd Street.
They're really climbing. They have $50 now.
While you're climbing your way up, here's your third question. You have $50. How much you going to try?
40.
$40, huh? Play, Jerry.
Give my regards to Broadway.
Broadway.
Now they're up to $90, Groucho.
All right, you've crept up to $90. Now, how much are you going to try this time?
We've decided 80.
Are you married yet, Margaret?
No.
All right. You're going to bet $80. What's the name of this New York song?
The Bowery.
The Bowery is correct.
And they wound up with $170 plus $100 for the secret word.
Thanks and good luck. Stick around now. You're still in the running for the big question.
Groucho, our next couple has been in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know the secret word is shoe. Perhaps they'll say it. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a fix-it man and a housewife. And here they are, Mr. Fred Smith and Mrs. Helen Blair meet Groucho Marx.
Folks, we're happy to have you here. And if you say the secret word at any time we're talking, we'll pay you $100 immediately. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Let's see, a fix-it man and a housewife. Mrs. Helen Blair?
That's right.
How large a family do you have?
I have one child.
One child, huh? And what does your husband do for a living?
He's a Fuller Brush man.
Front door or back, huh?
I think he'd take either.
Mr. Fred Smith, you're the fix-it man, huh?
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Well, just stand there and fix it. I'll be back to you in a moment. Mrs. Blair, how did you meet your husband?
Well, I was living on a farm. I was the farmer's daughter. And we had been missing our chickens. So this evening we had our light on.
What do you mean you'd been missing them? You were lonely for them?
No, they've been disappearing.
Oh.
And,
well, that's quite a difference.
We heard this terrible racket in the chicken house, and just as I got to the door of the chicken house, a skunk came out.
And that was your future husband?
No. I saw this skunk, and I yelled, "Get that skunk!" And this young boy was coming over to see my brother, and he grabbed for the skunk, and I grabbed for it, and we both fell on it. We smelled to the high heavens. We went back in the house and tried to figure out what to do. But finally, we decided that we should start going out together because nobody else would go with us.
Well, that is certainly an unusual romance, Mrs. Are you the fix-it man, Mr. Smith?
I am.
Now, just what do you fix as a fix-it man, Mr. Smith?
Well, I fix lawnmowers, knives, shears, and electrical appliances, and what have you.
Are you married?
Yes and no.
That's the way to be. What do you mean, yes or no? What kind of an answer is that from me?
However, I'm going to marry the same woman that I was married to.
Didn't it take the first time? Why are you remarrying the same girl of your dreams?
Well, I think it's the proper thing to do.
How old are you, Mr. Smith?
71.
Gee, you don't look it. You look about 58.
Oh, no.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Not many fellas get married at 71.
No, they have better sense at that.
How did you meet your wife, Mr. Smith?
We were kids together.
Well, that's possible, but how'd you meet her, huh?
How'd I meet her? At school. In school.
First time my wife saw me, I was on the cover of Time magazine. She made me get off. It was her magazine. How'd you get to be a fix-it man? Did you start out as a fix-it boy?
No, I used to monkey around when I was a kid.
So so did I, but all that got me was trouble, huh? Now, Fix-It Man, in your job, I presume you run into all sorts of emergencies. What was your biggest mistake?
When I moved to Missouri to live.
You'll get a letter from Kansas City in the morning. Now, Mrs. Blair, when something starts falling apart at the seams around your house, how do you get it repaired?
Well, my husband...
Your husband is falling apart at the seams?
No, he even fixed tonight he had to fix my shoe before I...
I talk too much. You said shoe, and since that's the secret word tonight, you are now $100 richer.
Oh.
And here you are. Congratulations. Now, don't bother dropping the other shoe. Only the first one counts.
Thank you.
Now, let's play You Bet Your Life, the Elgin American game, for $3,000. Run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get the chance at the big question later. Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won. Go ahead, George.
The baby nurse and the expectant father won $170.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. What question category did you select?
Name the cloth.
Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much will you try?
15.
Now, what kind of material is calico made of?
Cotton.
Cotton is correct.
Well, off to a good start. They have $35.
Well, you've got a flying start. Remember, you're going for $3,000 tonight. How much of your $35 will you try?
30.
What kind of material is file? F-A-I-L-L-E.
It's a silk, and I believe it's made of
silk. Silk is right. You said it, and you win the money.
They're climbing. They have $65.
Now you've got $65, and here's your third question. How much of the $65 are you going to bet?
60.
What kind of material is cretonne made of?
Cretonne. Oh, cotton?
That's right.
They now have $125.
All right, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You have $125. How much are you going to bet?
50.
What kind of material is Cheviot made of?
Flax. Is that right?
I'm sorry, the answer is wool.
They wound up with $75 plus $100 for the secret word.
Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we'll know who gets the $3,000 question. Right now, I want you to pay attention to this. Now then, we'll soon know who's going to earn the most money and get the chance at the $3,000 question. George, who's leading so far?
Well, the expectant father and the baby nurse are leading with $170. And here's our final couple about to come from their waiting room off stage. They don't know the secret word is shoe. We invited some switchboard operators and some hotel detectives to the show tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected operator Matty Weldy and Detective Bob Lowe. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome. If you say the secret word at any time we're talking, I'll pay $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Miss Matty Weldy, is that right?
That's right.
You're a switchboard operator?
Yes, I am.
Where are you from, Matty?
I'm from Iceland.
Iceland?
That's right.
Look pretty hot to be from Iceland.
Don't be too short.
One can never be too sure, Miss Weldy. Nobody ever seems to be born in Los Angeles. I guess on account of the smog, the stork can't find the chimney. Why do you do your telephone operating?
I do my telephone operating the Daily News.
Have you ever had your lines tapped?
Not to my knowledge.
Well, keep an eye on Detective Lowe over here. I notice he's looking over your lines right now. Huh? Detective Bob Lowe, huh? Mm-hmm. Where are you from?
Cleveland, Ohio.
Mm-hmm. Didn't they used to have a ball club there? Tell me, Dick Tracy, at which hostelry do you do your snoozing? I mean snooping. Huh?
I don't do any snoozing and I don't do any snooping.
I beg your pardon. At which hotel are you an eye, ear, and nose specialist?
Why, it's the Country Club Hotel.
You work day or night, sir?
I work the night shift.
I used to wear a night shift. Now I wear pajamas. You must have had some embarrassing experiences in your job, haven't you, Mr. Lowe?
Yes,
Such as looking someone straight in the eye through a keyhole?
Well, I don't look through keyholes.
Well, it's my mistake. I thought you looked a little peaked, that's all. Besides, I should have known a man as tall as you was strictly a transom man. Now tell me, Gimlet Eye, do the guests at your hotel ever steal things like towels, linen, rugs, and mattresses?
Oh, occasionally they take a towel or two, yeah.
Mm-hmm. What do your towels at home say?
They say his and hers.
His and hers, huh? I can just picture you at home, huh? Your wife throws the his and her towels in the Bendix washer, and there you are, peeking through the little window, watching his chasing hers through the hot soap sauce. Now tell me, Potted Palm, how do you spot a crook in your hotel? Do you use a paintbrush? How do you spot them?
Well, when they come in the hotel, we look at them, and if they're nervous and sort of shifty-eyed and jittery.
That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, how else can you spot a crook? Say, for example, I was walking through your lobby and you think there's a chance my suitcase might be filled with silverware. How would you handle it? Go ahead.
Well, I'd walk up to you and ask you, can I help you, sir?
I'd say, yeah, hold this stuff while I go back and get the twin beds. Well, are you going to arrest me or not?
No, I don't think we will, Mr. Marks. You see, we saw you coming in and we recognized you, so we knew that you weren't a crook and that you were honest.
This is the most insulting thing I've heard all day. I'm going to sue you for defamation of character. Now we're going to play You Bet Your Life. And if you can beat our other two couples, you'll get a crack at the $3,000 question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George has gone off stage to remind our listeners.
The baby nurse and the expectant father are still ahead with $170.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
Movie title roles.
That's right. Now, here's your first question. You've got $20. How much are you going to try?
About 10. I thought
$10.
10. Uh-huh.
All right. Who plays the title role in I Was a Male War Bride?
Cary Grant.
Cary Grant is correct.
They're on their way, Groucho, with $30.
All right. Remember, you're going for $3,000 tonight. How much of your $30 will you try?
20.
All right.
$20? Who plays the title role in the picture Mr. Soft Touch? The bell is tolled. Well, anyhow, it was Glenn Ford.
Now they have $10.
You have $10 left. How much are you going to bet now?
Better bet the 5.
Yes.
You're going to bet 5. Well, who played the title role in The Champion?
Kirk Douglas.
Kirk Douglas is right.
They're on their way again. They have $15.
All right, now you have $15. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet? How much of the 15?
All.
All? Okay. Who plays the title role in The Fighting Kentuckian?
John Wayne.
John Wayne is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $30. And that means the expectant father and the baby nurse with $170 get the chance at the $3,000 question. And here's the winning couple, Groucho, the expectant father and the baby nurse.
Well, back again to try for $3,000, eh? Good luck. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so talk it over thoroughly. And no help from the audience, please. Put on your thinking caps. Remember your history. George Washington was the first general to become president. Who was the second general to become president? He was the general in the Second War the United States had with England. What is the answer you two have decided upon?
Jackson.
Andrew Jackson is right. That's right. You win $3,000 in cash. Now, what are you going to do with all that money? What are you going to do with yours, Francis?
I have to have time to believe it first.
Well, let's say it's true. What are you going to do with that money?
Well, I'd like to put some in the bank for Junior.
Well, you can afford to have triplets now, you know. And Margaret, what are you going to do with yours?
I don't know. I think I'll try to buy a home for my mother and myself.
You won $270 plus $3,000. You really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding.
Well, this concludes another stream. I want to thank you all for listening with me, and I hope you enjoyed these shows that represent, in my opinion, some of the best of old-time radio. Join me again tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Thank you for listening, and have a good day. Bye.